Raymond Williams. Introduction. Raymond Williams died, more than a decade ago now, in January 1988. The immediate response was overwhelming. Progressive intellectuals throughout the world mourned the passing of one of the foremost socialist thinkers, intellectuals, and cultural activists of the post-war period. In the obituary columns of leading newspapers, at conferences and on television, and in the pages of academic journals, we saw the public mourning of a figure who was, in Patrick Perrinder's words, father figure to thousands, who was, for Juliet Mitchell and many more like her, an intellectual and moral touchstone. Who was this remarkable figure, and why should his work continue to hold our interest and attention? We can begin to answer these questions by looking briefly at the background and career of Britain's most distinguished socialist thinker on culture of the past 40 years. Raymond Henry Williams was born in the small Welsh village of Pandy in 1921, the son of a railway signalman. He won a scholarship to Cambridge in 1939, where he was active in the student branch of the Communist Party and the Cambridge University Socialist Club. He was called up in 1941 and fought as a tank commander in a number of the most bloody battles of the Second World War, returning to Cambridge in 1946 to complete his degree in English with a powerful dissertation on Ibsen, in which some of his own sense of vocational crisis came through. For the next 14 years, Williams worked as a tutor in adult education. This move, and the consequent departure from the usual university syllabus of English studies, provided some of the ground for the writing of two seminal works which challenged the existing paradigm of literary studies, and did much to help the emergence of the new disciplines of cultural studies. Culture and Society 1780 to 1950, 1958, and The Long Revolution, 1961, established his reputation as the leading thinker of the New Left. In the words of the historian Edward Thompson, our best man. 4 In 1961, Williams received a letter from the English faculty of the University of Cambridge informing him that he had been appointed lecturer in English. A few days later, other letters arrived, encouraging him to apply for the post. Discouraged by the shift of emphasis in adult education away from working-class education and towards middle-class provision, Williams accepted the post and was to spend the rest of his working life at Cambridge, first as a introduction lecturer and then, from 1974, as professor of drama. It was from here, the center of Britain's elite educational system, that Williams was to produce a body of work which challenged many of that elite culture's central assumptions, not only as they appeared in English studies, but also as they informed the dominant modes of thinking about politics and society, and as they swayed assessments of the very possibility of progressive social and political action. As he clarified during the exhaustive interviews with the New Left Review, published as Politics and Letters in 1979, his work was above all the work of an oppositional intellectual. If you look at the implied relationships of nearly all the books I have written, I have been arguing with what I take to be official English culture. Williams 1979, 316. This study takes that argument with official culture as its guiding thread, and follows it across the 24 or so volumes of his academic writing. On the way, it challenges some of the received ideas concerning his work. Chapter 1 examines Williams's earliest writings, and particularly the essays written for the journals he helped to found in the late 1940s, Politics and Letters and The Critic, as well as his first major study, Reading and Criticism, 1950. Drawing attention to the pervasive influence of Eliot, rather than Levy, as is commonly assumed, it argues that the tensions between literary and Marxist analysis which Williams found so crippling in this early period in fact provided the motor of his development as a whole. Chapter 2 argues for the formative, rather than marginal, role usually assigned to Williams's early thinking on drama, and examines neglected works such as Drama from Ibsen to Eliot, 1952, the first version of Drama in Performance, 1954, and the book co-written with Michael Oram, Preface to Film, 1954. The third chapter focuses on the largely neglected context of cultural, educational, and political debate from which culture and society and the long revolution emerged, while Chapter 4 concentrates on the significant detail of Williams's oppositional relation to Cambridge English in his books Modern Tragedy, 1966, The English Novel from Dickens to Lawrence, 1970, and The Country and the City, 1973, and the way these studies also carried on his critical dialogue with Marxism. Chapter 6 investigates the ways in which cultural materialism is offered as the theoretical alternative to existing formations of English studies, while Chapter 7 examines the final, interrupted, stage of Williams's argument with official culture through his renewed attention to the ideological and disciplinary forces at work, the related formations of modernism and English studies, both in their historical trajectory and in terms of their contemporary theoretical assessment and practice. The guiding principle of this study is that Williams's engagement with English studies cannot be understood in terms purely internal to the discipline of English. As well as writing against the official culture of liberal and conservative literary studies, he also wrote in opposition to what he read as the orthodoxies of Marxist thinking on literature, culture, and politics. Arguing first against Marxist literary criticism as he knew it from the 1930s, he maintained an ever-skeptical and ever-critical stance towards the later trends of Althusserian Introduction 3 and post-structuralist theory, while at the same time continuing his always defining commitment to socialist politics. While the terms of this larger argument are necessarily present throughout, Chapter 5 focuses on them more narrowly, and traces their development in Williams's thinking from the late 1950s through the development of the concept of cultural materialism in Marxism and literature in 1977. Similarly, no one can read Williams's work without becoming aware just how far its concerns reach beyond the bounds of the academy and extend the usual confines of a professional academic identity. The single most striking characteristic of his work is its commitment to the connection of literary argument and debate with the broader issues of politics and society. This account seeks to foreground some of the ways in which it always interacted with the cultural and political debates of his day. He was never just an academic, but always, to borrow Edward Said's terms, a public and fully secular intellectual. 6. The study closes with an examination of the difficult dynamics of settling Williams's intellectual legacy in the decades since his death. I make no claim to cover every aspect of the extraordinary range of Williams's writing and thinking. Conspicuously absent are any assessment of his own fictional and dramatic writing, which was so deeply and interestingly connected to his academic work, any substantial account of his specifically political ideas and activities, or even a full engagement with his important work on television and mass communication. Chapter 3 focuses on culture and society at the expense of the long revolution. 8. The focus is narrow, but, I hope, productive. While this study is not intended as a final word or judgment on Williams's work as a whole, it is intended as a counter to some of the final words that have been offered, to my mind prematurely. For there seems to be an implicit, and at times explicit, judgment in some recent accounts that we can now only read Williams's work historically, as if its relevance has dissipated. 9. My own feeling is that reading Williams historically, as is attempted here, can be a salutary challenge to any tendency on our own parts to either theoretical or political complacency. This study therefore presents an account and analysis of the interaction in his thinking between the principled opposition to and questioning of both Marxist cultural theory and Cambridge literary criticism across some 40 years of academic writing and debate. Raymond Williams's first critical writings, from, for example, the Essays and Reviews in Politics and Letters, 1947-8, to Preface to Film, 1954, have been powerfully characterized as left-leanism. Perhaps in consequence, they have been too little read. As Williams himself noted in The Long Revolution, sometimes the very availability of a description and the ascription of a name can work to block fully historical analysis. Williams 1961a, 89-90. The aim of the first two chapters of this study is to prise open some of the internal complexities and contradictions that the label left-leanism works to contain, and to provide a more historically nuanced account and assessment of the early criticism than is generally available. In so doing, I shall challenge the dominant view that this early period is best viewed as a merely probationary, an easily superseded, moment in Williams's formation. I argue that, duly considered, the early work presents us with the constitutive dynamic of his intellectual identity. This first chapter examines the uneasy development of his thought from the autumn of 1939, when he began his undergraduate studies in English at Cambridge University, through the first years of his work as staff tutor for the Oxford University Tutorial Committee, to the publication of his first book, Reading and Criticism, in 1950. Terry Eagleton, probably Williams's single most extensive critic, proposed the term left-leavism in his provocative and polemical assessment of Williams's work, first published as an essay New Left Review and then as the opening chapter of his Criticism and Ideology, both 1976. Of course, others had remarked on the importance to Williams of his formation in the discipline of English, but no one had done so with as much vigor as the self-consciously iconoclastic Eagleton. 3. In Criticism and Ideology, left-leavism figures as the first of the three main stages, an incomplete move towards a genuinely Marxist criticism. In an important but little-known interview with the Cambridge journal Redshift in 1977, Williams said that although he would accept much of Eagleton's account, he was disturbed by some aspects of it. Questioned about the contradictions of his own position and intellectual history, he responded wryly, "What I want to ask is who Eagleton is." He went on to argue. The Tide plays 5 vigorously that the basic fault of the kind of formalist Marxism which Eagleton is now in is that it assumes that by an act of intellectual abstraction you can place yourself above the lived contradictions both of the society and of any individual you choose to analyze, and that you are not yourself in question. Against this, he asserted that the belief that one is above that deeply contradictory situation is a fantasy. There is no position except in fantasy where one can merely examine what others are inscribing. Williams 1977b, 12,15. A year later, in a discussion with New Left Review which was in part prompted by Eagleton's essay, Williams had sharpened his response, and now rejected the general label left-leavism because it implied far too unified and far too comfortable a position. Except in fantasy, left-leavism could only be an inherently unstable position. Williams 1979, 195. As we shall see, what was troubling was the way in which Eagleton's confidently theoretical description glossed over instabilities and contradictions which had been felt very deeply and very painfully, and which the writing itself had struggled but failed to resolve. The tight place, where you stick fast, there is no going forwards or backwards. Ibsen's words, "From when we dead awaken," held a particular resonance for Raymond Williams as he completed his undergraduate studies in Cambridge in 1946. For he quoted them in his final-year dissertation on Ibsen, an essay which later formed the basis for the first chapter of Drama from Ibsen to Eliot, and some 30 years later, he recalled how that sense of being unable to move, of being trapped, which he had found in Ibsen, seemed to sum up his own intellectual and political predicament, his own troubled sense of self and vocation. That was exactly my sensation. The theme of my analysis of Ibsen is that although everybody is defeated in his work, the defeat never cancels the validity of the impulse that moved him, yet that the defeat has occurred is also crucial. Williams 1979, 62-3. What were the terms of this defeat? Why did the young Williams suffer from such a sense of failure when, by all ordinary standards, he already appeared to be an achiever, indeed a success? He had, after all, survived the war and come through some of its bloodiest fighting in the Normandy and Ardennes offensives. He had married in 1942, and he and his wife Joy had their first child in 1944. He graduated from Cambridge with a first-class degree in English and was offered a place to do research, but chose instead to become a tutor in the burgeoning adult education movement. Between 1946 and 1953 he completed 3 books, wrote most of a 4th, collaborated as editor of and contributor to 2 new, though short-lived, journals, and at the same time worked through the preliminary drafts and versions of his first novel. On the surface, Raymond Williams in the late 1940s and early 1950s was already a successful academic and intellectual. Why then this troubled sense of blockage and of failure? 6. The tight place. To understand this, we need to grasp something of the depth of Williams's commitment, one which we can read in the terms he appropriated from Ibsen as commitment to a vocation, and as a commitment always under threat of failure. If we see his vocation as, in the first instance, that of a socialist literary critic, then we can read that commitment as riven by a conflict between its two main components. Literary criticism provided him with both something of an intellectual base and the superstructure of a professional identity, but its generally apolitical or even conservative stance was deeply unattractive to him, as were its usually apolitical and ahistorical modes of analysis. In a sense, the discourse of literary criticism was the tight place in which Williams felt so trapped. At this point, as we shall see, he was unable either to go back to the Marxist literary criticism which he decisively abandoned, on professional grounds, in the course of his undergraduate studies, but neither was he able to move forwards beyond the terms of existing literary studies. At the same time, we need to understand that it was just this sense of being stuck which proved to be the necessary ground for Williams's major work. The deep feelings of failure and defeat which dogged him in this early period provided the necessary dynamic for a reworking not only of the possible relationships between Marxism and literary studies, but for a significant revision and recasting of both. This first chapter examines the constitutive tensions of that tight place, of the young Williams caught unhappily between a literary criticism he could not accept politically and a Marxism he could not reproduce professionally. It was the extreme discomfort of this position in this period that proved to be the very motor and motive of his intellectual development. Beginnings. In the autumn of 1939, Raymond Williams arrived at Trinity College, Cambridge to begin his studies for a BA degree in English literature. Was the beginning of a combative relationship with Cambridge English which was to structure and define the main contours of his intellectual identity. Was to shape the nature of his particular contribution to both Marxism and literary studies that together form the focus of this account, that attention to the politics of culture, and to the primacy of culture in politics, which he finally came to name a cultural materialism. Unlike most students at Trinity, and indeed in the university as a whole, Williams did not belong to the privileged elite who had received their secondary education in one of Britain's so-called public schools. For these, 3 years' study at Oxbridge was simply a stepping stone to an already established place in the natural hierarchy of British society. 5 Instead, Williams came up to Cambridge as what was to become a familiar icon of 1950s culture, as a scholarship boy, one of a number of students from working-class families who won a place in one of the prestige universities through the highly competitive entrance examinations. 6. The tight place. 7. Born in the Welsh village of Pandy, and educated first at the local primary school and then at King Henry VIII Grammar School for Boys 4 miles away in Abergavenny, Williams arrived at Cambridge unwilling to be intimidated, and, initially at least, with a sturdy self-confidence and political identity which were the products of a deeply supportive family environment. Trinity had no fellow responsible for teaching English, so in the first year he was tutored by Lionel Elvin and had his weekly discussions on Shakespeare and the literature of the Renaissance at Trinity Hall. As a member of the Communist Party, which he joined in December, he devoted a great deal of his time to the Cambridge Socialist Club, writing for the club bulletin, participating in debates at the Cambridge Union and, at the urging of the Communist Party, acting as editor for the Cambridge University Journal. As a member of the ironically named Aesthetes, Williams also showed a keen interest in film. Far from being the alienated figure suggested by critics such as Jan Gorak, the young Williams found a ready place in the active socialist life of the university. As he was later to put it, I had to dine in hall and the class stamp of Trinity at that time was not difficult to spot. But it did not have to be negotiated as the only context at Cambridge. The Socialist Club was a home from home, Williams 1979, 40.8. Certainly the details of an average week's activities in the club show the fullness of its timetable. We might take the week-long period beginning March 6, 1940 as presenting an average week's activities in the club. Wednesday, 12.30 Hands Off Russia, Lobbying and Poster Parade Friday, Hands Off Russia, Meeting in the Dorothy Saturday, 2.30 Film Club, Pabst's West Front, 8:00 p.m. Social Sunday, 2.00 Film Show, 4.30 T, 8.00 Film Monday, 8:00 p.m. Business Meeting Tuesday, Union Debate, Intervention Against the USSR Wednesday, 8:00 p.m. -1.30 m. Dance. In addition, there were 3 faculty group meetings for students in history, physics, and English. Williams gave a short paper, Culture and the People, on Friday, November 1, 1940, which Cusp reports was followed by keen discussion, providing enough questions to keep the group going for the rest of the year 9. And yet a notable feature of the later Culture and Society was its hostile chapter on the Marxist literary criticism, which was the staple diet of young socialists like the undergraduate Williams. The Home from Home was to be repudiated. Chapter 5 of Part 3, Marxism and Culture, is the only place in Culture and Society where the famously balanced and objective tone of the book breaks down, most obviously in its notorious judgment on Caudwell, whose writing is described with contempt as not even specific enough to be wrong. Williams 1958a, 277. The 1930s had seen the publication of a number of works which became standard reading for socialist students of literature. In 1937 alone, A Liquest's Crisis and Criticism, Ralph Fox's The 8, The Tight Place novel and the People, Christopher Caudwell's Illusion and Reality, and the Day Lewis collection, The Mind in Chains, all appeared. These were all the targets of Williams's sharpest criticism. What it is important to recognize, and what is in any case evident from the angry tone of the account, is that it was just these works which formed the initial basis for his literary analyses as he worked for Part 1 of the English Tripos. The savageness of his later criticism should alert us to the existence of what he was later to acknowledge as a painful, and determinant, break with these available forms of Marxist literary analysis under the pressures of the availability of the techniques and skills of Cambridge English. That this break was to be the very condition for the formation of Williams's own distinctive version of literary and cultural studies is relatively easy to see in hindsight. Did not and could not appear to be anything so promising at the time. Impasse. The first cracks began to appear in the second year of his studies at Cambridge, when he moved from Elvin's sympathetic supervision to a more challenging encounter with E.M.W. Tillyard at Jesus College. I.O. Tillyard, one of the first lecturers to be appointed to teach the new Cambridge degree in the 1920s, and the pioneer of studies in the historical background of English literature that Williams was later to attack with regularity, raised a number of questions which the young Williams was unable to answer. The second year of the English Tripos focused on the history of the novel and romantic poetry. In his tutorials with Tillyard, Williams sought to apply the stock responses of the 1930s Marxist criticism he had been reading. In this proleptic criticism, the literature of the present and of the past is read and evaluated in terms of future needs. In his introduction to The Mind in Chains, 1937, the poet Cecil Day Lewis repeated with approval Edward Upward's contention that the most enduring books are those in which the writer has seen so deeply into contemporary reality that he has exposed the shape of things to come latent there. Day Lewis 1937a, 16. Upward himself argued that for the Marxist a good book is one that is true to life. For the Marxist critic, therefore, a good book is one that is true not merely to temporary existing situations but also to the future conditions which are developing within that situation. Day Lewis 1937, 46. In the same vein, Ralph Fox, in his The Novel and the People, also stresses the need for a new Marxist realism. The new realism it is our task to create must take up the task where bourgeois realism laid it down. It must show man not merely critical, or man at hopeless war with a society he cannot fit into as an individual, but man in action to change his conditions, to master life, man in harmony with the course of history and able to become the lord of his own destiny. Fox 1937, 100. The Tight Place 9. In this view, novels of the past should be judged in terms of how novels should be written in the present, Romantic poetry represented an unfinished project of human liberation. Tilliard's reply to this was apparently blunt and forceful. He told me this was not a tenable procedure, it was a fantasy. Williams 1979, 52. Williams found the encounter very stressful. I was engaged in having to satisfy somebody who was professionally teaching a subject that my ideas were tenable and reasonable, and I could not. I was continually found out in ignorance, found out in confusion. You must remember that a hell of a lot of my self-image was devoted to the notion that I could handle academic work. Now became clear to me that I could not. Williams 1979, 51. What was at stake were the very terms of his developing sense of a self and a vocation, and it is significant that he later remembered his call-up and entry into the army in July of 1941 as something of a relief, as a temporary way out of the tight place he had found himself in. But only temporary. Williams spent the next 4 years in the army, but was given the early release available to university students who had interrupted their studies to take part in the war. He returned to Cambridge in the autumn of 1945 and went on to complete the third year of the tripos with a special paper on George Eliot and a 15,000-word essay on Ibsen. In both of these areas of work, he remained troubled by the arguments raised by Tilliard, arguments he still felt unable to resolve. He felt he had reached an impasse, one in which a major part of his own sense of self-identity and self-esteem was at stake, his professional identity as a literary scholar. In this crisis, we can recognize what was to become a central and defining characteristic of his work, its unusual biographical impetus, its powerful sense of an integrity and focus located in the personal voicing of the academic. The feeling of impasse is crucial to an understanding of the forces which drove Williams in his attempt to forge a new way of doing literary studies. By his return to Cambridge in 1945, he had rejected the available forms of Marxist literary criticism. At the university, the energies of the Socialist Club had waned, though Williams found society and stimulus with two new friends, Henry Collins and Wolf Mankowitz, both enthusiastic Leibnizites. Together, the three were keen to promote left-wing literary and cultural criticism which, while it accepted the Leibnizite criticism of Marxist literary analysis, refused their rejection of politics. Politics and Letters. In an early review, Williams repeats the standard Leibnizite line, and writes of the failure of Marxist literary criticism to emerge from theory into respectable practice, 1947b, 52. The practice in question was literary criticism, and the 10. The tight place first attempt to force such an emergence came with the founding of the journal Politics and Letters in 1947. Williams put the journal together with the help of his two Cambridge friends, Wolf Mankowitz and Henry Collins. Its contributors, over its short lifespan, included Jean-Paul Sartre, George Orwell, Christopher Hill, and Fr. Levy. A complementary journal, one more purely concerned with the literary, The Critic, also began at the same time, but was amalgamated with Politics and Letters after the second issue. Politics and Letters itself ran for 4 issues before it collapsed in 1948. As Williams was later to put it, the journal signaled an attempt to unite a radical left politics with Leibnizite literary criticism. We were to be to the left of the Labour Party, but at a distance from the CPO. Our affiliation to scrutiny was guarded, but it was nonetheless quite a strong one. Williams 1979, 65. This is the position now generally known as left Leibnicism, though the term is rejected by Williams for implying too unitary and too static a position. Politics and Letters defined itself in opposition to 3 currents of thought. First of all, it was directed against the failed Marxist literary theory of the 1930s. Second, it rejected the political stance of Levi's scrutiny, by now the key journal in literary studies, and third, it was set against what was seen as the self-conscious metropolitanism and self-indulgent aestheticism of Cyril Connolly's Horizon, 1940-9. It was here that, in April 1947, Connolly saw fit to declare that the honeymoon between literature and action is over, the left-wing literary movement has petered out. 12 In positive terms, politics and letters was intended as the spearhead of political activism in the adult education movement and sought to ensure that the Labour government did not ignore the importance of cultural politics in the struggle for working-class emancipation and the achievement of a participatory democracy. 13 The very title of its first editorial, For Continuity in Change, embodied the difficult reliance on and yet combative relation to Levisism in its repetition and adjustment to the title of Levi's most polemical collection of essays, For Continuity, first published by the Minority Press in Cambridge in 1933. The editorial chose the literary scandal of 1946 known as the Zizkenko debate as the grounds of the journal's first public intervention. The central argument was that the usual dichotomy between politics and letters, exemplified in Levi's writing of the period, and in the pro- and anti-Marxist stances of Modern Quarterly and Horizon, respectively, needs to be challenged. A proper understanding of the issues involved in the Soviet literary debate shows why this challenge is necessary. For Williams and his co-editors, both Marxists and anti-Marxists miss what Levy had grasped, the real nature of literature. The Horizon moralists miss the detailed experience of living which literature embodies, and are therefore unable to prevent their values from being too abstract, or worse, too self-indulgent. The ideologues of the Modern Quarterly are blind to the very existence of a professional literary criticism whose tools and methods should be brought to bear in any cultural debate. Against these positions, the editors suggest the following. The tight place 11. What is valid, and in our opinion supremely important, is that the structure of society, its institutions and directions, should be constantly assessed by standards resting on certain immediate qualities of living, qualities which social history scarcely records, but which, for continuity, our cultural tradition embodies. Williams et al. 1947a, 3-4. Embodies is the key term. Articulates the journal's debt to the Cambridge English of the Scrutiny School, where literature is not merely a record of past experience, it is the still living embodiment of that experience. According to the metaphysics of this school, the literary critic enjoys a highly privileged relation to history. Somehow, through the experience of reading literary texts, the critic can re-experience the structure and specificity of any historical moment. Hence the idea, first put forward by L.A. Richards, and later taken up by Fr. Levy, that the standard of living of a society could best be judged, indeed, could only be judged, by the literary critic. The editors of Politics and Letters allowed this same centrality to the critic, but went on to point out that the critic needs to be concerned with more than the understanding of literature alone. There were then two primary tasks for the journal, the creation of an intelligent reading public, and the creation of a group which could and would intervene politically. The problem was, of course, that there was no necessary connection between the two groups, any more than there was a necessary connection between the two journals originally imagined as complementary. Despite the desire to go beyond Scrutiny's apolitical stance, Politics and Letters remained, in the end, trapped by its inadequate conceptualization of politics. As the second editorial, Culture and Crisis, put it, in the rather desperate terms which signaled the journal's imminent collapse. The critic stands subject to two autonomies, that of planning for material survival and prosperity, it is an estimate we must make objectively and with the methods of science, and that of allowing for and fostering responsibility in society, an effort in which we are supported by that evidence there is of human maturity, by tradition evidenced by literature and social history, by experience. We have at present to make separate estimates of these problems, remembering that as literary critics we have training to aid us in the latter, while in politics we are undoubtedly naive. Williams et al. 1947b, 7. Subject to two autonomies, trained in one and yet naive in the other, it is hardly surprising that Politics and Letters could only reproduce in the end the tight place of Williams's frustrations. Williams contributed some 13 essays and reviews to the two journals, and these reflect his interests and preoccupations of the time. His single most important essay was Soviet Literary Controversy in Retrospect, published in 12, The Tide Place, the first issue of Politics and Letters, summer 1947. Many of the principles outlined in the For Continuity in Change editorial are here put into practice. The editorial itself states that it brings our outlined preoccupation to bear on current disagreement in this country, as well as in the Soviet Union. Williams et al. 1947a, 4. The essay is worth some detailed attention as it marks his definitive and public break with Communist Party orthodoxy, as well as representing the first of his attempts to move beyond that orthodoxy through the practice of literary analysis. Soviet literary controversy 1946 had seen an intensification of repression in the Soviet Union as Stalin responded to the pressures of a disastrous harvest and the beginnings of Cold War attitudes in Britain and the USA. 16. As a part of a renewed drive to discipline and cow the intelligentsia, Andrei Zdanov, a key figure in the elaboration of socialist realism in the 1930s and now secretary of the Central Committee of the Communist Party, launched an attack on two avant-garde Leningrad journals, Zvezda and Leningrad. He was particularly scathing about the work of the modernist poet Anna Akhmatova, and a short story, Adventures of an Ape, by the satirical writer Mikhail Ziskenko. 17 At a meeting of the Leningrad Party Committee, Zdanov declared, "Why should we provide a literary platform for all these decadent literary tendencies so completely alien to us?" His criticisms were picked up by Cyril Connolly in the October issue of Horizon and read as a warning of what socialism could mean in Britain. 18 The Soviet position was defended in turn by John Lewis in the editorial to the winter 1946 issue of the Communist Party Journal, The Modern Quarterly, as an exemplary instance of democratic self-criticism. What we witness is not the spectacle of cowed and intimidated writers reluctantly towing the party line, but writers, readers, and critics everywhere in the Union overhauling their work. Nothing can be done in the Soviet Union that is dictated from above. Lewis 1946-7a. Williams saw the debate itself as symptomatic of the emerging Cold War. How else to explain the attention paid to it in a press usually hostile to literary discussion? Nonetheless, it was useful in revealing the prevailing muddle about the relation of politics and letters. Williams 1947 21, and particularly so in regard to two topical questions, the place of literature in the modern, centralist state, and the obligation of such a state towards literature. 19 For Connolly, the stakes were the principle and practice of state interference in cultural affairs, while for John Lewis, Zdanov's intervention was a prime example not of interference, but of healthy self-criticism, one which might be expected to arise in a country where human values are assured by a rational social organization. Williams 1947 22. According to Williams, Lewis's editorial is typical of the popular Marxist writing on culture in that it simply fails to understand anything about the nature of literature itself. 1947 22-3. Drawing on Levia's literary The Tide Place 13 empiricism to argue his case, he insists that the practice of literary criticism, and civ creative literature, is bound to be different from the administrative self-criticism to which he has attempted to relate it. 1947 23. Is bound to be so because above all literature is concerned with realized immediate experience and not the dry abstractions which form social theory. The function of literature in keeping society healthy, he concludes, in full Levisit tones, is that it injects realized immediate experience, personal and traditional, into the abstractions which inevitably form the body of social thinking. 1947 23. All in all, Lewis can do nothing to prove his central assertion that the Soviet literary controversy is a good example of how self-criticism works in a socialist society. On the contrary, criticism from below is the essence of the democratic safeguard in Soviet society. The way this business has gone does nothing, in itself, to disprove allegations that Soviet government is based on decision from the top, followed by organized and manipulated public approval. 1947 23. Small wonder that Williams had allowed his membership of the Communist Party to lapse in 1941. He later did not recall or choose to recall and was not asked the precise circumstances of this. Certainly his assertion of the necessity for criticism from below ran directly counter to the prevailing Communist Party practice of democratic centralism, in which, according to Raphael Samuel in a fine historical and autobiographical account, the party allowed no conceptual space for dissent. 20 Far as Horizon is concerned, Williams cannot agree with Connolly's complacent suggestion that judgment of art should always be left to the reading public. How could Connolly not be aware that such a cohesive reading public no longer existed? After all, this had been the burden of Q.D. Levy's fiction and the reading public, as well as Levy and Thompson's culture and environment, the very center of scrutiny's whole intervention. It is no use saying, he argued, that state interference with art, or the suppression of non-conforming writers which may be involved in state patronage, is worse than the effects of commercialism or of advertising manipulation. Both are bad, neither is admissible. To ignore the destructive elements in our own society, and to concentrate on them in another, a society moreover which can hardly be criticized without large political repercussions, surely that is not a defense of culture but rather political opportunism in the real sense of that abused term. Williams 1947 c. 25. The attack on Connolly continued in the following issue of Politics and Letters, where he was challenged to write about the American Congress Committee on Un-American Activities with as much passion as he had about Russia. Williams 1947 d. 105-6. For Williams, as he was later to record, Connolly represented a self-indulgent decadence which he attacked with ferocity. Williams 1979, 72. 14. The tight place. Williams then turns to examine Zdanov's criticisms. The disturbing thing, he writes, is the exclusiveness, the narrowness, of the role which literature is called upon to play. 1947 c. 27. Against this, it is urged that we must, then, retain the right to judge a civilization by its culture. For culture is the embodiment of the quality of living of a society, it is the standard of living with which the critic is concerned. Assessment of it is the social function of the critic and the creative writer. Our precept is clear: we must, negatively, by the application of the strictest critical standards, ensure that inwardness is neither abused, becoming profitable introspection, nor set up for sale in the commercial market, and positively, we must attempt, however often we fail, to ensure that in our own inevitable development towards a planned, rational, society, the distinctive values of living embodied in our literary tradition are preserved, recreated, expanded, so that ultimately with material may grow human richness. 1947 c. 30-1. The standard of living argument had become a commonplace of literary studies, adequate testimony to the strength of I.A. Richards's founding rhetoric of the 1920s. Williams sees little chance of the raising of the standard in the Soviet Union, where he fears that Soviet man will become a comparably caricatural figure to the West's average man, or the successful man of the advertising world. Both East and West show signs of failing to understand the nature and importance of culture and the literary tradition insisted on by the Cambridge School. In the end, the Politics and Letters project proved, to borrow Williams's own later terms, to be emergent rather than, as Jan Gorak suggests, residual. For Gorak, Williams and his fellow editors ventured into the post-war world with the prejudices of pre-war intellectuals. A new cultural politics could hardly be constructed from materials such as these. Gorak 1988, 47. But Politics and Letters is better understood as challenging rather than confirming the pre-war attitudes to be found in Scrutiny, Horizon, and the Modern Quarterly. Though the two journals only survived for 2 years, and though they owed something to the Levisite orthodoxy, they did nonetheless signal an important challenge to it. 2L. Reading and Criticism Revalued. When Reading and Criticism, Williams's first published book, is mentioned, it is usually in dismissive terms. Reading and Criticism is treated as the expression of his most complete accommodation to orthodox literary studies, and, as such, something better left alone. Terry Eagleton writes of the techniques of textual analysis which Williams inherits from scrutiny and reproduces without question in Reading and Criticism, Eagleton 1976b, 38. Jan Gorak sees the book as an act of significant intellectual dishonesty on Williams's part, accusing him of the tight place 15 employing in it a style of literary criticism he had intellectually repudiated, Gorak 1988, 47. Fred Inglis asserts that it came directly out of his teaching, and that teaching was in the direct line of Levia's famous journal Scrutiny, Inglis 1995, 126. All agree on the identification of reading and criticism with the practical criticism of the Scrutiny school. Even Williams's most respectful interrogators, the New Left Review team, seem to support this identification when they conclude that reading and criticism not only reproduces the classic Levisit argument, but reproduces it at its most circular, Williams 1979, 238. Nonetheless, they feel obliged to allow an opportunity for self-defense, and ask whether he was aware of any substantive divergences. Any unexpressed differences, 1979, 237, between the positions advocated in Reading and Criticism and the work of the Scrutiny tradition. We need to examine both Williams's reply in the late 1970s, that he took a distance from scrutiny through his criticism of the method of evaluating an author by extract only, and the evidence offered by a closer examination of Reading and Criticism itself. Reading and Criticism deserves more careful attention than it has hitherto been given. It needs to be read as a formative work in his intellectual and theoretical development, rather than left largely unread and avoided as an embarrassment to the usual image of him. Once this is done, we see that it helps to throw some light on the development of one of his most central and most problematic ideas, that of the structure of teaching. Reading and Criticism was written in 1948 and can certainly be taken as a partial record of Williams's teaching as a tutor in adult education. It was published in 1950 in the Man in Society series, edited by three leading figures in the adult education movement, Thomas Hodgkin, S.G. Raymond, the director of the Leeds branch and vice president of the association, and Lady Simon of Wythenshawe. The books in the series were intended for the use of students in adult classes such as those promoted by the WE, just the classes which he taught for fully the first third of his academic career. The main aim of the series was introductory. They were how-to books, designed to help students acquire the dominant skills and practices appropriate to particular subjects and disciplines. In this sense, it is hardly surprising that Reading and Criticism can offer plenty of evidence for Williams's accommodation to existing literary studies, since the basic purpose of the book was to be an introduction to them. However, we should also be aware of an important recommendation of the series editors, one crucial to the ethos of WE policy. This is that even introductory texts should not exclude topics which are matters of current controversy. Simple reproduction or critical distancing. We certainly need to examine Reading and Criticism with both options in mind, as the expression of his debt to the dominant scrutiny positions, but also with an awareness of the ambivalence inherent in any indebtedness. How did Williams, at the age of 28, see his own relation to the literary studies of the late 1940s? And how do we assess that self-image? Perhaps the strongest element in this is the assertion, however qualified, of independence. 16. The tight place. In the preface to the book, he makes three basic moves. First, he acknowledges his debts to a whole catalogue of critical influences. Eliot, Middleton Murray, L.A. Richards, Empson, and L.C. Knights are all given honorable mention. Fr. Levy is singled out as being largely responsible for the intelligent development of critical analysis as an educational discipline. To his work, and to that of scrutiny, I am indebted, Williams admits. But in the next breath, in what was to become a characteristically distancing gesture, he asserts that he has never consciously or formally belonged to any school of criticism. This assertion is then itself qualified by the admission of a common point of departure, As an independent student, I have found the work of these critics valuable because it insisted on the text as the starting point of criticism. Williams 1950, 9x. This movement, from indebtedness, to independence, to the acceptance of the text as the starting point of criticism, suggests that at this point in his career, Williams was perhaps more able to articulate a desire for intellectual autonomy rather than to achieve it. Nonetheless, this desire is itself crucial for any understanding of his development. Is the source of all his later achievements. We need then to be aware of the strong desire to make reading and criticism somehow independent of the tradition was its primary task to teach. From a first reading, it is clear that the 9 chapters of reading and criticism largely reproduce and embody the conventional terms and assumptions of literary criticism. L.A. Richards's Principles of Literary Criticism, 1924, and Science and Poetry, 1926, Levia's seminal pamphlet Mass Civilization and Minority Culture, 1930, and Q.D. Levia's Authoritative Fiction and the Reading Public, 1932, all leave their traces, and are acknowledged in the bibliographies, as are such secondary school textbooks as Levy and Thompson's Culture and Environment, 1933, and Thompson's own Reading and Discrimination, 1934. In a repetition of the founding gesture of Cambridge English, the introduction defines criticism as a practice of reading and not just the accumulation of the rote facts of a literary history. In Chapter 1, criticism is defined as a mature reading to set against the reading habits spawned by the mass culture of advertising, journalism, and popular fiction, that mechanization of reading which stems from the influence of newspapers and deliberately written down publications. Williams 1950, 9. Chapter 2, The Way We Read Now, examines, in a way familiar from Levy and Thompson's Culture and Environment, an advertisement for tea, a newspaper report and some examples of popular fiction in order to argue that the last thing which writing of this kind encourages is a conscious and disciplined attention to the words which comprise the statement. 1950, 14. Chapter 3 locates the position of the critic as the mediator between the artist and the serious reading public, a position all the more necessary in the fallen world of mass culture where the facts of our reading being what they are, he has to be increasingly concerned with the extension of literacy in the fullest sense. 1950, 21. Chapters 4-6 show analysis at work in a number of comparative passages of verse and prose, while Chapter 7 seeks to show what an analysis of a whole work might look like. Conrad's Heart of Darkness, point 23. The two final. The tight place 17 chapters offer brief discussions of drama, where Williams anticipates the central theme of drama from Ibsen to Eliot, the tendency to believe that the naturalist method is the permanent and universal dramatic method. 1950, 91, while Literature and Society argues for a distinction between the reductive view of literature as evidence and the fact of the text, suggesting that it should be read as a highly aware and articulate record of individual experience. 1950, 101. All in all, Williams's mature reading is concerned with the three mots d'ordre of scrutiny criticism, with evaluation, with comparison, and with standards. Yet though reading and criticism repeat so many of the orthodox pieties of scrutiny criticism, and reads at times like nothing so much as an updated version of Culture and Environment, 1933, or Reading and Discrimination, the repetitions are not complete and there are numerous points at which Williams seeks to give substance to his claims for intellectual autonomy. Point 24. In the most general terms, we can cite his concern, expressed in self-consciously socialist terms which recall the polemics of Politics and Letters, to stress the social nature of critical judgment against the horizon and scrutiny emphasis on criticism as essentially a matter of personal taste or individual judgment. Criticism is essentially a social activity. It begins in individual response and judgment. But its standards of value, if it is to acquire meaning, must be ultimately matters of agreement between many people, values which are instinct in the culture of a society. The doctrine of the self-sufficiency of personal taste is hostile to criticism for the same reason that the doctrine of individual self-sufficiency is hostile to society. Williams 1950, 29. There is also a major difference of attitude towards the very idea of a reading public. The Leavisit version worked to establish a hierarchy of high and low culture, between minority literature and mass culture, one in which the task of the critic was to fight for higher standards. In Levi's seminal pamphlet, the argument runs as follows. In any period it is upon a very small minority that the discerning appreciation of art and literature depends, it is only a few who are capable of unprompted, first-hand judgment. They are still a small minority, though a larger one, who are capable of endorsing such first-hand judgment by genuine personal response. The minority capable not only of appreciating Dante, Shakespeare, Donne, Baudelaire, Hardy, to take major instances, but of recognizing their latest successors constitute the consciousness of the race, or of a branch of it, at a given time. Levy 1933, 13-15. Williams takes issue with this representation of those who appear to be innately capable of unprompted, first-hand judgment in his own emphasis on literary criticism as a training in mature reading. Against the implicit emphasis. 18. The tight place, and mystification, surrounding the abilities of the literary critic in the scrutiny mode, with its emphasis on the creative and reparative powers of the critic himself, he offers a down-to-earth reminder of the fact that skills in literary criticism may be acquired, indeed, have to be acquired, just like any others, through hard work and practice. To be able to read serious literature requires training. A born reader is just as much a fantasy as a born writer, there are no such persons. Williams 1950, 8. It is hardly then surprising that he differs from the scrutiny assessment regarding the possible size of the minority culture of critically trained readers. He doubts whether the present intelligent reading public is anything like as large as it might be, and urges. There is no need to surrender to popular sentimentalities in this matter, but the aristocratic converse is no more acceptable. There exist what would seem to be remediable reasons for the smallness of the serious reading public. One should remember that an increase in the serious reading public by the number of students who annually attend formal courses, some 100,000, would revolutionize the material situation of literature. 1950, 4,6. Against the gifted few of Levi's account, there are the capable many of Williams's adult education experience. In response to the New Left Review's prompting, Williams himself drew attention to another point of difference with Levy, one which may not appear obvious now, but was important then. Williams 1979, 237. This was his challenge to the standard scrutiny practice of assessing the quality of a novel or a novelist through the careful analysis of an extract from the work. This overt attack was mounted in Chapter 4 of the book, What is Analysis? He begins by quoting Levi's definition of analysis, from Education and the University, as the process by which we seek to attain a complete reading of the poem. Williams 1950, 31. For Williams, there is a problem whenever this kind of analysis is applied to a longer work, and particularly to the novel. What is at stake is the status of the extract through which such analysis then necessarily works, and the principles of selectivity which govern the choice of such passages. He easily demonstrates, through an examination of two sets of paired extracts from George Eliot and D.H. Lawrence, that either can be made to appear the better writer depending on the selection of the passages. When we make a judgment by analysis, we commit ourselves to a judgment on that piece of writing alone, he insists. We do not say that the analysis of a short extract is sufficient analysis of the work of an author. Williams 1950, 43. At the same time, the aim of the critic must always be to arrive at a total judgment of a work and of an author. 1950, 45. A writer's work is integral. 1950, 74, he urges, and for this reason, the question of selection is crucial. Williams foregrounds the practice of selection itself, and argues for it as a fundamental feature of interpretation or response. The tight place 19. The structure or pattern of a work is more than the text, it is the text and the response. It goes without saying that such response must be everywhere actual, and its elements justifiable from the text, which is the only fact of the work. 1950, 73. Though the elementary rules of textual evidence must always be adhered to, Williams recognizes something like the agency of the critic and of criticism itself in the fact of the work performed on the text. The structure or pattern is at once a property of the text, and of the critic's response. A critic assessing a writer's work as a whole will find that his primary task is the perception of this fundamental pattern, and then the finding of adequate passages which convey this pattern. 1950, 74. In the next chapter, we shall see how the structure or pattern, which the critic finds in the text, is the forerunner of the idea of the structure of feeling which, argues Williams, the author articulates from the culture and experience of his or her time. In the To Reading and Criticism, Williams seeks to sum up his understanding of the importance of literature not just for the literary critic, but also for the social critic. Is a statement which is torn and tortured by the tensions in his attempt to find a position which can supersede, that is, both retain and go beyond, the insights available from either a dogmatic Marxism or an orthodox Levicism. What is it that literature represents which has reference to our social needs? It is valuable primarily as a record of detailed individual experience which has been coherently stated and valued. This may be the commentary of a fully intelligent mind, informed, detached, emotionally aware, on the society and culture of its day. Or it may be the articulate statement of a perception of certain individual relationships which set the pattern of a culture. Or it may be the coherent evaluation of close personal relationships, or the exposition of intense and considered personal experience. Literature is communication in written language. To the language of a people, which is perhaps the fundamental texture of its life, literature is supremely important as the agent of discovery and analysis. 1950, 107. While Williams accepts the conventional focus on literature as valuable as a record of detailed individual experience, he is keen to twist that expression of individual experience to a social end. This record need not then be concerned only with close personal relationships or intense and considered personal experience. May instead be a commentary on contemporary society and culture, the framing, in Ruth Benedict's phrase, of the pattern of a culture, Benedict 1934. In other words, reading and criticism, just at the moment when it looks back to politics and letters, also looks forward to and anticipates, and not by verbal echo alone, something of the project of culture and society. 20. The tight place. What we can see at work in the formulations of reading and criticism are Williams's attempts to think for himself, beyond the available formulae of literary criticism. For this reason alone, reading and criticism needs to be read with more attention than it is usually given, and not passed over as quickly as possible, as something best forgotten in the Williams canon. With his emphasis on criticism as mature reading, and his concern with the extension of literacy in the fullest sense, he is struggling to articulate what will become the focus of his later work. For what comes into play in the critic's assessment of the structure of pattern in a writer's work is no less than the whole of a person's experience. Already, mature reading is not only a literary critical method, it is an ethical and implicitly political practice, a dialectical positioning of both self and text. Mature reading is the name he gives at this early moment to the practice of a critical literacy which defines much of the distinctiveness of his work as a whole, that unusual combination of the academic and the autobiographical which is the trademark of later works such as modern tragedy and The Country and the City. However, at this stage the formulations are often hesitant, often awkward. Still in the tight place of contradiction, Williams's resort to the impersonal pronoun is most unlike him at the moment he is most like himself. One wishes to read adequately, and to set one's reading in order with relation to one's personal experience and to the experience of the culture to which one belongs. The basic standards one seeks are those traditional valuations which have been recreated in one's own direct experience. 1950, 26. To describe and then to see these early works as merely probationary is to blind oneself to their tortuous internal dynamic, and to their significance for any assessment of Williams's developing project. For in these early writings we can see something of the contradictory dynamic of his thought. This is a deeply formative period for Williams, one in which we can see the first attempts to bring literary studies and socialist cultural criticism together by partially rejecting both. For Williams, left-leavism was not simply an assured position he held for a while and then quite naturally grew out of, it was the tight place in which he felt trapped and unable to move. These attempts to get out of that trap can help us to better understand the nature, limits, and success of his entire oeuvre. To Drama and the Structure of Feeling 1947–54. Williams's reputation as a public intellectual was formed in the late 1950s as the author of Culture and Society, 1958, and consolidated by the publication of The Long Revolution in 1961. This fact has tended to obscure the earlier and formative years of his academic and intellectual development. It is the early writings on drama which have suffered most from this neglect, and many commentators have found it difficult to get his work on drama as a whole into proper focus. This chapter examines the writing on drama published between 1947 and 1954, but leaves aside the later, and better known, recastings of it in order to emphasize and understand the contribution this early work made to the formation of his distinctive theoretical vocabulary. I argue that this writing on drama was the crucible in which he forged some of his central theoretical ideas, including that most contested and most characteristic item in his conceptual repertoire, the idea of the structure of feeling. Properly understood, this notion represents Williams's first direct conceptual challenge to Marxist literary orthodoxy. A significant portion of Williams's work was devoted to the history and analysis of dramatic forms. Cambridge University acknowledged and celebrated his scholarly stature by appointing him Professor of Drama in 1974. No less than 3 of his first 4 books were concerned with drama and naturalism, and he retained a consistent interest in the history and dynamics of dramatic production, whether on stage, in film, or on television. In 1964 and 1968, the early studies Drama from Ibsen to Eliot and Drama in Performance were revised, extended, and republished, and these were joined by a new work, Modern Tragedy, in 1966. He wrote a regular column on television for The Listener between 1968 and 1972, and in 1974 published his influential study, Television, Technology and Cultural Form. Chapter 6 of Culture, 1981, deploys a breathtaking chronological sweep of the history of drama in order to substantiate his claims for what comparative formal analysis of a cultural form can yield. All the essay collections, Problems in Materialism and Culture, 1980a, Writing in Society, 1984a, and posthumous collections such as What I Came to Say, 1989c, and The Politics of Modernism, 1989a, contain essays on and drama, and show his continued interest in the history of dramatic forms. Drama was certainly one of Williams's persistent preoccupations, and 22. Yet, many commentators insist on viewing this considerable body of work as somehow peripheral to his main interests. In this, many students of his thought appear to follow the lead given by Terry Eagleton in his powerful assessment, Eagleton I 976b. Here Eagleton noted that a volume of dramatic criticism has regularly punctuated his production of social texts, but wrote that although he found the place of dramatic criticism within his work, an interesting, even intriguing one, in the end could only suggest that the relations between the two bodies of work are not easy to decipher. Eagleton I 976b, 37. J.P. Ward, in the first monograph on Williams, describes drama as the one area of his writing that is insulated, as though an interest that is sealed off and self-contained. Ward 1981, 28. Similarly, for Jan Gorak, his dramatic interests remain difficult to place in the light of his work as a whole. Gorak 1988, 15. Even the scrupulously attentive New Left Review team could only suggest, in the course of their exhaustive interrogations, that his work on drama represents a central paradox for any of his readers. Williams 1979, 201. In the general view, the writings on drama are eccentric to the main body of his work, and his interest in it is peripheral. This chapter takes a contrary view, and argues that Williams's work on drama, and particularly the early writings, are central to the foundation and formation of his whole intellectual project. In this general neglect, the early writings on drama have been even less attended to. Few have sought to establish any significant distinctions between the early body of writing and what came to replace it, or any significant connections between it and the rest of Williams's work. 3. In part, this may be due to its relative inaccessibility, and the fact that 2 of the 3 early books have been superseded by later versions. Commentators focus on the revised editions. Drama from Ibsen to Eliot, written between September 1947 and completed by April 1948, was published in November 1952. Drama in Performance and Preface to Film, with Cambridge friend Michael Oram, were both written in 1953 and published in 1954. In 1968, Drama in Performance was republished in an enlarged edition, and Drama from Ibsen to Eliot was similarly revised and enlarged to become Drama from Ibsen to Brecht. Only Preface to Film has been out of print since its first publication. As in some academic version of the mystic writing pad, this early work is hidden beneath layers of subsequent rewriting and revision. Drama from Ibsen to Eliot disappears beneath Drama from Ibsen to Brecht. The first version of Drama in Performance is lost beneath the second. This chapter recovers some of what has been lost or hidden in revision and rewriting in order to better understand the difficult dynamic of Williams's developing thought. One consequence of this is to further challenge the orthodox view of his left-leavism, as it becomes clear that the single most powerful influence on his thinking about drama was T.S. Eliot. That this was an influence he was later to do his best to forget perhaps only makes the point more strongly. The most positive references to Eliot are silently removed from the later versions of Drama from Ibsen to Eliot and Drama in Performance. 4. 23. Against Naturalism. The early writings on drama express the sense of commitment common to socialist intellectuals of the 1940s and 1950s. They seek, in the first instance, to intervene in the contemporary cultural situation, and to subordinate academic analysis to cultural effectivity. The young Williams intended his writings on drama to have a practical effect on the dramaturgy of his time. In the process of revision, some of the urgency of this address has been lost, and these studies have come to be treated as textbooks and reference points in the history of naturalism. 5. He was not alone perceiving something of a crisis in the contemporary theatre. British drama in the late 1940s and early 1950s was widely seen to be in the doldrums. That deadly calm was not to be broken until the acclaimed first performance Owen Osborne's Look Back in Anger in May 1956. Observer critic Kenneth Tynan, writing in 1954, gives something of the flavor of the pre-Osborne theatrical scene in his essay West End Apathy. The bare fact is that, apart from revivals and imports, there is nothing in the London theatre that one dares discuss with an intelligent man for more than 5 minutes. Since the great Ibsen challenge of the 90s, the English intellectuals have been drifting away from drama. Tynan 1964, 31. 4 years later, Tynan offered a succinct and perceptive analysis of the power and appeal of John Osborne's work. In his 1958 essay The Angry Young Movement, he describes Look Back in Anger as a major breakthrough in British drama, intends very appropriate to understanding some of the thrust of Williams's own project. The new intelligentsia created by free education and state scholarships was making its first sizable dents in the facade of public school culture. For the first time the theatre was speaking to us in our own language, on our own terms. For too long British culture had languished a freezing unit of understatement and good taste. In these chill latitudes Jimmy Porter flamed like a blowtorch. The ivory tower has collapsed for good. The lofty, lapidary, Mandarin style of writing has been replaced by a prose that has its feet on the ground. And the word civilized, which had come to mean detached, polite, above the tumult, is being restored to its old etymological meaning, To be civilized nowadays is to care about society and to feel oneself a responsible part of it. 6. Tynan 1964, 56,57,62. For Williams, as for Tynan and others, the pre-war dramas had no purchase on the new world of the 1950s. For a time, the appearance of verse dramas such as Eliot's The Cocktail Party seemed to promise a new vitality, but this was not to last. In his writings on drama, Williams sought to help revitalize the dramatic scene. The first blows were struck in a number of essays and reviews written for the Critic and Politics and Letters. Actors. Williams's first essays on drama were published in 1947, in the two journals he helped to edit, the Critic and Politics and Letters. 8. The most substantial of these was the essay A Dialogue on Actors, which appeared in the first issue of the Critic. Here the debt to Eliot is evident throughout. The essay is consciously modeled on Eliot's own A Dialogue on Dramatic Poetry, 1928, and adopts virtually all of Eliot's main ideas on drama. 9. Eliot was keen to stress three main points: first, the importance of convention in drama; second, the new possibilities and energies offered by the new poetic drama; and third, the insistence that good drama had to be good literature as well. All of these come through in his influential essay, For Elizabethan Dramatists. Eliot argues that Lamb's selections of the Elizabethan dramatists set the terms for contemporary attitudes towards drama, in which the reader is committed to the opinion that a play can be good literature but a bad play, and that it may be a good play and bad literature. Eliot 1924, 110, while William Archer's The Old Drama and the New fails largely because of Archer's inability to see that the faults of Elizabethan drama may be due to simply the existence of different and non-naturalistic conventions, or more accurately, the unsettledness of Elizabethan conventions. He chooses the figure of a great dancer of the Russian school as a model for what the actor should be like. A true acting play is surely a play which does not depend upon the actor for anything but acting, in the sense in which a ballet depends upon the dancer for dancing. Eliot 1924, 114. In William's dialogue, all of these points are picked up. There are 4 speakers in the dialogue, L, M, and but these enjoy little characterization and tend to speak only variants of Williams's own ideas. The main problem of the modern theatre is identified by N as a problem of acting and actors. It is the most fashionable current heresy to regard drama and acting as one and the same thing. Because people identify drama with acting, because they judge the plays and performances by acting standards, real dramatic values are neglected. Williams 1947a, 17. He asserts while the current vogue for actor-directors is responsible for the lie that a play can be a good play without at the same time being good literature, 1947a, 21. Crucial to the whole discussion is the problem of naturalism. N argues that, you cannot condemn contemporary actors without an inclusive condemnation of naturalism, 1947a, 22, and insists that, a competent analysis of naturalism, with the record of its growth, would be the most important piece of scholarship our dramatic literature could receive, 1947a, 22. M sums up the case as a whole. 25. Our specific point here is that naturalism involves, inevitably, the actor's attitude we have condemned. Constructively, we can only say this, that revival in quality of drama, quantity can wait, depends on the use of dramatic conventions, within which dramatists and actors can collaborate, which will enable the dramatist, and the actors who complete his work on the stage, to penetrate below the superficial verisimilitude which has been the curse of naturalism, and to produce work which is likely to remain powerful and valid regardless of superficial social changes, work which is central in the whole human situation and which does not depend on chance audience identification. 1947a, 23-4. This was the basis of the case which was to be argued at greater length and with greater detail in his study Drama from Ibsen to Eliot. From Eliot to Ibsen. Drama from Ibsen to Eliot is the first of 3 works which will seek to provide that analysis of naturalism, with the record of its growth that Williams had deemed necessary in his 1947 essay. Extends Eliot's insights into a fully historical and academic account, one which can be used to support the contemporary argument for the reform of the drama. The introduction to drama from Ibsen to Eliot states that the aim of the book is to give not so much a history of the drama of these 100 years 1850 to 1950 as a critical account and revaluation of it, Williams 1952, 11. As the term revaluation suggests, the project is conceived in terms of the application of practical criticism to the drama. My criticism is, writes Williams, or is intended to be, literary criticism. It is literary criticism, also, which in its major part is of the kind based on demonstrated judgments from texts, rather than on historical surveyor generalized impressions, 1952, 12. The study is a working experiment in the application of practical criticism methods to modern dramatic literature, and follows the lead given by Eliot on Elizabethan drama and L.C. Knights and G. Wilson Knight on Shakespeare. Is practical criticism in a very direct sense, not as a part of that process of tidying up which we sometimes call literary history, but as an expression of values in the drama, from which we may assess our position, and decide upon future directions, 1952, 38. The first stage in this project is to place drama firmly as a worthy object of critical scrutiny, to establish the literary status of drama. Following Eliot, Williams argues that this status is one that has been obscured by the popular habit of distinguishing drama sharply off from literature, while the terms drama and acting are often virtually exchangeable. Is assumed, he writes, in the scornful accents of an Eliot, very widely, that the value of a play has not necessarily anything to do with its literary value. It is held, and firmly asserted, that a play can quite commonly be good, without at the same time. 26. Being good literature, 1952, 13. For Williams, the average playgoer assumes that the attitudes and practices of the contemporary theatre are things necessary and permanent in drama itself, 1952, 13. He attributes this prejudice to the dominance of theatrical naturalism, which he sees as a particular stage in the development of the drama and which, he insists, as a form is only a phase in the drama's long and varied history. Against this, he submits his own definition of literature, and of drama as literature. Literature, in its most general definition, is a means of communication of imaginative experience through certain written organizations of words. And drama, since it has existed in written plays, is clearly to be included under this general definition. A play, as a means of communication of imaginative experience, is as clearly the controlled product of an author, the control being exerted in the finalized organization of words, as any other literary form. But, in the drama, when the actual and specific means of communication are considered, what is essentially a singular literary statement becomes, in performance, apparently plural. Williams 1952, 14. We see here Williams's commitment, articulated in Reading and Criticism, to the idea of literature as the controlled product of the author, extended to drama. The main problem for drama, and here he returns to the themes he had sketched out in his dialogue on actors, is the expectation that drama is primarily a vehicle for actors, rather than a means of using actors in a certain way. All we are obliged to remember, for ordinary purposes, is that character and action, in any good play, are ordered parts of a controlled expression, and that the author's control over their presentation ought to be final. The literary nature of drama needs re-emphasis, 1952, 18. The model of expression and artistic control which Williams draws on begins as Eliot's, but, as we shall see, he was to make it his own through the insistence on the possibility of drama, and particularly film, as a term of total expression, the interpretation of the social totality at one particular historical moment. In the first instance, though, we can read the various histories, or moments of history, which are discussed in the Naturalist trilogy as exemplifications of the ideas and insights of Eliot's work on drama. Drama from Ibsen to Eliot sees Ibsen as the exemplification of the urge towards controlled dramatic expression argued for by Eliot. Ibsen's purpose was TLE re-establishment of a total dramatic form, 1952-96, in the wake of romantic drama. His failure was largely due to the retention of a naturalist representational language, 1952-96. Peer Gynt is the play which most successfully realized Ibsen's formal intentions. In much the same way, Strindberg also hoped to overcome the limitations of naturalist drama. Williams finds evidence of this in the distinction which Strindberg attempts between naturalism and realism, where true naturalism is that which seeks out those points in light where the great conflicts occur, 1952, 103, though in practice Strindberg is limited by me existing. 27. Naturalist conventions. This limitation, writes Williams, as in The Father and Lady Julie, is in the incongruity between the bared, elemental experience of crisis and the covering apparatus of seen and spoken normality, 1952, 1L0. Chekhov's USC of symbolism signals another attempt to escape the confines of naturalist drama, and it too fails due to the lack of enough vital language. This The Seagull is a poor substitute for the concrete and precise realization of the central experience of the play, which is achieved in more formal drama by conventionally exact speech, he argues. Rejection of convention, in the interest of character drawing and lifelike speech, is the root of the difficulty, 1952, 130. On the positive side, Synge, Yeats, and Hauptmann all move towards the kind of speech necessary to great drama. In the best of Synge's work, language is no longer confined to flavoring, but uses metaphor and verbal symbolism for strict dramatic ends. Deirdre approaches those permanent levels of great drama which seem to be accessible only when a major dramatist subordinates all else to the exploration of a major experience, through a language which the experience alone determines. 1952, 168. William Butler Yeats first showed poetic drama to be possible again in our century, 1952, 221. He restored to words their ancient sovereignty in the drama, 1952, 222, while Hauptmann's The Weavers is that rare thing, a successful realist play, and this is because its realism operates at every level of creation, action, persons, and speech, instead of being reserved mainly for the convenient elements, 1952, 178-9. But for all his appreciation of these earlier writers, Williams reserves his greatest praise for Eliot's work. It is in his writing that such speech is best represented. Eliot's plays are experiments in a new dramatic form, 1952, 223, one which is particularly important for its experiments in language, 1952, 225, and its move towards the discovery of a dramatic method which should have the status of poetry, 1952, 227. In Murder in the Cathedral, Williams writes with approval, language reasserts control in performance, 1952, 229. His only criticisms are directed at moments where that control is weak and falters. These are usually the moments where the acting is too apparent, and draws attention to itself. He singles out Irene Worth's performance as Celia in Eliot's The Cocktail Party as an example. At a climactic moment, the gestures of her hands were not controlled by the movement of the words, but by the movement of the general emotion. Now this is normal naturalist acting, but in this case, when the words were so adequate and so final, the essentially separate acting not only did not support the words, but actually distracted attention from them, 1952, 246. Though Eliot's experiments are not completely successful, they nonetheless represent a very considerable achievement, whatever the immediate future of the drama may be, and its nature it is beyond the mode of praise, 1952, 246. 28. As it happened, despite such enthusiasm, the immediate future of drama did not prove to follow Eliot's lead. Nonetheless, for the young Williams, Eliot's ideas on drama, and their partial realization in his plays, seemed to represent the most promising way forward. This judgment is later abandoned and forgotten, and is carefully excised in the revision of drama from Ibsen to Eliot and its working over into drama from Ibsen to Brecht. Differences. Jan Gorak has been one of the few critics to register Williams's debt to Eliot, but he underestimates the characteristic attempts, even at the early stage, to assert independence. According to Gorak, Williams remained locked within Eliot's guiding assumptions and values even though he signaled his partial independence from Eliot by electing to study 19th-century drama, Gorak 1988, 21. But as we shall see, Williams's attempts to take a distance from Eliot go beyond the mere selection of a canon, and reveal the processes of a thought in formation. First, let us examine the central idea of the place of speech in drama. Of course, the emphasis which Williams gives to speech in drama connects across Eliot to what were by the 1940s the standard terms of the scrutiny critique of modernity. In Drama from Ibsen to Eliot, Williams also writes, in the familiar terms of Leavitt literary criticism, that contemporary spoken English is rarely capable of exact expression of anything in any degree complex, and this is due in large part to that pressure of forces which we call industrialism, Williams 1952, 26. We need only compare contemporary with Elizabethan drama to see that the medium of naturalism, the representation of everyday speech, is immeasurably less satisfying in the 20th century than in the 16th, 1952, 26. This decline in the richness of dramatic speech is related, in fact, not only to the impoverishment of language but to changes in feeling, 1952, 22-3. As the New Left Review team are quick to observe, the set of propositions here is quite unlike anything else in your work. Seems to be a pure distillation of Levy, Williams 1979, 194. But with that single word feeling, Williams seeks to give his own twist to the orthodox line, and as he does so, he starts the slow elaboration of his own distinctive concepts. For, as we shall see, feeling will become the key element in the idea of structure of feeling. Another moment at which he seeks to take a distance from the existing orthodoxy is with regard to the more authoritarian implications at work in the usual representation of Elizabethan drama and its society. Yes, Elizabethan drama enjoyed a moment where the common language contained all the elements of literary precision and complexity, 1952, 26, necessary to poetic drama. Because of the existence of a community of expression, the limitations of naturalism were invisible, there was an indiscernible blending of the lowest naturalism with the highest conventionalism, 1952, 26. For Eliot and others, all this was evidence for the idea that a fully serious drama 29 is impossible in a society where there is no common system of belief, 1952. 26. Point 12. Williams rejects this implication and asserts that the condition of a fully serious drama is less the existence of a common faith than the existence of a common language, 1952, 26. The existence of a common language does not imply the existence of a unitary moral, or political, outlook. It is not necessarily authoritarian. Morality in literature is not necessarily the assumption of certain ethical conclusions as background against which the immediate experience of the drama is paraded and tested, he argues. The moral activity of the artist can also be an individual perception of pattern, or structure, in experience, a process which involves the most intense and conscious response to new elements of substantial living, so that by this very consciousness new patterns of evaluation are created or former patterns reaffirmed. 1952, 27. Against the authoritarian emphasis of a community of belief, he calls for a community of sensibility, one which would function in the open and democratic fashion he was to make central to culture and society and the long revolution. The artist's sensibility, his capacity for experience, his ways of thinking, feeling, and conjunction, will always be finer and more developed than that of the mean of his audience. But if his sensibility is at least of the same kind, communication is possible. Where his sensibility is of the same kind, his language and the language of his audience will be closely and organically related. The common language will be the expression of the common sensibility. There is no such common sensibility today. 1952, 26. In this community of sensibility somehow the right ideas will the arguments in the end. Though there is no such common sensibility today, the implication is that it will come through in the end, communication will triumph. This is one of the weakest points of Williams's thought, as critics like Thompson were to pick up in relation to the long revolution. Nonetheless, it marks an attempt at moving away from the conservative and authoritarian implications of Eliot's general cultural views. Williams also chooses to disagree explicitly with Eliot over one very significant idea. Characteristically, this comes at a moment where the flow of argument demands that he acknowledge his full debt to Eliot. He FMDs in so doing that he wishes to establish a distance from Eliot. Story, character, idea, seem to have two related uses to the artist, he writes. 30. In one sense, they serve as a formula for the expression of his experience, in the way defined by T.S. Eliot. The only way of expressing emotion in the form of art is by finding an objective correlative, in other words, a set of objects, a situation, a chain of events which shall be the formula of that particular emotion, such that when the external facts, which must terminate in sensory experience, are given, the emotion is immediately evoked. 1952, 17. The quotation is one of Eliot's most famous formulations, taken from his 1919 essay on Hamlet, Eliot 1966, 145. The formulation, and the essay as a whole, powerfully expresses Eliot's own ambivalence with regard to the notion of expression. For on the one hand, there is what was picked up by many scrutiny critics, and by Williams himself on the whole, the idea of the ideal of artistic expression which lies in the extraordinary ability of the artist to use language as an instrument for the expression of his experience. Yet at the same time there is some implicit fascination with the idea that the very power and appeal of artistic expression may lie in what the artist has been unable to master, which may be the effect, in part, of the breakdown of the artist's control over the instrumentality of language. What interests Williams is Eliot's emphasis on the use of language as instrument, its ability, when controlled by the artist, to fully express experience and emotion. He criticizes this instrumental view in the following terms. In another sense, they may serve as a precipitant to the artist, in that through their comprehension the artist is able to find a provisional pattern of experience. By the force of his own grasp on their actuality, the artist is able to release his own, and their, reality. The only difference in the senses here outlined concerns the placing of these stages in the artistic process. Mr. Eliot's statement of the matter implies an ordered process, in which the particular emotion is first understood, and an objective correlative subsequently found for it. The second statement suggests that finding the objective correlative may often be for the artist the final act of evaluation of the particular experience, which will not have been completely understood until its mode of expression has been found. 1952:17. For a moment, but only for this moment in this period of his work, Williams questions the view that understanding precedes expression, and that language is simply the instrument of expression, and argues for the view in which language, figured here as the finding of an objective correlative, is necessarily prior to the formation of understanding. This is a moment of real contradiction. For, as will be clear from the upcoming discussion of film as total expression, so many of the arguments in this early work on literature and drama tend towards just the instrumental view which he criticizes here. This is a moment of contradiction, in which Williams contradicts his own most powerful influence, and a 31. Great deal of the theoretical structure he has taken as his own is a focus on the question of language and expression that will not come into its own until the chapter on language in Marxism and literature. All in all, Drama from Ibsen to Eliot is a book deeply influenced by Eliot's ideas. Contemporary drama had come to lose the power proper to drama because it had forgotten that this power was above all generated by a vigorous but controlled use of language. The naturalist insistence on preserving the illusion of reality is the single factor most responsible for the disabling restriction of dramatic speech to everyday prose. Though many have tried to get round this through the use of symbols, or an elevated language at moments of crisis, the problem of speech remains as the central one in modern drama, 1952, 26. In the end, the modes of naturalism are the problem and the techniques of Eliot offer the answer. The reform of modern English drama has two main phases: first, the development of naturalism, and, second, the establishment of verse plays in the theatre, 1952, 269-70. In Drama in Performance and Preface to Film, Williams extends and develops the main argument against naturalism. Where Drama from Ibsen to Eliot emphasized the lack of any fully historical grasp of dramatic conventions in the available literary criticism, Drama in Performance sets out to provide at least a few moments from such a history, while Preface to Film goes on to argue that cinema might represent the possibility of a successful new convention of dramatic performance. In this new convention, the limitations of naturalism would finally be overcome. The new mode of total expression would return absolute control over expression to the author, and so fulfill the ideal of artistic instrumentality so dear to Eliot, and, with the exception of that one moment in Drama from Ibsen to Eliot, to Williams as well. Performance and convention. Reading and criticism had noted the tendency to believe that the naturalist method is the permanent and universal dramatic method, Williams 1950, 91. At the center of Drama in Performance is the argument that naturalism is a convention with a history, but a history that has been forgotten. The book traces the shape and structure of this forgetting. Shows how the dominant naturalist attitude has led to an anachronistic reading of some of the major texts in the Western dramatic canon. In line with the strictures of Drama from Ibsen to Eliot, it seeks to bridge the gap between theatrical criticism, the criticism of a play's performance, and literary criticism, the analysis of a play as a written text, though one written for performance. Williams, following Eliot, finds the usual separation of these two elements deeply disabling, and he therefore proposes to examine as a formal point of theory, the relation between text and performance, Williams 1991, 18. This, in turn, can throw light on the nature of the contemporary failure of naturalism, and even suggest remedy for it, once we realize how the success of these early works depends largely on the working of conventions eclipsed by the moment of naturalism. 32. This is the challenge Williams issues by suggesting that the usual response to a play such as Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra is anachronistic. The construction of the play has often been condemned, he notes, on the grounds of its frequent shifts and apparent disintegration. But this is to look for integration in the wrong place, in the realistic representation of time and place which have little to do with this kind of drama. The measure of time in the play is the dramatic verse, the reality of place is the reality of played action on the stage. Williams 1991, 67. The Antigone of Sophocles and the drama of the medieval period present examples of the successful integration of writing and performance. Sophocles, working through the known conventions, has written the words so that they are necessarily enacted in this way, and with this issue. The words are the whole situation, for they contain and compel the intense physical realization. 1991, 31-2. Every Man is not only a masterpiece of literature, but a masterpiece of dramatic literature. For a compelling feeling, at once individual and general, has been realized in a fully dramatic pattern where speech, action, and design are one. 1991, 58. These earlier, and often misunderstood, dramas were able to embody in performance a more coherent realization of the dramatic author's intentions than is possible in the conventions of contemporary drama. Crucial to this success was the availability of coherent conventions of performance, conventions which, in turn, were made possible by the existence of a certain structure of feeling shared by dramatist and audience. The problem for the present is that no new conventions have been formed which fully express the contemporary structure of feeling. Dramatists and their audiences are trapped in the tight place of a transitional moment. Williams argues, at least in the 1954 edition of Drama in Performance, that a comparative moment of transition can be found between 1896 and 1898, between the disastrous reception given to the first production of Chekhov's The Seagull by Karpov at the Alexandrinsky Theatre, and the extraordinary success of Stanislavski's production only 2 years later. For the present, all that can be said is that many writers no longer conceive their themes in a naturalist way. The emphasis has changed, in the mind, from the representation of apparent behavior to a very different process, the process of attempting to discover a pattern, a structure of feeling, which is adequate to communicate, not merely the acknowledged and apparent, but the whole and unified life of man. One can see, in certain contemporary novels, and in certain plays, that the theme is obviously of this kind. Williams 1954, 116. 33. Not merely the acknowledged and apparent, but the whole and unified life of man. The phrase is worth pausing over, as it indicates the work to be done by Williams's emerging idea of the structure of feeling. To put it in a different theoretical idiom, the new drama will have at its core the desire to represent a social totality which is otherwise invisible, otherwise inaccessible to empirical human scrutiny. This social totality can nonetheless be adequately communicated by the structure of feeling which the dramatist expresses in his or her work. The structure of feeling can somehow represent the inexpressible social totality. That is the very promise of representation, that is, the necessary aporia of what it means for expression to stand in for something. But, to return to the focus of Williams's own attention, what counts is that the naturalist attitude still prevails, despite the efforts of dramatists of the past 30 years or so to break with it. Eliot has been the closest to realizing such a break, but even he has been unable to overcome the disabling contradiction between the naturalist representation of speech and the need for a non-naturalist dramatic action. Naturalism has no adequate convention for the proper linking of speech and action in drama. In the conclusion to the 1954 edition, he can only offer the argument that certain changes in the minds of writers and others have made naturalism outmoded, and that a conscious acceptance of a different dramatic intention can be realized, in practical terms, by the full use and development of skills that already exist in the theater. Williams 1954, 122. But he has to accept that these have not been integrated into a satisfactory general form. 1954, 122. Drama, then, and even Eliot's drama, seemed at a dead end. What was needed was some new convention of performance which could break the stranglehold of a naturalism which had even repressed the existence of previous conventions in the history of drama. It was film which seemed to provide exactly the right ground for the emergence of a new convention and a newly realized structure of feeling. Film promised to return the dramatic performance to a condition of singular utterance, one in which the intentions of the dramatic author could be fully realized without the distortions imposed through actual production and direction. Film as total expression. Preface to Film is the only one of the 3 books on naturalism which has never been republished, and this may account for its relative neglect in critical accounts of the Williams canon. Yet the main essay in the book, Film and the Dramatic Tradition, is the most powerful version of Williams's critique of naturalism, and gives the most insight into the development of the concept of structure of feeling. 34. As an undergraduate, Williams had developed an interest in film as a regular spectator at the Socialist Film Club's weekend shows, and this interest ran against the grain of Levicism. Levy had given a notable characterization of film in his early pamphlet, Mass Civilization and Minority Culture. Here, because of its greater power and immediacy, the cinema was seen as more of a threat to the vitality of culture than even the emergent tabloid press pioneered by Lord Northcliffe. Films have a so much more potent influence, wrote Levy. They provide now the main form of recreation in the civilized world, and they involve surrender, under conditions of hypnotic receptivity, to the cheapest emotional appeals, appeals the more insidious because they are associated with a compellingly vivid illusion of actual life. Would be difficult to dispute that the result must be serious damage to the standard of living. It will not be disputed that broadcasting, like the films, is in practice, mainly a means of passive diversion, and that it tends to make active recreation, especially active use of the mind, more difficult. Levy 1933, 20-1. In brief, if the purpose of the new literary studies was to save the world from mass culture, as it was for Levy, then film should never receive a place in the curriculum. Implicit in Levy's argument is, of course, the idea of English studies as a form of active recreation, a training in the active use of the mind. Levy's argument relied upon a claim that literary texts were intrinsically capable of generating intellectual activity, and refused to see that this activity of the mind might itself be simply a product of critical attention and analysis when devoted to texts of any kind, whether of high or low culture. No such prejudice informs Williams's approach to cinema. In film as a tutorial subject, he had argued against the Levisite line, and for the addition of film to tutorials, insisting that film provides opportunities for criticism just as much as literature, and promised to extend his arguments in the forthcoming preface to film. 16. The first imperative of preface to film is to connect cinema to the history of the traditional dramatic canon, and this is the aim of the first chapter by Williams, Film and the Dramatic Tradition. Michael Oram contributes a chapter, Film and its Dramatic Techniques, and the book as a whole concludes with a postscript by Williams. Film and the Dramatic Tradition argues that criticism to date has been marred by its refusal to understand cinema in relation to the history of drama. Properly understood, the advent of cinema may represent a shift in the possibilities of dramatic expression equivalent to Aeschylus's introduction of the second actor, thus subordinating the words of the chorus to the now newly dramatic dialogue. Only when seen in this large historical perspective can the essential novelty and importance of film be grasped. Most important is, the fact that the performance which it embodies is recorded and final. That is to drama and the structure of feeling 35 say, a total performance, which cannot be distinguished from the work that is being performed, Williams and Oram 1954, 1. Film, in other words, seemed to offer what was most lacking in contemporary drama, a convention of performance which would guarantee the full and singular communication of the dramatic author's intentions, without the distortions characteristic of dramatic production in Britain since the advent of the theatre director. 17. Once again, Eliot's verse drama provides the necessary limit case of existing naturalist conventions, particularly with regard to a naturalist style of speech and movement. Williams sees this style as a major drawback, the familiar one of naturalism, that the concern is to represent real life, rather than to communicate a dramatic emotion, 1954, 48. Eliot's verse drama, which tried to break away from this style, could only enjoy partial success, and this was a symptom of the general crisis of naturalist convention. What is necessary, he argues, is that dramatists, in collaboration with actors, think again in terms of writing for speech and movement, as an integrated dramatic form, 1954, 49. What is necessary is a convention which would re-establish the possibility of total expression which had existed for Sophocles, and for some medieval drama. A play written from this idea of total expression contains, in its essential conception, the total performance which is necessary to communicate it in the theatre. That is to say, not only the speech, but also the movement and design, have been devised by the dramatist, in terms of his understanding of the appropriate conventions of actions and designers, so that the written play contains everything that is to be performed, the performance itself is the communication of this. 1954, 50. At the center of this theory of total expression lies the idea of a fully realized authorial intention drawn from Eliot. It was above all the iterability of film which appealed to the young Williams. The pure artistic expression of the author/director could never be betrayed by the intermediary figure of the actor/director. The new medium of cinema offered significant opportunities for the realization of this total expression. The moving picture camera itself is, he concludes, a most effective agent for the kind of controlled total effect which I have been urging. 1954, 51.18 All in all, cinema presents a practical alternative to the problems inherent in the methods of naturalism. 1954, 7/8. Tony Pinkney has recently offered a summary of Williams's position in his early writings on drama. His assessment differs from mine, and I think he is only able to justify his central points by bending the evidence a little. 19 He emphasizes repeatedly the importance of German expressionism, and concludes that certainly. 36. Williams had his reservations about the occasional externality of expressionistic devices of spectacle and its relative devaluation of dramatic speech, but these are only qualifications within a deep overall endorsement. Pinkney 1989b, 22. As a key piece of evidence, he cites the apparent enthusiasm and endorsement for German expressionist cinema present in Williams's statement that this is the kind of film which has most nearly realized the ideal of a wholly conceived drama. Williams and Oram 1954, 52, that is, the ideal of total expression. But while he registers that there were significant qualifications to this claim, he does not detail them, for the very simple reason that the claim for the interest of German expressionist film is so limited by Williams's reservations that his position could never count as a deep overall endorsement. The simple fact is that films like Dr. Caligari were silent films, and most of Williams's interests, as we have seen, in going beyond naturalism were concerned with the problem of the dramatic and controlled use of speech in drama. As Williams goes on to say, it has always seemed to me significant that the most successful examples were in silent film. For, if one looks at expressionist drama as a whole, one sees a very exciting new convention of movement and design, which has been achieved, however, at the cost of a radical neglect of speech. It is clear that the use of sound, particularly for dramatic speech, would have presented the expressionists with very difficult problems, which might have ruined such conventional integrations as they had achieved. Williams and Oram 1954, 52. In terms of the general argument which Williams was maintaining, and which focuses on the difficulty and importance of dramatic speech, expressionism cannot be given the centrality that Pinkney lends it. The main point is that expressionist cinema proved to be a dead end, despite its early promise. Similarly, Pinkney's claim that drama from Ibsen to Eliot, though in a displaced way, engages the great expressionist debates of the 1930s, Pinkney 1989b, 21, is exaggerated, and can only be sustained by selective quotation. Though Williams does indeed state that it is very common, in England, to be patronizing about the expressionist experiment, he does not lend it his deep endorsement. Once again, the claims for expressionism are severely limited, when expressionist drama is set against the poetic drama, or against the very best of the naturalists. It is true that it must be judged inferior, and the reason for this lies with the same fault as he had observed vis-a-vis expressionist cinema. It served to confirm the impoverishment of dramatic language. Williams and Oram 1954, 184. Each time the point is the same, expressionism is only partially successful, it suffers too much from impoverished dramatic language. In the end it is Eliot's verse dramas which point the way forward, a claim that Pinkney can only ever diminish and read anachronistically, from the point of view of Williams's later change of heart. 37. Structure of feeling. Most commentaries treat structure of feeling as if it were a concept which emerged in Williams's work in the late rather than the early 1950s, and, as such, it has been the object of considerable discussion and criticism. But something is lost when the history of the emergence of the term is not fully traced. Preface to Film is the first work in which the term is deployed, and which seeks to establish the distinctive reach and explanatory power which made it a point de repere of the later work. Duly examined, it becomes clear that the idea of structure of feeling is used as a deliberate challenge and alternative to the existing explanatory framework of Marxist literary and cultural analysis. Point 21. By the time of the interviews with the New Left Review team, published as Politics and Letters in 1979, structure of feeling had become known as one of Williams's most characteristic concepts, a keyword of Williams's own vocabulary, and just as shifting and unstable in its conceptual identity as any item in keywords itself. David Simpson, though he neglects its emergence in Preface to Film, has given an excellent survey of its mutation in Williams's thinking from its use in Culture and Society, 1958, where it occurs somewhat casually, and seems to define something like ideology in its classic and negative sense, across his first sustained account of it in The Long Revolution, 1961, through to its reappraisal in Marxism and Literature, 1977, where for all its appearance in a modernized and theoretical format, the spirit and most of the editor has not much changed since 1961, Simpson 1995b, 42.22. The discussion of structure of feeling in Politics and Letters brings out some major theoretical problems with the term, though here again, the New Left Review team concentrate on the deployment of the concept in The Long Revolution, ignoring the fact of its first appearance in Preface to Film until Williams draws their attention to it. The interviewers point to difficulties with the point of reference for the term. Structure of feeling seems to refer to a generation, and yet at times to have a longer lifespan than any single generation. It seems far too unitary in its expression of social consciousness with its casual reference across classes. Williams 1979, 156-62. Nonetheless, for the New Left Review team, the concept of structure of feeling remains one of the most notable theoretical innovations of the Long Revolution, 1979, 156. In his replies to their various criticisms, Williams accepts many of their arguments, and yet manages to defend his basic positions in a complex and nuanced defense of his arguments and their original context of discussion and debate. He suggests that the proper starting point for any discussion of the idea of the structure of feeling is with its first appearance and definition in 1954. The first time I used it was actually in Preface to Film, he notes, and insists that 38. The key to the notion, both to all it can do and to all the difficulties it still leaves, is that it was developed as an analytic procedure for actual written works, with a very strong stress on forms and conventions. Williams 1979, 159. To this day, he notes, I find that I keep coming back to this notion from the actual experience of literary analysis rather than from any theoretical satisfaction with the concept itself. 1979, 159. In other words, under the pressure of the New Left Review's probing questions, he admits that there are problems with the use of the term as a concept, but then defends its use pragmatically as an analytic procedure for actual written works. 1979, 159. Quite aside from the question of whether the two uses can be so easily separated, it is important to ask whether the original use of the term was pragmatic or conceptual in the senses at work here. We shall see that he gives a selective account of its original use in Preface to Film, one which does its best to conceal the term's original ambitious valency, for despite the emphasis on the casually pragmatic usefulness of the term for literary analysis, it did begin life very much as a direct challenge to the existing explanatory orthodoxy of Marxist literary criticism. There is a forgetting at work in Williams's own account of the term's origin just as important as its neglect in most of the existing secondary material. This forgetting comes through in a quite literal elision in Williams's discussion. In support of this emphasis on the textual and pragmatic nature of the idea, that it is an analytic procedure for actual written works, he quotes the following section from Preface to Film. In the study of a period, we may be able to reconstruct, with more or less accuracy, the material life, the social organization, and, to a large extent, the dominant ideas. It is not necessary to discuss here which, if any, of these aspects is, in the whole complex, determining, an important institution like the drama will, in all probability, take its color in varying degrees from them all. To relate a work of art to any part of that observed totality may, in varying degrees, be useful, but it is a common experience, in analysis, to realize that when one has measured the work against the separable parts, there yet remains some element for which there is no external counterpart. This element, I believe, is what I have named the structure of Filaire 1J of a period, and it is only realizable through experience of the work of art itself as a whole. Williams 1979, 158-9. The emphasis here falls on the idea of the structure of feeling as the result of a work of textual analysis, only realizable through experience of the work of art itself. What is de-emphasized, through selective quotation, is the larger theoretical point Williams was seeking to make in his original formulation. Structure of feeling was intended as a direct challenge to the Marxist explanation of cultural reproduction. As we shall see, the first sentence of the quoted 39. Extract reads differently if we see it in the context of the whole paragraph from which it is extracted, and in relation to the flow of argument as a whole. But let us first of all relocate this selective quotation in the context of argument at work in preface to film. Structure of feeling as convention. In theoretical terms, what interests Williams most in preface to film is the necessity for understanding dramatic conventions not merely as questions of technique and staging but as themselves forms of social consciousness. There are in fact two senses at work in the idea of convention. Convention covers both tacit consent and accepted standards, Williams and Oram 1954, 15. A convention is, on the one hand, simply an agreed-on standard or method of performance. Audience will willingly suspend its disbelief and accept that an actor can put on a gray cloak and become invisible, though in reality he continues to be seen. Spectators agree to believe that they can overhear a soliloquy, even at the back of the auditorium, while it goes unnoticed by any other actors on stage. The second sense of convention as tacit, not fully conscious, agreement comes through most clearly when the usual conventions are disturbed. We will agree that a murderer may hide behind a door, where we can still see him, and that he may look down, with an expression of agony, at his hands, which we at once agree are stained with innocent blood, but if he should come forward to the front of the stage, and in 20 lines of verse, or in recitative or song, or in dance, express, if more fully and intensely, the same emotion, we at once, or many of us, feel uneasy, and are likely to say afterwards that it was unreal. Williams and Oram 1954, 18. In this second sense, conventions refer to the tacit agreement, likely to be unconscious, which yet forms and grounds social consciousness. Thus the very existence of dramatic conventions as methods always indicates at the same time the existence of a level of tacit consent to and understanding of them amongst the audience. The question is then how and why do changes in convention take place? For Williams, the answer is that such changes in convention as dramatic method must in some sense reflect or articulate some degree of change in the grounds of social consciousness itself. According to Williams, it seems likely that the effective changes took place when there was already a latent willingness to accept them, at least among certain groups in society, from whom the artist drew his support, 1954, 20. And it is precisely this latent willingness which most interests Williams. For potentially at least, it gives a place for the contemporary artist or critic to create something new. 40. It may be possible, eventually, so to understand the relation of particular conventions to the life of the time in which they flourished, that a reasonable prediction of what is necessary in a present situation may be made and argued. I do not think that any such understanding at present exists, but certain points seem to me to be sufficiently grounded to be put forward as tentative argument. 1954, 21. Williams returns here to the starting point of Communist Party criticism, that a position exists from which a reasonable prediction of what is necessary in a present situation may be made and argued. But, doubtless bearing in mind the criticisms he had received from Tilliard on just this point, he writes with considerable circumspection. No such position or understanding exists at present. All that Williams can put forward is a tentative argument, though one he thinks is reasonably well grounded. What follows is the elaboration of the idea of structure of feeling, his recasting or supersession of the Marxist idea of structure and superstructure, in the crucial paragraph from which Williams makes his selective quotation in 1979. The paragraph in fact begins with a strong statement which can only be understood as being written against the Marxist structure and superstructure argument. In principle, writes Williams, it seems clear that the dramatic conventions of any given period are fundamentally related to the structure of feeling in that period. I use the phrase structure of feeling because it seems to me more accurate, in this context, than ideas or general life. All the products of a community in a given period are, we now commonly believe, essentially related, although in practice, in detail, this is not always easy to see. 1954, 21. When Williams writes that the phrase structure of feeling seems more accurate than ideas or general life, he is arguing against the Marxist structure and superstructure paradigm in which, the mode of production in material life determines the general character of the social, political, and spiritual processes of life, in Marx's words, as cited in Culture and Society, Williams 1958a, 266. By eliding the topic sentence of the whole paragraph, Williams distorts the thrust of his argument in 1954. Without these qualifying sentences, the first sentence which he quotes in 1979 reads as a partial endorsement of the usual structure and superstructure analysis, as it is translated in Culture and Society. In the study of a period, we may be able to reconstruct, with more or less accuracy, the material life, the social organization, and, to a large extent, the dominant ideas. It is not necessary to discuss here which, if any, of these aspects is, in the whole complex, determining, an important institu. 41. Like the drama will, in all probability, take its color in varying degrees from them all. Cited in Williams 1979, 159, Williams and Oram 1954, 21. But read in context, the may has a negative rather than a positive sense. The orthodox Marxist analysis is belittled rather than endorsed. In orthodox Marxist analysis, dramatic or literary conventions of any kind would be fundamentally related to the economic base, not to Williams's structure of feeling. In Politics and Letters, 3 more sentences are then cut from the original version, and their excision also has the effect of blunting the force and address of the original argument. They read, "But while we may, in the study of a past period, separate out particular aspects of life, and treat them as if they were self-contained, it is obvious that this is only how they may be studied, not how they were experienced. We examine each element as a precipitate, but in the living experience of the time every element was in solution, an inseparable part of a complex whole. And it seems to be true, from the nature of art, that it is from such a totality that the artist draws. It is in art, primarily, that the effect of the totality, the dominant structure of feeling, is expressed and embodied." Williams and Oram 1954, 21. This is no mere practice of textual analysis. What is at work in Williams's idea of the structure of feeling is a statement of the fundamental claims of literary criticism, its insistence that it is in art, primarily, that the effect of the totality, the dominant structure of feeling, is expressed and embodied, and, or because, if in art, then in criticism. The function of the structure of feeling is then much more important than it appears if the final sentences are quoted alone. To relate a work of art to any part of that observed totality may, in varying degrees, be useful, but it is a common experience, in analysis, to realize that when one has measured the work against the separable parts, there yet remains some element for which there is no external counterpart. This element, one believe, is what I have named the structure of feeling of a period, and it is only realizable through experience of the work of art itself, as a whole. 1954:21-2 Williams's original claims, in 1954, for the structure of feeling are far stronger than he represents them in 1979. Structure of feeling needs to be recognized for what it was, a concept deployed as a conscious alternative and direct challenge to the available Marxist formula. Indeed, this comes through, though obliquely, a little later in the discussion in Politics and Letters, where Williams remembers the criticisms of a friend or colleague, "I know what you 42 are really doing," he was told, "you are writing a socialist history of culture, but whenever you see a socialist term coming up you omit it and put in another term, structure of feeling for structure and superstructure." When he admits that my language was very different from that in which I would have written between 39 and 41, 1979, 156, we should remember that what he was arguing against was the Marxist criticism he had espoused as an undergraduate, but which he had turned away from under the pressure of the discursive constraints of the discipline in general and the unanswerable criticisms of Tilliard in particular. If we examine the actual emergence of the term structure of feeling, we soon see that it is best understood as Williams's most significant attempt so far to preserve and yet to go beyond the Marxist arguments concerning literary and cultural reproduction which had been so thoroughly criticized within the new literary criticism of Cambridge English. The means of this supersession is to be the idea of structure of feeling. Its task is then twofold: first, to explain the nature of major shifts in dramatic convention, but second, to explain these shifts without recourse to the clumsy Marxist metaphor of base and superstructure. As Williams himself put it, though referring to the composition of the long revolution, "The kind of relating I was thinking of, was the idea that, say, because there was an industrial revolution there must have been industrial poetry. It would seem to be a reasonable deduction from a very simple version of economic determination, that since the decisive phenomenon was the advent of capitalism, there should be capitalist poetry. When I was writing The Long Revolution I was probably over-preoccupied by these one-dimensional sorts of explanation and relation." Williams 1979, 144. This was just the kind of one-dimensional thinking he had found at work, as we discussed in Chapter 1, in writers such as Christopher Caldwell in his chapters on the English poets in Illusion and Reality. 23. Those critics who have had something to say about Williams's early writings on drama have tended to restrict themselves to the repetition of a point first made in a review of drama from Ibsen to Eliot in 1953. J.R. Williams saw a certain extremism at work, the kind that says drama consists entirely of words, and went so far as to accuse Williams of fanatical overstatement. January 24. Gorak turns this observation into yet another instance of Williams's fundamental alienation. Williams alienates himself from the very canon he seeks to re-examine, he writes, unable to free himself from the limiting assumptions that language provides all dramatic life. His commentaries often ignore the substance of the action, focusing instead on the inadequacies of the playwright's words. 43. Gorak 1988, 23-4. Following Gorak, in what is surely the best single essay on Williams's writings on drama to date, Bernard Charette articulates the same point around a central issue of theory, the emphasis which Williams places on the artist's instrumental relation to language. Charette refers to Williams's empiricism as one which invites us to think in terms of a simple empiricist notion, of an elementary encounter with some recalcitrant particular, some inner, forging a shape for its own localizable and specific experience prior to the secondary act of writing this down in a formal dramatic mode, and subsequently releasing that shaped whole for inevitable partial realization in an essentially inadequate theatrical performance. Charette 1989, 132. Similarly, Graham Holderness, in his fine introduction to the new edition of Drama in Performance, writes, "The emphasis on the primacy of the text can lead towards too rigid and mechanistic a conception of the control exercised by text over performance. If the dramatic text is a completely written exposition of all the play's potentialities of performance, as Williams seems to affirm, then each correct performance should be identical to every other." Holderness 1991, 10, just as, in preface to film, Williams had found the performance of cinema to be. In other words, these critics are correct in stating that he had an overriding interest, in these early works on drama, in the idea of what he called total expression, the iterability of performance. But what they neglect to ask is the significance of this interest. If Williams was treating drama as a kind of reader, what kind of reader was he? The answer, at least as regards the structure of feeling, is less as a revisit and more as the non-Marxist Marxist that he had set himself the task of becoming. For the significance of the dramatic text was in the end subordinated to the structure of feeling it could, even if only partially, express. As Williams put it in preface to film, naturalism was a response to changes in the structure of feeling, which, in the event, it could not wholly express. The structure of feeling, as I have been calling it, lies deeply embedded in our lives, it cannot be merely extracted and summarized, it is perhaps only in art, and this is the importance of art, that it can be realized, and communicated, as a whole experience. Williams and Oram 1954, 54. In the end, the most serious charge that the New Left Review interviewers put to Williams with regard to the idea of structure of feeling is, in fact, its very 44. Raison d'être, the ways in which it assures the literary or dramatic critic access to a social consciousness somehow behind the available evidence. As they put it, isn't Williams guilty of a silent elision from the texts of the period as privileged evidence of the structure of feeling to the structure of feeling as privileged evidence of the social structure or historical epoch as such? The concept then tends to become an epistemology for gaining a comprehension of a whole society. Williams 1979, 164. In fact, that was precisely what English studies meant to Williams in this early period, an epistemology for gaining a privileged insight into the history of the social totality. And this is why the study of drama, properly understood, is central and not peripheral to his work as a whole. Indeed, as with his reply to this question, we can see that a part of the progress from this early point onwards lies precisely in the relinquishing of this totalizing claim. Nonetheless, it remains a part of his work through to the end, as even a quick glance at his inaugural lecture as professor of drama reveals. People have often asked me why, said Williams, trained literature and expressly in drama, making an ordinary career in writing and teaching dramatic history and analysis, I turned to what they would call sociology if they were quite sure I wouldn't be offended. Williams 1974 19. As the emphasis and repetition make clear, what the ordinary professional critic might see as some intrusive element, as some eccentric or peripheral concern on Williams's part in his writings on drama was its sociological bent, the Cambridge code word for anything resembling a Marxist analysis of literature. But the sociological was central. In a telling aside, which works locate Williams in the very tradition of social criticism he had delineated in Culture and Society, he refers to the example of John Ruskin. Ruskin didn't turn from architecture to society, he notes, he saw society in its architecture, and because of this was able to learn to read both architecture and society in new ways. 1974 19-20. For Williams, the study of drama has worked in much the same way as Ruskin's architecture. I learned something from analyzing drama, he writes. Something which seemed to me effective not only as a way of seeing certain aspects of society but as a way of getting through to some of the fundamental conventions which we group as society itself. These, in their turn, make some of the problems of drama quite newly active. It was by looking both ways, at a stage and a text, and at a society active, enacted, in them, that I thought I saw the significance of the enclosed room, the room on the stage, with its new metaphor of the fourth wall lifted, as at once a dramatic and a social fact. Williams 1974 20. In the end, this insistence on looking both ways can serve to correct both orthodox literary analysis, and the orthodox social analysis of Marxist drama and the structure of feeling. 45 Economism. To be able to understand the significance of the lifted fourth wall of the naturalist theater means understanding both the history of the conventions of drama, but also the deeper conventions underlying that narrowly academic history. Is to see through to the fundamental conventions which we group as society itself, what Williams refers to as a structure of feeling in a precise contemporary world, Williams 1974 21. The analysis and interpretation of dramatic form cannot take place outside the understanding of the basic structures of a social order. Is then that this analysis can help to understand the fundamental conventions of the social order itself. Where techniques become methods, significant general modes of consciousness, then the analysis of dramatic forms questions and corrects both orthodox literary studies and orthodox Marxist thinking. This is then the major line of theoretical continuity, however revised, improved, and elaborated, between Williams's earliest work on drama and his final positions on cultural materialism. 25. 3. 1950–62. Culture and Society 1780–1950 was first published in September 1958, and reprinted 4 months later in January 1959. Since then it has hardly been out of print. It is Williams's bestseller. By 1979, it was reckoned to have sold some 160,000 copies worldwide, and had been translated into Catalan, Japanese, German and Italian. For critics and scholars of Williams's work, Culture and Society is regarded as one of the most widely read texts of cultural history ever written, one of the founding texts of cultural studies, probably the most formative socialist work of the period, a life-changer for youngish readers in 1960, foundational, probably his most famous book. As one advertisement put it in the 1960s, not to know about. Culture and Society is to brand oneself the intellectual equivalent of a square. Culture and Society is Williams's classic, and, perhaps like all classics, its original circumstances and address have been forgotten. Culture and Society is that rare thing in academic writing, a crossover work, one read by at least 2 generations of liberal and leftist academics, and by an extraordinary number of non-academics. Most commentators have tended to divide into 2 camps. For the first, the book represents a masterpiece of disinterested academic commentary, while the second see it as exemplifying the worst of Williams's theoretical and political failings. The New Left Review interviewers, for instance, remark on its striking tone of equanimity and authority, Williams 1979, 98, while J.P. Ward applauds the level reasonableness of the writing, Ward 1981, 17. But for the Althusserian theorist of the 1970s, the book seemed an idealist and academicist project, too deeply rooted in the empiricist problematic, while from the post-structuralist position of the late 1980s, it, and Williams's related works, demonstrated a commitment to a dated and unrealizable Enlightenment ideal of culture. 2 By the late 1970s, in the New Left Review interviews, Williams himself seemed tired of discussing the book. Culture and Society appeared too deeply marked by his disgusted withdrawal from all forms of collaboration, as well as by the intense disappointment that they were not available. Williams 1979, 106. What tends to disappear in such readings, including, at moments, Williams's own, is any sense of the impact of culture and society on contemporaries. The polemical edge of culture and society is forgotten as the context of 47. Its production and the circumstances of its address disappear over the horizon of the present. In this chapter, I seek to revive some of the central lines of argument in Culture and Society and the related work, The Long Revolution, and argue that these 2 books, which represent a significant defining phase in Williams's work, are best understood when placed in the broad context of the cultural politics of the time, and, particularly when brought into relation with the debates in and around adult education through the late 1940s and into and across the 1950s. Williams's work in this period constitutes what Edward W. Said described as a beginning when he wrote, in his influential study Beginnings, Intention and Method, of how in retrospect we can regard a beginning as the point at which, in a given work, the writer departs from all other works. A beginning already establishes relationships with works already existing, relationships of either continuity or antagonism or some mixture of both, said 1975, 3. Culture and society embodies just such a set of antagonistic and yet continuous relations. The starting point of this massively popular work was insistently local and emphatically conjunctural, but it belonged in many ways more to the late 1940s than the late 1950s. In the foreword to the study, Williams acknowledges that the origins of the project go back to the 1940s, and to the initiative of the journal Politics and Letters. Our object then was to inquire into and where possible reinterpret this tradition which the word culture describes in terms of the experience of our own generation, 1958a, 7. Our generation, in retrospect, that of the angry young men, the scholarship boys and, ultimately, the New Left. Perhaps most strikingly, the 1950s sees the first appearance of distinctively working-class voices on the cultural scene of the new welfare state. 3. In drama, John Osborne and Arnold Wesker; in fiction, John Wayne and Kingsley Amis; and in the new form of cultural criticism, Richard Hoggart and Williams himself. I knew perfectly well who I was writing against, remembered Williams in 1979, Eliot, Levy and the whole of the cultural conservatism that had formed around them, the people who had preempted the culture and literature of this country. Williams 1979, 112. With the publication of The Long Revolution in 1961, and the later Study Communications, 1962, Williams became the spokesperson of the New Left, and perhaps even the first public intellectual of the British working class. For Williams's final results in the English Tripos examinations were outstanding, and Trinity College immediately offered him a scholarship to stay on as a graduate student. 5. This was usually the first step on a relatively easy climb, in that period, to tenure as a lecturer in the university. But Williams turned away. Like a significant number of other leftist intellectuals, he preferred to move away from the academy to work in what was perceived as the more politically charged and more politically positive environment of adult education. 6. He worked as a staff tutor for the Oxford Delegacy for Extramural Studies, organizing and teaching classes in collaboration with the Workers' Education Association from 1946 until his appointment as lecturer in drama and return to Cambridge in 1961.7. 48. Despite his academic achievements, and the material security afforded by the new job, Williams was still troubled intellectually. The closure of Politics and Letters in 1948, a year which had also seen the failure of a projected documentary film with Paul Rotha, he felt a sense of depression and isolation settle on him. The collapse of the journal, he later related, was a personal crisis. So many other initiatives, like the film, had also been blocked or failed. The experience confirmed the pattern of feeling I had found in Ibsen. For a period I was in such a state of failure and withdrawal that I stopped reading the papers or listening to the news. At that point, apart from going on with the adult education teaching, I felt I could only write myself out of this in a non-collaborative way. I pulled back to do my own work. For the next 10 years I wrote in nearly complete isolation. Williams 1979, 77. We need to distinguish here between what Williams experienced or remembered as a sense of intellectual isolation, the fact that he felt no one was thinking on the same lines as himself, and the real resources of sociality, friendship and professional support he was able to draw on from his group of colleagues and friends. After all, as John McElroy has charted, with exemplary precision, Williams had good relations and debates with many colleagues and friends in the adult education movement and beyond. 8. The real sense of isolation lay rather in the hostile consensus of conservative opinion which he faced and argued against in Culture and Society and the Long Revolution. The task of this chapter is to recover something of this context of argument and debate. We can better understand that sense of intellectual isolation if we see just how different the central and related ideas of culture and society, culture and the masses, were in the dominant discourses of the period. And we can get some idea of what lay behind this by examining some of the first responses to culture and society by contemporary reviewers, particularly from those who were hostile to the very nature of Williams's arguments. Reviews and reviewers. An early review of Culture and Society by Frank Kermode was one of the few to take issue with its literary history as such. 9 in From Burke to Orwell, Kermode found the book to be of quite radical importance, Kermode 1959, 86, but found Williams guilty of misrepresenting the history of the figure of the Romantic artist, perhaps in order to be over-generous to working-class culture, 1959, 87. For many other reviewers, and this became clearer still in responses to the Long Revolution in 1961, the political agenda which Kermode read in the margins of the work became the central focus of attention and argument. Indeed, aside from Kermode's essay, most contemporary reviews of the two works saw them less as academic contributions to literary and cultural history, and more as political polemics. The reviews then fell into two broad 49 categories, those which welcomed the books as expressions of the New Left sensibility, and those which rejected them on just that account. The debate on culture and society in the pages of Battison's journal, Essays in Criticism, may serve as an exemplary instance for our analysis of their contemporary impact and resonance. 10 Richard Hogarth's review prompted the debate between Williams and some opponents in the critical forum section of the journal. Hogarth, despite a history of differences with Williams, welcomed the book as both a cogent study of the culture and society tradition and as a substantial contribution to it. Hogarth 1959, 171. He singled out its final chapter for particular praise. Culture and Society was the most solidly based and intelligent piece of work to come from the New Left. It captured the extraordinary sense of social change in the air. 1959, 171. This review, from a fellow tutor in the WE and the author of The Uses of Literacy, 1957, was the occasion for a critical forum debate in which Ian Gregor, Malcolm Piddock, and Williams himself took part. Gregor et al. 1959. For Ian Gregor and Malcolm Piddock, it was precisely that sense of social change which posed the main problem, and their negative responses may help us grasp the political challenge represented by Williams's work. A striking feature of their accounts is a certain rhetorical ploy in which the political motivations of Williams's arguments are ruled out of court for contravening the apparent rules of objective academic criticism, while the political motivations of their own arguments are held to be irreproachable. Both Gregor and Piddock single out the To Culture and Society as the focal point for their disagreements. Gregor goes straight to the point and accuses Williams of being guilty of a sleight of hand in arguing for a definition of culture as a whole way of life, and consequently as one which can include both conscious art and the creation of democratic institutions by the working class as cultural achievements. He therefore rejects any definition of culture which might claim that the National Union of Mine Workers is a creative achievement of the same kind as Sons and Lovers. Gregor et al. 1959, 428. Since such a definition is unthinkable in the terms given by Leavitt cultural analysis, it is unthinkable tout court. Williams is guilty of advancing arguments in general terms when they are in fact politically weighed. 1959, 425. In a word, Gregor disagrees with Williams's cultural politics, but prefers to attribute that disagreement not to the fact of Williams holding different political views to his own, but in a daze of conservative blindness, to his holding political views at all. Similarly, Malcolm Piddock claims he does not want Williams to show his political colors, only to give his ideas a sharper definition. Gregor et al. 1959, 431, but he then goes on to offer a series of criticisms which, though they are presented as if they were simply neutral, common sense, or even logical, are clearly derived from his own sense of political identity. His concluding remark, with its insulting condescension to working-class intelligence, does much to explain Williams's later ire in recalling the debate. The review closes by 50. Quoting from the final chapter of Culture and Society the phrase, the human crisis is always a crisis of understanding. What we genuinely understand we can do, Williams 1958a, 338, and then querying, what we genuinely understand we can do. But what happens if most of us are incapable of understanding? 1959, 432. Such a remark embodies the conservative consciousness which is the very target of the arguments in culture and society. Gregor and Pittock clearly belong to that group of people who, in Williams's terms, had preempted the culture and literature of this country, Williams 1979, 112. A later review of the Long Revolution, also in Essays in Criticism, offers striking confirmation of the reactionary nature of Pittock's own conservative agenda, Pittock 1962. Here, in a general complaint about the book's omissions and wishful thinking, Pittock argues that Williams converts what is really only a theory of change into a theory of progress, Pittock 1962, 88, and asserts his conservative pessimism against Williams's socialist optimism. The power over our environment offered by the revolution in technology and communications is inseparable from power over ourselves, as in the most extreme instance we can use this power just as easily to destroy human society as to develop it. Mr. Williams has, in short, the optimism about human possibility which usually goes with a political commitment to socialism. 1962, 90. It is perhaps difficult now to imagine the depth of opposition to these arguments. Another telling account is the essay which greeted Williams on his arrival in Cambridge in 1961. Maurice Cowling, conservative historian and fellow of Peterhouse College, was the author of the lead article Mr. Raymond Williams, which appeared in the university's major humanities journal, the Cambridge Review of May 27. Never in the history of the university had a new lecturer been treated to such an unwelcoming welcome. In this essay, Cowling gives an extraordinarily dismissive and yet indignant description of the central place held by Williams amongst a whole group of English radicals, lapsed Stalinists, academic socialists, and intellectual Trotskyites, with others from the extramural boards, the community centers and certain northern universities, Cowling 1961, 546. We can see at work here what we may call the rhetoric of the center. What most disturbs Cowling is that someone so determinately, in Cowling's terms, from the periphery of British cultural and academic life should come to occupy a central position in national cultural life. In this movement, writes Cowling, the movement we now know as the New Left, Mr. Williams has a central place, not just because of what he is saying, but because he covers his Levite-sick refurbishing of Marx's and Rousseau's political slogans with an academic solemnity which in England the liberal mind can seldom resist. Cowling 1961, 547. 51. Cowling's review, and its appearance in the Cambridge Review at the very moment of Williams's return to Cambridge, signals some of the real vehemence with which the establishment responded both to Williams and to the issues raised by the New Left. In particular, Cowling remarked on one central aspect of Williams's enterprise, rejecting with disdain the very motivation of his work, should not be imagined, he sniffs in conclusion, that it is the function of an English scholar to engage in social criticism. 1961, 548. With this pronouncement, Cowling sought to confine literary studies to the very dimension of a political professionalism from which Williams was trying to free it. Cowling was not alone in seeing Culture and Society as one of the first books to articulate the concerns of the New Left. 1956 is usually seen as the crucial year. The vicious crushing of the Hungarian revolt by Soviet tanks brought an end to hopes of the internal transformation of socialism in the East, despite Stalin's death in 1953 and Khrushchev's 20th Congress criticisms of him, while the British and French invasion of the Suez Canal zone similarly tore through any illusions concerning the equally implacable rapaciousness of Western capitalist interests, despite the much-touted end of imperialism and the partial gains, in Britain, of the welfare state. Within a year, the Communist Party of Great Britain had lost a third of its membership and many people on the left felt the need for a new direction, one which could reject both the tired dogma of the Communist Party and the new liberal rhetoric. 12. The founding of universities and Left Review and the New Reasoner and the publication of Norman Mackenzie's Conviction revealed the need for a new socialist alignment, one which could challenge and go beyond the Stalinist heritage, and at the same time question the complacency induced by the new welfare state policies and the extraordinary period of near full employment and zero inflation. A new attempt at synthesis was provided by the focus on the center of Williams's concerns since the late 1940s, the idea of culture. In a recent retrospective account, Stuart Hall offers three motives for this particular intellectual and political investment by the New Left in culture. First, because it was in the cultural and ideological domain that social change appeared to be making itself most dramatically visible. Second, because the cultural dimension seemed to us not a secondary, but a constitutive dimension of society. This reflects part of the New Left's long-standing quarrel with the reductionism and economism of the base superstructure metaphor. Third, because the discourse of culture seemed to us fundamentally necessary to any language in which socialism could be redscribed. The New Left therefore took the first faltering steps of putting questions of cultural analysis and cultural politics at the center of its politics. Hall 1989, 25-6. 52. Not surprisingly, Hall picks out Williams as the trailbreaker. No one expressed the fundamental and constitutive character of this argument for and within the New Left more profoundly than Raymond Williams, 1989, 27.13. Nor is this simply a view afforded by hindsight. The publication, and attendant public attention and acclaim, of Culture and Society 1780-1950 in 1958, followed by the related essays of The Long Revolution in 1961 and of Communications in 1962, brought an end to at least one dimension of Williams's isolation. From that point onwards, Williams was not only a central figure for Britain's New Left, but also that rare figure in British intellectual life, a public intellectual, enjoying a wide measure of respect from and access to Britain's mass media, writing for daily newspapers and broadcasting for the radio. For Labour politician Richard Crossman, the Long Revolution was the first theoretical exposition of the new socialism. Not to have read Culture and Society was to brand oneself the intellectual equivalent of a square point 14. The Great Debate. But if Culture and Society should certainly be recognized as a manifesto for the New Left, and situated as a key work of the post-1956 realignment, it is still necessary to go a step further, and to remember that the book itself began as a project as far back as the late 1940s. Culture and Society needs to be read both in terms of the continuity of Williams's intellectual development, his ongoing struggle with literary studies and Marxist analysis, and his response to specific debates. If the New Left found much of interest in his idea of culture, we must not forget that this idea was itself the product of Williams's own particular interests. One dimension of assessment which has been largely neglected is that provided by the general conservative backlash against the extension of working-class education heralded by the Beveridge Report of 1942 and inaugurated by the Education Act of 1944. According to the terms of this act, secondary education was now extended to cover all children up to the age of 15, and each child had a chance of going to grammar school and then on to university if they passed the crucial hurdle of a general examination at the age of 11. The results of these changes were, in fact, to be only a marginal increase in the number of working-class children at universities. Nonetheless, the very possibility of increased access to higher education was perceived by some as threatening. T.S. Eliot, the unlikely hero of drama From Ibsen to Eliot, was quick to respond to what he and others perceived as a major threat to the status quo. In a series of essays and lectures composed between 1943 and 1948, Eliot weighed in against the egalitarian impulse of the Beveridge Report and the new Education Act. I5 Equality of education, wrote Eliot, is Jacobinism in education, and went on argue. 53. The ideal of a uniform system such that no one capable of receiving higher education could fail to get it, leads imperceptibly to the education of too many people, and consequently to the lowering of standards to whatever this swollen number of candidates is able to reach. Eliot 1948, 100-1. The reactionary panic is clear from the confusion of Eliot's language. The initial idea is that those capable of receiving higher education should have a right to it, but somehow these capable students suddenly mutate into a swollen number of candidates. Though he is forced to qualify that this ugly swelling takes place imperceptibly, he insists that this unperceivable and unjustified swelling must necessarily lead to a lowering of standards. With arguments such as these at work, it is hardly surprising that notes towards the definition of culture figures as the work which provided the initial impetus for culture and society. Williams saw it as one of the first to articulate the reactionary appropriation of the idea of culture as the Cold War settled in, Williams 1979, 97. Williams's careful response to Eliot is fully documented in Culture and Society, and, less visibly but more acutely, in the silent revisions in his studies of drama, with their removal of Eliot and promotion of Brecht. At the same time, and of particular concern to Williams as a tutor in the WE, were the arguments in and around the related notions of adult and workers' education in the post-war period, known by its participants as the Great Debate. 16 The extraordinary shift in social sensibility as Britain recovered from the rigors of the Second World War, moved towards almost full employment and zero inflation, and began to feel the effects of the implementation of welfare state policy, had the paradoxical effect of diluting progressive political thought. J.F.C. Harrison, examining the social forces at work in the shifts in WE policy, hit the nail bang on the head. The problem for the WE comes primarily not from within but from without, from a new social environment and from new developments in the world of adult education. Without suggesting that we are now living in a new world, it is nevertheless clear that a full employment welfare state has begun to create new social attitudes which make obsolete many approaches based on pre-war suppositions and data. Harrison, in Raybould 1959, 10. In other words, any concern with the politics of class was seen as inappropriate in the full employment welfare state. For Harrison, as for others, the very center of the WE movement, the figure of the working adult seeking a politically stimulating education, was no longer a valid one. The whole concept of the manual worker, he argued, and the whole approach implied in the idea of the working class movement no longer means what they once did. They are part of a world which is passing away. Harrison, in Raybould 1959, 16.17. 54. S.G. Raybould, Director of Extramural Studies at Leeds University and Vice Principal of the WE from 1949 to 1957, was a key figure in the whole debate. In a series of works published between 1947 and 1951, Raybould argued, against figures such as G.D.H. Cole and Robert Peers, that the crucial question for adult education was not that of offering a general cultural and political education, but the attainment of university standards in adult education classes. Is a central feature of Raybould's own arguments for raising the standard of adult education to university level was the same apparent disappearance of the worker as Harrison had noted. In the English universities and adult education, Raybould argued that there was urgent need for fresh thinking about the nature and purpose of adult education. The impulse to form the will was an impulse born of the situation, educational, political, and economic, of working class people at the beginning of the century, and was expressed in the phrase education for social and industrial emancipation. That impulse has not spent its force, but it is less compelling than it was. Raybould 1951, 41. Certainly it was less compelling enough for Raybould to argue for the redefinition of adult education away from the extramural classes for working class students, and towards the provision of university education for the middle classes. It is then in these debates in and around adult education that one of Williams's central interests, in what has come to be known as historical semantics, which is so central to the whole method and intention of culture and society, first began to take shape as he made his own contributions to the great debate about the future of adult education in a number of essays for the Highway. For Williams and others, the adult education movement had seemed an important opportunity for providing working-class people with the elements of a broadly political education. In this, they were following the original impetus of the movement. Albert Mansbridge, in the inaugural speech of the Institute for Adult Education, had, on May 28, 1921, asserted that, by the foundation of the Institute it is hoped to create a widespread public opinion which shall ultimately win for adult education its rightful place in the national system. Essentially it will be an instrument of research and propaganda. Cited in Hutchinson 1971, 10. Similarly, R.H. Tawney in his address to the We, published in The Highway in 1934, had argued, 55. Is to serve the working class movement in the way proper to an educational body, not by propaganda, but by offering its members the educational opportunities which are one condition of its progress, and by creating a climate of public opinion impatient of educational privilege and determined to end it. Tawney 1934, 69. It was a harsh historical irony for Williams and at least some of his fellows that just at the moment when this climate came into existence, with the post-war labor government and the boom in adult education numbers, that the directly political aims of the movement were to be successfully challenged by Raybould and others in the name of standards. 19. Raybould's reforms threatened to remove the very raison d'etre for socialists to work at all in adult education rather than in the university system. As Williams recollected in his Tony McLean Memorial Lecture Oflo 983. The impulse to adult education was not only a matter of remedying deficit, making up for inadequate educational resources in the wider society, nor only a case of meeting new needs of the society, though these things contributed. The deepest impulse was the desire to make learning part of the process of social change itself. Williams 1983 f. 158. Nothing better illustrates that impulse than the central arguments in, and structure of, Culture and Society itself, and the related studies of the long revolution. In Politics and Letters, he noted the ways in which he was able to move away from traditional canonical concerns of the university in his WE classes. There seemed little point in teaching the writing of essays, he recollected. I taught the writing of reports, minutes, memoranda, and committee speaking and oral reports, skills relevant to their work. Williams 1979, 78. But more important than this simple question of relevant skills was the challenge to the founding notions of culture implicit in the usual ideas of the curriculum as a whole. In an important essay, The Teaching of Public Expression, he issued the following challenge. Does one impose on a social class that is growing in power the syllabus of an older culture, or does one seek means of releasing and enriching the life experience which the rising class brings with it? If the latter, as I choose, then the we has a lot of its thinking in front of it. Williams 1953 b. 248. Culture and Society sought both to examine that syllabus of an older culture and the life experience of the rising class in an all-out attack on the reactionary appropriation of the idea of culture as it was being defined by the 56. Forces for a Minority Civilization in the Institution of Academic Literary Studies, and in the new definitions of adult education promulgated by Raybould and his followers. In Eagleton's judgment, Culture and Society is an idealist and academicist project, 1976 b. 25, but it is important to recognize that this is a political judgment held from a distinctive Althusserian position on the meaning of intellectual activism. In Williams's terms, Culture and Society was certainly not to be seen as merely an academic history of cultural thought. Culture and Society was a strategic response, written from within the imperatives of the adult education movement, to the PMSing debates in what he was beginning to understand not just as the politics of culture and education, but as cultural politics tout court. This politics took place at the very level of meaning and was embodied in the debates about the continued relevance of words such as worker and manual worker, as well as in the very idea of culture itself. The idea of culture. Though Culture and Society appealed because of its apparently effortless contemporaneity, and its articulation of the central concerns of the New Left, we need also to recognize the fact that it represented the culmination of work begun in the 1940s, it represented a breakout from the tight place of Williams's intellectual and political predicament. The preliminary work for the book was done in the adult education classes which Williams taught on the idea of culture from 1949, and this was prompted in the first instance by the publication of Eliot's Notes towards the Definition of Culture in 1948. The first writers under discussion were Eliot, Levy, Clive Bell, and Matthew Arnold, with Bell's Civilization, just republished in 1947, perhaps serving as a particular source of aggravation. By 1953, he had amassed enough material to publish The Idea of Culture in F.W. Battison's new journal Essays in Criticism. Under Battison's editorship, the journal sought to integrate more cogently than scrutiny had been able historical with practical critical analysis. This essay, with its attention to and insistence on the intimate and complex relations between ideas and the other products of man's life in society, clearly fitted this general rubric, and Williams's concern to argue against the ahistorical abstraction associated with the scrutiny approach, would have been particularly welcome. We need a more than ordinary awareness of that pressure of active and general life which is misrepresented entirely by description as background. There are no backgrounds in society, there are only relations of acts and forces. Williams 1953a, 245. The focus is not, as it had been ad nauseam since Eliot's Thomas pronouncement of 1921, the dissociation of sensibility which had somehow set in during the 17th century, but the industrial revolution of the 19th, Eliot 1921, 287-8. To this end, Williams argues that the word culture takes on an important new sense during this period. More neutral than civilization, it comes to refer to 57. The whole way of life of a society and corresponds to the strong tendency to wish to study societies as wholes which is characteristic of both Marxism and anthropology. At the same time, the fact that this idea of culture is a response to, and not just a reflection of, change, was crucial to Williams's attempt at distancing himself from what he understood as the cruder models of Marxist interpretation familiar from his undergraduate years. In this developing model of an active, reactive, and finally proactive culture, the key idea is that of tradition, and tradition is deeply bound up with the living language. The history of a word, he writes, is in the series of meanings which a dictionary defines, the relevance of a word in common language. The dictionary indicates a contemporary scheme of the past, the active word, in speech or in writing, indicates all that has become present. To distinguish the interaction is to distinguish a tradition, a mode of history, and then in experience we set a value on the tradition, a mode of criticism. The continuing process, and the consequent decisions, are then the matter of action in society. Williams 1953a, 242. Language was inherently political, the very stuff of ideology, and the promised book was to be a composite work which brought together the two modes of history and criticism in order to make an ideological response, to participate in that action in society. To write in this composite mode is necessarily to participate in the tradition of which one writes, to add oneself to the list, to speak for one's own generation. For Williams, such a study promised to unite the professional and the political impulses whose sundering had so troubled him throughout the politics and letters period. With culture and society he at last managed to break out of the tight place of the 1940s, and it is not surprising that he later recorded the sense of relief with which he completed the project in 1956. I have never known a book which more completely seemed to close itself with the last page that was written. I had the strongest sense I have ever experienced that now it was done, I was in a quite new position and could move on. Williams 1979, 109. In this sense, we may wish to read Williams's magisterial and even-handed tone as more than the expression of the liberal ideal of academic objectivity. It works as a part of the necessary machinery for generating the academic authority with which he wished to strengthen his oppositional political objectives, his response to the right-wing appropriation of the idea of culture. Culture and Society is best seen as the polemical and oppositional work which it is, the first major expression of his long and defining struggle with official English culture, Williams 1979, 316. Its very success in founding the culture and society tradition has necessarily blinded us to its own real achievements. 58. While opening the way to many criticisms of the gaps in the book's idea of the tradition. Point 21. The tradition. Williams's success lies first of all in the establishment of the existence of a culture and society tradition, a distinctively British discourse on culture which broadly opposed the tendencies of the new industrial society. The conclusion to the book states the case with some force. The development of the idea of culture has, throughout, been a criticism of what has been called the bourgeois idea of society. The contributors to its meaning have started from widely different positions, and have reached widely various attachments and loyalties. But they have been alike in this, that they have been unable to think of society as a merely neutral area, or as an abstract regulating mechanism. The stress has fallen on the positive function of society, on the fact that the values of individual men are rooted in society, and on the need to think and feel in these common terms. This was, indeed, a profound and necessary response to the disintegrating pressures which were faced. Williams 1958a, 328. This authority is turned to good account in the positive arguments put forward in the conclusion. But before we examine these, let us briefly examine the basic line of argument which the book as a whole puts forward. With a casual disdain for the usual divisions of cultural political analysis, Williams establishes the beginnings of the major 19th century tradition, the work of two figures whose work usually represents the oppositions between conservative and radical thinking, Edmund Burke, vociferous opponent of the French Revolution, and William Cobbett, champion of the laboring classes. Was they who started traditions of criticism of the new democracy and the new industrialism, traditions which in the middle of the 20th century are still active and important, 1958a, 4. This same tradition continued through the writings of Robert Southey, Robert Owen, and the Romantic poets, with Wordsworth providing one of the seminal statements of the new idea of culture as the embodied spirit of a people, the true standard of excellence, the court of appeal in which real values were determined, usually in opposition to the factitious values thrown up by the market and similar operations of society, 1958a, 34. Following Wordsworth, Coleridge, in his On the Constitution of Church and State, 1830, worked out this idea of culture, the court of appeal to which all social arrangements must submit, 1958a, 61. Mill, Bentham, Carlyle, Newman, Arnold, and the novelists of the 1840s all made their own contributions to the tradition, and Pugin, Ruskin, and Morris all wrote persuasively in support of the central idea that the art of a period is closely and necessarily 59. Related to the generally prevalent way of life, and further that, in consequence, aesthetic, moral and social judgments are closely interrelated, 1958a, 130. Williams found little of interest in the second phase of the tradition, from around 1880 through to 1914. He prefaces Part 2 of the book with the admission that we shall not find in LTHE major writers of the period anything very new, a working out, rather, of unfinished lines, a tentative redirection, 1958a, 161-2. Consequently he offers only the briefest outlines of work by W.H. Mallock, Whistler, Wilde, and Pater, or even of Gissing and Shaw. Part 2 closes with a brief assessment of the work of T.E. Hume, whose work challenged the tradition at its roots, 1958a, 190, but whose main importance Williams assigns as Hume's influence on T.S. Eliot. Critics of culture and society are surely right to see this as the weakest part of the book as a whole. It is clearly the part where Williams himself is least engaged, least interested and least knowledgeable, and point rightly to the implications of this blindness to what was, after all, the main period of Victorian imperial expansion. 23 Part 3 of the study focuses on the real origins of the project as it began in 1946. Examines the work of D.H. Lawrence, R.H. Tawney, T.S. Eliot, George Orwell L.A. Richards and F.R. Levy, as well as the British Marxist fighters of the 1930s. We can see at work just what the project as a whole owed to the tradition of literary criticism, as well as to the particular debates at work within adult education. A great deal of the internal drama of the book is Williams's attempt to draw some support for his arguments from the leading figures of a discipline which in so many ways was actively hostile to the idea of the participatory democracy which he invoked in the name of furthering a common culture, itself a phrase used by Eliot to describe an antithetical cultural and political order. The constitutive tension of the book is its turning of the tradition against some of its own preconceptions. 24 As we shall see, the pivot of the argument can be found in the idea of the masses. It is this tension which explains what otherwise seems an oddly unmotivated set of remarks concerning literacy. Williams writes with disdain of the ready-made historical thesis, 1958a, 306, which argues that the 1870 Education Act brought a new mass reading public into being, and that this public was literate but untrained in reading, low in taste and habit. This public was then the harbinger of the new crude popular culture of the 20th century, the culture of radio, movies, and the gutter press. Against this, the founding rhetoric of Cambridge English, Williams argues long and hard. The new institutions of popular culture were never produced, he insists, by the working people themselves, and to identify them with the actual wishes and desires of the working class is deeply mistaken. What needs to be identified instead are the motives and ideology of the producers of the new mass media. In any case, he fights, the contemporary historians of popular culture have tended to concentrate on what is bad and to neglect what is good, 1958a, 308. This selectivity is in turn reinforced by a certain deformation professional. He argues that in judging a culture, it is not enough to concentrate on habits which coincide with those of the observer. 60. To the highly literate observer there is always a temptation to assume that reading plays as large a part in the lives of most people as it does in his own. To the degree that he acquires a substantial proportion of his ideas and feelings from what he reads, he will assume, again wrongly, that the ideas and feelings of the majority will be similarly conditioned. But, for good or ill, the majority of people do not yet give reading this importance in their lives. Their ideas and feelings are, to a large extent, still molded by a wider and more complex pattern of social and family life. There is an evident danger of delusion, to the highly literate person, if he supposes that he can judge the quality of general living by primary reference to the reading artifacts. 1958a, 308-9. He notes and rejects the contempt which the highly literate tend to have for other intelligent creative activities, general skills such as gardening, metalwork and carpentry, and active politics. The contempt for many of these activities, which is always latent in the highly literate, is a mark of the observer's limits, not those of the activities themselves, he insists, 1958a, 309. It is in these arguments that Williams reveals both his deep connection to literary criticism, and the distance he wishes to take from it. For at the very moment when he is arguing for the relevance of the culture and society tradition to contemporary arguments in favor of democracy, he was arguing against the general case put forward by the literary critics, and in particular by I.A. Richards and F.R. Levy, the two literary critics covered in the book, and rightly seen as the formative figures in the discipline of English studies in Britain, and against, in particular, the implications of Q.D. Levy's study, fiction, and the reading public, the most sustained attempt to put historical flesh on the bones of Levy's assertions. 25. The masses. Central to the urgency of much literary critical thought, was a certain representation of the masses which Williams turns to in the conclusion to the book. Point 26. Here he argues that all the connotations of mob are to be found at work in most compounds of masses. Masses was a new word for mob, and the traditional characteristics of the mob were retained in its significance: gullibility, fickleness, herd prejudice, lowness of taste and habit. The masses, on this evidence, formed the perpetual threat to culture. Mass thinking, mass suggestion, mass prejudice would threaten to swamp considered individual thinking and feeling. Even democracy, which had both a classical and a liberal reputation, would lose its savor in becoming mass democracy. 1958a, 298. 61. He takes a hard line here, and points out that the term mass democracy can either be used as an observation or a prejudice. 1958a, 298. As an observation, it may refer to the fact that the complex reality of 20th century democracy in Britain is very different from what its 19th century partisans could have imagined, and that the new mass media do have a powerful shaping effect on that reality. But the everyday use of the term is hardly ever in this sense. Instead, it is used in almost all cases in the deeply prejudicial way which is articulated in the following terms. Democracy, as in England we have interpreted it, is majority rule. The means to this, in representation and freedom of expression, are generally approved. But, with universal suffrage, majority rule will, if we believe in the existence of the masses, be mass rule. Further, the masses are, essentially, the mob. Democracy will be mob rule. This will hardly be good government, or a good society. It will, rather, be the rule of lowness or mediocrity. At this point, which it is evidently very satisfying to some thinkers to reach, it is necessary to ask again, who are the masses? 1958a-298-9. For Williams, the real answer to this question is that the masses are the working people of England. But this is so, it is clear that what is in question is not only gullibility, or lowness of taste and habit. It is also, from the open record, the declared intention of the working people to alter society, in many of its aspects, in ways which those to whom the franchise was formerly restricted deeply disapprove. It seems to me, when this is considered, that what is being questioned is not mass democracy, but democracy. A majority can be achieved in favor of these changes, the democratic criterion is satisfied. But if you disapprove of the changes you can, it seems, avoid open opposition to democracy as such by inventing a new category, mass democracy, which is not such a good thing at all. 1958a, 299. The submerged opposite, he argues, is class democracy, where democracy will merely describe the processes by which a ruling class conducts its business of ruling. 1958a, 299. It is from this discussion, the pivotal argument of the whole book, that Williams goes on to make his most celebrated and most contentious point, the difficulty he has with the whole concept of masses. We have to return the meanings to experience, he argues in a characteristic formulation. Our normal public conception of an individual person, for example, is the man in the street. But nobody feels himself to be only the man in the street. We all know much more about ourselves than that. The man in the 62 street is a collective image, but we know, all the time, our own difference from him. It is the same with the public, which includes us, but yet is not us. Masses is a little more complicated, yet similar. I do not think of my relatives, friends, neighbors, colleagues, acquaintances, as masses. We none of us can or do. The masses are always the others, whom we don't know, and can't know. Yet now, in our kind of society, we see these others regularly, in their myriad variations, stand, physically, beside them. They are here, and we are here with them. And that we are with them is of course the whole point. To other people, we also are masses. Masses are other people. Williams 1958a, 299-300. There are in fact no masses, he asserts, there are only ways of seeing people as masses. 1958a, 300. And it is just these ways of seeing, the formulae by which we may conveniently interpret others, for the purposes of cultural or political exploitation, that we need to consider in analysis. His central point can be understood as the urging of a critical literacy which will untie the knots of representation through which the empirical data of the facts of the world are put forward for social action. With this central point, Williams deconstructed, if we may use one of the senses of Derrida's label term, the dominant system of representation which had emerged, perhaps most vividly in the 1930s. 27 The isolation experienced by Williams was not a social one, but an intellectual one described best, perhaps, in Althusser's phrase, as a theoretical solitude. 28 And it is this which comes through most strongly in the turn he gives to the idea of working class culture. Williams writes against both Marxist and reactionary conceptions of culture, which consider it either as the inheritance of the rising class, or call for its defense against new and destructive forces. 1958a, 319. Working class culture has nothing to do with the small amount of proletarian writing and art which exists. 1958a, 320. It needs to be understood in terms of the implications of the idea of culture as a whole way of life. Then refers not only to intellectual and imaginative work, or even to housing, dress, and modes of leisure. Industrial production tends to produce uniformity in such matters, he writes, but the vital distinction lies at another level. The crucial distinction is between alternative ideas of the nature of social relationship. 1958a, 325. First, there is the bourgeois understanding of social relationship as individualism, an idea of society as a neutral area within which each individual is free to pursue his own development and his own advantage as a natural right, though T11's idea is modified in practice by idea of service to the community. The working class idea and practice of social relationship is different. It is above all an idea which, whether it is called communism, socialism, or cooperation, regards society neither as a neutral area nor as protective, but as a positive means for all kinds of development, including individual development. 1958a, 326. 63. Once this is grasped, it becomes easier to see that working class culture is not a matter of proletarian art, but rather the practice of the collective idea itself. 1958a, 327. Is the idea of solidarity versus the idea of service which, argues Williams, always serves in practice to maintain the status quo. 1958a, 330. We may now see what is properly meant by working class culture, he writes. Is not proletarian art, or council houses, or a particular use of languages, it is, rather, the basic collective idea, and the institutions, manners, habits of thought and intentions which proceed from this. The working class, because of its position, has not, since the Industrial Revolution, produced a culture in the narrower sense. The culture which it has produced, and which it is important to recognize, is the collective democratic institution, whether in the trade unions, the cooperative movement or a political party. Working class culture, in the stage through which it has been passing, is primarily social, in that it has created institutions, rather than individual, in particular intellectual or imaginative work. When it is considered in context, it can be seen as a very remarkable creative achievement. 1958a, 327. With this idea of culture as something like a Wittgensteinian form of life and the Marxist idea of ideology, rather than a matter of aesthetic taste, Williams could do little more than to underline the differences which separated him from a Gregor and a Pittock. In fact, there was no common ground between them, culture and society had deconstructed it. In the end he could only insist that, however difficult it may be to understand in detail, art is part of the whole way of life, and the individual artist has behind him and within him an important body of social experience without which he could not even begin. Gregor et al. 1959, 435. And he looks forward to the central arguments of the long revolution to further substantiate his case. Communication as a whole is a creative activity, in the sense that, as the neurologists are now showing, it is by learning to perceive, to describe, and to communicate description to others that we create the common reality of our lives. Institutions are best seen as forms of communication, embodying a particular version of reality and a particular response to it. Art is one of the most important of these, and its biological, social, and personal functions can be usefully compared with those of other kinds of institution. For there are no entirely different economic, political, what you will, there is one lived reality, within which we respond and act in varying forms. Gregor E.T.A. 1959, 435. Culture and Society, and the related essays of the Long Revolution, represented a powerful response to the post-1945 hardening of attitudes in politics and education. To write it, and to make a beginning, Williams had to distance 64 himself from his own early influences, and to subject that orthodoxy of which they were a part to a critical and historical analysis. No one summed up Williams's achievement in doing this better than Edward Thompson in his review of the Long Revolution. With a compromised tradition at his back, and with a broken vocabulary his hands, he did the only thing that was left to him. He took over the vocabulary of his opponents, followed them into the heart of their own arguments, and fought them to a standstill in their own terms. Thompson 1961, 27. This argument with official English culture was to continue in the next phase of Williams's work on his return to Cambridge as a university lecturer in 1961. 4. The turbulent decade of the 1960s was an extremely active one for Williams, both as a public intellectual and as a professional academic. He gave his support to various activist groups, the Campaign for Nuclear Disarmament, the Cambridge Left Forum, the Vietnam Solidarity Campaign, the National Convention of the Left and the consequent writing of the May Day Manifesto, the defense of Rudi Dutschke, and even participation in the Arts Council and canvassing for the Labour Party. At the same time, he continued his non-academic writing with the completion of his novel Second Generation in 1962, and the beginning of the Fight for Minot, published in 1979, plus the writing of 3 plays, Koba, never performed, but published as the third section of Modern Tragedy in 1966, A Letter from the Country, 1966, and Public Inquiry, 1967, both of which were shown on the BBC. There was also a constant flow of journalism, reviews and a regular column on television for the listener. He continued his usual process of self-correction, making significant revisions to his view of the history of drama with the revision and republication of drama in performance and the retitled drama from Ibsen to Brecht, both in 1968, writing an important reassessment of the appeal and limitations of the work of George Orwell, 1971, and editing Volume 2 of the Pelican Book of English Prose, from 1780 to the present day, 1969. Point 2. For the sake of this study, is necessary to narrow the focus of attention and assessment. This chapter examines the renewal of Williams's contact with Cambridge English and its particular, and particularly productive, frictions, as well as the continuation of his troubled dialogue with Marxism as he sought to respond to the telling criticisms made of culture and society and the Long Revolution by Victor Kiernan and E.P. Thompson. In Williams's recollection of the events, it was on a spring morning in 1961 that he opened a letter from the University of Cambridge to find that he had been appointed to a lectureship in the English faculty. Point 3. Over the next 2 days other letters arrived explaining the situation and asking him whether he would accept such an appointment were it to be offered. Tired of the losing battles in adult education, he was glad to accept, and after the obligatory ordeal by dinner at high table, was given a fellowship at Jesus College which he took up in the summer of 1961. He was to remain a fellow of the college. 66. Until his death in 1988, though he had formally retired from the post of Professor of Drama in 1983. In the first of his 2 formal retirement lectures on April 25, 1983, Williams reviewed the history of his relations with Cambridge English. He closed the lecture with an emphasis on what he termed his own distance from it. Many friends have told me that I have never distanced myself enough, but they are wrong. The distance is entire, the intellectual conflicts absolute. My only community and inheritance in Cambridge is with some of the questions then posed and with the campaigning energy and seriousness that were brought to them. Williams 1983 g. 190. But distance and conflict both presuppose some common ground, some side of contested perspective. This was to be found in some of the questions then asked. What were these questions? What were the terms of his renewed professional contact with Cambridge English? In Politics and Letters, he had claimed, if you look at the implied relationships of nearly all the books I have written, I have been arguing with what I take to be official English culture. Williams 1979, 316. For this we can read official English culture, or in large part at least, English culture as it was defined and disseminated by the Cambridge English faculty. 44, as Williams goes on to say, his modern tragedy, 1966, was a reply to George Steiner's The Death of Tragedy, 1961, the English novel From Dickens to Lawrence, 1970, his riposte to Levi's seminal The Great Tradition, 1948, While the Country and the City, 1973, started life as a sharp reaction to a special paper in Part 2 of the English Tripos on the Country House Poem. 5. At the same time, Williams's work continued, though somewhat obliquely, in its critical dialogue with Marxism. In response to a question concerning that indirectness, he replied, "Why do I discuss a minor 18th-century poet in more detail than I do Marx? Because this is where a really reactionary social consciousness is being continually reproduced, and to till your own alternative garden to it is not enough. In fact, it would be a trap for me. There would be a good many people in English cultural circles who would be delighted if I spent the rest of my time clearing up some questions of Marxist literary theory. I don't propose to give them the satisfaction." Williams 1979, 317. Nonetheless, despite this sidelong response to Eagleton's criticisms and the probings of the New Left review team, the writings of this period continually interact with problems in Marxist theory and Marxism and literature. Published in 1977, is nothing if not a thorough attempt at settling accounts. In 67. This chapter, we shall focus on both the oblique oppositional dialogue with Marxism as well as with the more direct critique of Cambridge English. To be sure, Williams had already formulated some important objections to the methodology of Cambridge English, both in the early reading and criticism, where he criticized the foundations of Levi's evaluation through close reading by attending to the pre-selective nature of passage selection, and again, in Culture and Society, where he developed this line of argument in relation to L.A. Richards. He sums up the main elements of Richards's positions as follows: the experience of literature is thus a kind of training for general experience, a training, essentially, in that capacity for organization which is man's only profitable response to his altered and dangerous condition. Williams 1958a. 249. This is the new and dangerous condition of mass society and mass culture. Above all, he is critical of what he sees as the essential passivity inherent in Richards's definition of the reading experience. Great literature is indeed enriching, liberating, and refining, he writes. But man is always and everywhere more than a reader, has indeed to be a great deal else before he can even become an adequate reader, unless indeed he can persuade himself that literature, as an ideal sphere of heightened living, will under certain cultural circumstances operate as a substitute. We shall then be thrown back upon poetry. It is capable of saving us. The very form of these sentences indicates the essential passivity which I find disquieting. 1958a, 251. In conclusion, he argues that, all that Richards has taught us about language and communication, and for which we acknowledge our debt, has to be reviewed. For in the end, Richards remained a captive to the image of aesthetic man which Richards had unknowingly inherited from his own opponents and predecessors, alone in a hostile environment, receiving and organizing his experience, 1958a, 252. He was to argue against just this image of both reader and writer as passive and isolated in this next stage of writing. In particular, he was to question the embodiment of these tendencies in the figure of the observer, as exemplified in Orwell's work as the plain man who bumps into experience in an unmediated way and is simply telling us the truth about it, Williams 1979, 385.6. Tragedy, Revolution, and the Modern World. Williams sums up the agenda of modern tragedy in the following terms: we are not looking for a new universal meaning of tragedy. We are looking toward the structure of tragedy in our own culture, Williams 1966, 62. This was, in fact, to be a double task, the criticism both of that official English culture, and its relentless search for universal meanings in literature, but also a thinking through. 68. Of the idea of political revolution itself. The two came powerfully together in the ways in which Cold War values were embodied in the official view of the universal values of tragedy. Modern tragedy grew out of the lectures Williams gave for the final year course on tragedy. Was never a book I had foreseen writing, he averred, rather it was a response to the shock of returning to Cambridge and encountering the course on tragedy there in a much more ideological form than it had been when I was a student. It was as if I went into the lecture room with the text of a chapter from Drama from Ibsen to Eliot in front of me, and came out with the text of a chapter from modern tragedy. Williams 1979, 211. The main difference between the two lay in the shift from the relatively technical address of the earlier work, its focus on dramatic conventions and dramatic performance, to something which was closer to ideological criticism. Modern tragedy was above all a polemical work, addressed to the dominant ideology which he saw as produced and reproduced in the Cambridge English tragedy paper, and as it was epitomized in George Steiner's successful The Death O.J. Tragedy. Death of Tragedy. Steiner's study has all the hallmarks of his peculiar talents. Wide-ranging, multilingual, enthusiastic and erudite, it is not afraid to use a wide range of reading of primary texts as the basis to argue a grand thesis. Written in a passionate and enthusiastic style, it easily gained a wide readership, while pernickety scholars were grieved at its lack of secondary scholarship, and saw its grand argument achieved at the expense of fine detail. The main thesis of the book is easily stated. Tragedy has been in decline since the moment of the Greeks, and though the causes of this decline are multiple and multi-causal, in essence they can be reduced to the fact that real tragedy fits neither the Christian worldview nor, and here Steiner joins the ranks of Cold War polemicists, the Marxist ideology. First, and most important, Steiner saw the history of tragedy as the history of the decline of a form which had achieved its moment of unparalleled perfection with the Greeks. The idea of tragedy, and the vision of man which it implies are Greek. And nearly till the moment of their decline, the tragic forms are Hellenic, Steiner 1961, 3. The death of tragedy is inseparably related to the decline of the organic worldview and its attendant context of mythological, symbolic, and ritual reference. Was on this context that Greek drama was founded, and the Elizabethans were still able to give it imaginative adherence, 1961, 292. The history of tragedy is the history of this decline, with dramatists like Racine able to rekindle some of the fire of the ancient form. 69. From the half-extinguished embers of the present. Others were not so fortunate. Ibsen cannot be regarded as a tragic dramatist. In his work there is, properly speaking, no tragedy at all, but dramatic rhetoric summoning us to action, the conviction that truth of conduct can be defined and that it will liberate society, 1961, 291. Yeats's work only confirms the general case. His failure to construct a mythology for the age is part of that larger failure or withdrawal from imaginative commitment which occurs after the 17th century. Greek tragedy moved against the background of rich, explicit myth, 1961, 319. But for all the impressionistic passion of its local readings, the argument is in the end unable to generate the level of conceptual consistency necessary to sustain his thesis. In the last chapter, Steiner offers his final conclusion. It is significant that this is argued from anecdotal evidence, as commentary on a medieval parable overheard in Poland. Tragedy is that form of art which requires the intolerable burden of God's presence, asserts Steiner, and after the 17th century, God is simply not there. I would suppose that he turned away during the 17th century, 1961, 353. As a whole, the book embodies a distinctive anti-Marxist stance. Steiner identified three main elements in the death of modern tragedy. First, there was the impossibility of reviving the original Greek forms themselves. Second, the ways in which Christianity, with its belief in redemption, spread antipathy to the harshness of Greek tragic values, and finally, there was the denial of tragedy by a Marxism which he sees as the 20th century heir to the willful delusions of Christian belief. For Steiner, Marxism is the 20th century mythology. For we have before us now the startling fact of a mythology created at a specific time by a particular group of men, yet imposed upon the lives of millions. Is that explicit myth of the human condition and of the goals of history which we call Marxism. Marxism is the third principal mythology to have taken root in Western consciousness. Steiner 1961, 323. Steiner repeatedly refers to Marx on necessity as if that term were synonymous with the Greek concept of Ananke, and to Lunacharsky, first Soviet Commissar of Education, and his view that one of the defining qualities of a communist society would be the absence of tragic drama. In a communist state, tragedy is not only bad art, it is treason calculated to subvert the morale of the front lines. 1961, 343,344 to 5.8. Against this, what did Williams have to argue? In the first instance, he was able to deploy his growing armory of concepts against traditional literary criticism. The most powerful of these was his developing sense of semantic history, the history of cultural struggle in and through language. Tragedy, like culture, like industry, like so many other keywords, is admittedly a single and powerful word, Williams 1966, 16, but it is above all a word with a history. And this history is not only open to interpretation, but is itself the embodiment. 70. Of a history of interpretation through the mechanisms of the selective tradition. Is all too easy, writes Williams, to see this tradition as a continuity. So many of the later writers and thinkers have been conscious of the earlier, and have seen themselves as contributing to a common idea or form. 1966, 15. But for the cultural historian, any tradition is not the past, but an interpretation of the past, a selection and valuation. 1966, 16. That interpretation is shown first of all in the primacy given to Greek tragedy, and the many attempts to systematize a Greek tragic philosophy, and to transmit it as absolute. 1966, 17. The valuation then lies in the essentialization of Greek tragedy as a form, along with the consequent view of later tragic drama, exemplified in Steiner's study, as a falling away from the Greek achievement, a gradual fading of the form through the ages to its eventual demise in the modern world. This essentializing attitude is then responsible for a refusal to see and understand the later forms of tragedy in and on their own terms. The usual undervaluation of medieval tragedy is a case in point. Only an extraordinary powerful attachment to an absolute meaning of tragedy could force us to overlook the use of the word, in a quite specific sense, in a major historical period. 1966, 19. In an almost Wittgensteinian way, Williams urges us to seek for the meaning of tragedy in the word's use at a particular moment, a usage embodied in social convention and, to borrow Wittgenstein's term, in forms of life. Against essence, Williams poses history. 9. What is necessary is a fully historical understanding of tragedy, a history of its forms, and the different social conventions underlying those forms. For Williams, the specific differences in the idea of tragedy correspond to shifts in the basic structures of social organization. The medieval emphasis on the fall of princes is comprehensible in a feudal period, while Dryden's idea of the necessity for decorum is an aristocratic rather than a feudal conception, 1966, 25. The ahistorical idea of tragedy relies above all on the notion of an unchanging human nature, 1966, 46, and only if we reject this assumption can \VE see that tragedy is not then a single and permanent kind of fact, but a series of experiences and conventions and institutions. Is not a case of interpreting the series by reference to a permanent and unchanging human nature. Rather, the varieties of tragic experience are to be interpreted by reference to the changing conventions and institutions. 1966, 45-6. Central to this historical view is the emphasis placed on the historicity of contemporary tragic theory itself. The most striking fact, he writes, about modern tragic theory is that it is rooted in very much the same structure of ideas as modern tragedy itself, yet one of its paradoxical effects is its denial that modern tragedy is possible, after almost a century of important and continuous tragic art, 1966, 46. In particular, he argues, the real key to the modern separation of tragedy from mere suffering is the separation of ethical control. 71. And, more critically, human agency, from our understanding of social and political life, 1966, 48-9. Williams isolates three distinctive elements in this mode. First, there is the contemporary emphasis on the destruction of the hero, and related to this, the focus on the hero at the expense of an understanding of the tragic action as a whole, 1966, 54-5. Second, there are the ways in which death is represented as a singular and solitary event, as a proof of the loss of connection when it is rather a theoretical formulation of liberal tragedy, rather than any kind of universal principle, 1966, 58. Third, there is the assumption of a transcendent evil, 1966, 58. Together, these form the ideological assumptions informing both modern tragedy, and the interpretation of the history of tragedy. The most common interpretation of tragedy, he writes, is that it is an action in which the hero is destroyed, 1966, 54, but this focus solely on the hero marginalizes the tragic action as a whole. We are taking a part for the whole, a hero for an action. We think of tragedy as what happens to the hero, but the ordinary tragic action is what happens through the hero, 1966, 55. Similarly, the real universality of death is shifted, in the interpretation of liberal tragedy, to the singular loneliness of death. Since death is universal, the meaning tied to it quickly claims universality, 1966, 56. To move beyond this ideology, Williams argues that we have to make an effort to reconnect our academic thinking and intellectual experience with an analysis and understanding of broader realities. If we find, he writes, a particular idea of tragedy, in our time, we find also a way of interpreting a very wide area of our own experience, relevant certainly to literary criticism but relevant also to very much else. We must also, positively, to understand and describe not only the tragic theory but also the tragic experience of our own time, 1966, 61. This tragic experience is located in the experience of revolution, and particularly in the history of the Russian Revolution. The fourth section of Part I of the book, Tragedy and Revolution, turns to examine these powerful connections and ideas. Tragedy and Revolution. The concluding section of Part I attempts to counter and to question the leading ideas of both liberalism and Stalinism. For Williams, the most complex effect of any powerful ideology, such as that informing the contemporary idea of tragedy, is that it directs us, even when we think we have rejected it, to the same kind of fact, 1966, 61-2. We find in the present the same forms and structures of tragic experience which we have already and unknowingly read into the past. A central feature of this constitutive blindness has been the elision of the social and political dimensions of tragedy. That kind of interest is 72. Commonly relegated to politics, or, to use the Kant word, sociology. Tragedy, we say, belongs to deeper and closer experience, to man not to society, 1966, 62. The major aim is therefore to refuse such a division and to reintegrate our thinking about tragedy, and modern tragedy in particular. For modern tragedy is above all a response to the human experience of revolution, an experience which is necessarily at once personal and political, public and private. Here, the links between the two divided realms of experience posited by the bourgeois theory of tragedy are reality inescapable and urgent, 1966, 74. To this end, we have to go beyond the usual alternatives of either turning a blind eye to the reality of revolutionary violence, or the insistence on seeing only the forces of violence and terror at work in revolution, and then wishing to forego revolution altogether. Revolution, he argues, asserted the possibility of man altering his condition, tragedy showed its impossibility, and the consequent spiritual effects, 1966, 68. We need to get beyond the contemporary reflex, which we have seen at work in a liberal thinker like Steiner, and which maintains that the taking of rational control over social destiny is defeated or at best deeply stained by our inevitable irrationality, and by the violence and cruelty that are so quickly released when habitual forms are broken down, 1966, 74, but we must also question a number of blind spots in the Marxist tradition itself. Characteristically, Williams challenges a main current of thinking to be found in Marxism, one which, though Marx may at times have opposed it, is also profoundly mechanical, its determinism, in its social materialism, and in its characteristic abstraction of social classes from human beings, Williams 1966, 75. It is from such a perspective, he fears, that it is possible to interpret revolution not only as constructive and liberating, and not to see or to accept or to question its violence, its dehumanization and consequent liquidation of its enemies. Real suffering is then at once non-human, is a class swept away by history, is an error in the working of the machine, or is the blood that is not and never can be rosewater. The more general and abstract, the more truly mechanical, the process of human liberation is ordinarily conceived to be, the less any actual suffering really counts, until even death is a paper currency. 1966, 75. He urges a constant resistance to the dehumanizing abstraction related in most people's minds to the excesses of Stalinism, and emphasizes that the tragic essence of revolution is to be found above all the simple fact that revolution is a struggle not only against mere institutions and social forms, but against other men, Williams 1966, 77. At the same time, he also questions the usual liberal response, first by situating it as a product of the long revolution in the West, and second by calling attention to everyone's involvement in violence. He argues against the ways in which we commonly narrow down the meaning of 73. Revolution to a moment of violence and terror, rather than accepting revolution as a moment of violence in a whole history of violence and terror. The essential point is that violence and disorder are institutions as well as acts. When a revolutionary change has been lived through, we can usually see this quite clearly. The old institutions, now dead, take on their real quality as systematic violence and disorder. In that quality, the source of the revolutionary action is seen. But while such institutions are still effective, they can seem, to an extraordinary extent, both settled and innocent. Indeed, they constitute, commonly, an order against which the very protest of the injured and oppressed seems the source of disturbance and violence, 1966, 66. It is all too easy from the perspective of a Western democracy, committed to the principles of what Williams called the Long Revolution, to denounce the obvious violence of other situations while enjoying the fruits of an invisible structural violence in the comfort of home. What is formally necessary is the recognition of our own involvement in such structural violence, and to see that this must be faced as itself a kind of disorder, from the experience of this disorder, and through its specific action, order is recreated. The process of this action is at times remarkably similar to the real action of revolution, 1966, 66. He locates this as the contradictions engaging the identification between a permanent order and a social system, 1966, 67. I am writing, he notes, to sharpen his general point, on a day when British military power is being used against dissident tribesmen in South Arabia, 1966, 79. Part 2 of Modern Tragedy, Modern Tragic Literature, consists of 7 essays which may be taken as evidence to support the general positions advanced in the first part of the study. The works and authors discussed illustrate various constituents of the modern structure of tragic feeling. Ibsen anticipates Arthur Miller in the way his protagonists are no longer heroes but victims, caught and defined in a conflict with the social world beyond their control. Lawrence's novel Women in Love represents a crucial turning away from the social dimension, and the attempt to create the individual person without any relationships, 1966, 138, and Williams contrasts this turning away with Tolstoy's emphasis on the social understanding of characters in his novel Anna Karenina. 10. The drama of Pirandello, Ionesco, and Beckett reinterprets and remolds the substance of Chekhov's drama, moving it away from his emplacement in 19th-century realism and its assumption of a total world, 1966, 139, to the 20th-century emphasis on the general consciousness of illusion, 1966, 141. In each essay, Williams pushes his central point, that the deepest crisis in modern thinking is the division of experience into social and personal categories, 1966, 121. This division mars the work of even those dramatists like Camus who wish to try and face the difficult relations between tragedy and revolt. Only Bertolt Brecht, in Williams's view, has some partial success with his recovery of history as a dimension for tragedy, 1966, 202, and his full recognition of the tragic nature of revolution as the known harshness of the revolutionary struggle, 1966, 203.1l. 74. Contemporary reviews of the book were unable to make or accept this connection. 12. 2 instances can serve as example. The first is by Frank Kermode, the second is anonymous but is likely, from the focus of its own interests and knowledge, to have been written by George Steiner. Kermode comments on the oddness of the book. Its structure seems finally to be self-indulgent, however strangely the general tone of sullen, incorrigible intelligence may seem to tell against such a judgment. Kermode 1966, 83. While Kermode praises the intentions of the author to make the book about the connections, in modern tragedy, between event and experience and idea, and its form which is designed at once to explore and to emphasize these radical connections, Williams 1966, 9, he insists that I doubt if it will feel like a work of such ambitious unity to anyone but the author. Kermode 1966, 84. For Kermode, the best are the opening pages where some of those connections are made through the writing, only here is the word I, though heavily muddled, allowed to make its necessary appearance. Kermode 1966, 84. On the potted history of tragic ideas, and the supporting essays, Kermode is unaggressive. The surprising thing is not that it is unconvincing but that it is never ridiculous. 1966, 84. In the end, he would be happy to follow Williams's advice about choosing which parts of the book to read, but to read none of it. There are still those earlier works to learn from, books in which the equations to be solved were of more general interest, less a personally satisfying structure of feeling. 1966, 85. The anonymous reviewer in the Times Literary Supplement rejects the central argument of the book. The category of tragedy is no longer very useful. Drama after Chekhov and Samuel Beckett is a mixed open form. Times Literary Supplement 1966, 717, praises it as a deeply honest book and sees Koba as evidence of the depth of his Williams's imaginative involvement. 1966, 718, but, in the end, judges the book negatively, a book on modern tragedy which does not touch on the sociology of the audience and of the literary act, which hardly alludes to the interactions between stage drama and other modes of dramatic performance, must inevitably appear somewhat anachronistic and Dunnish in bias, 1966, 718. Finally, it is an honest, often moving, yet disappointing book, 1966, 718. But perhaps what counts most, and certainly what counted most to Williams, is what is most occluded in these responses, the terms of the opposition to the dominant ideology of tragedy at work within Cambridge English. In a sense, the substance of the book is to be found in its address, its situatedness. It is this which gives this Dunnish book the paradoxically anti-academic force registered by at least one reader, who recorded how modern tragedy changed my life in a way few books have. 13. The novel and the question of form. Modern tragedy sought to contest the versions of Cold War ideology at work in the Cambridge English tragedy paper. In part, this consciously anti-Marxist 75. Discourse had relied for its arguments on a massive repression of the historicity of tragic forms. In the place of the study and analysis of this real formal historicity, a critic like Steiner had promoted the idea of a single tragic essence as the measure of all tragic forms, and argued from that basis that the modern period was one in which the death of tragedy had been accomplished. For Steiner, real tragedy was just not possible in an age of secular values and mass democracy. 14. In large measure, something of that same ahistorical or even anti-historical impulse had long been characteristic of the Cambridge English approach to the novel. E.M. Forster, eminent novelist and fellow of J.N.G's College from 1946 until his death in 1970, had struck the decisive note in his Clark Lectures at Cambridge in 1927, published as aspects of the novel in the same year. Time, he stressed, is to be our enemy, Forster 1927, 16, and he took the slogan "History develops, art stands still" as the crude motto of the study, which was to stress what he saw as the timeless problems of the novelist's craft, the universal struggle with recalcitrant form. All through history, he asserts, in accents strengthened by his own natural authority as novelist, writers while writing have felt more or less the same. They have entered a common state which it is convenient to call inspiration, and, having regard to that state, we may say that history develops, stands still. Forster 1927, 28. Forster's concern is with the novelist's craft, his technique, and in this sense with the novel as form, and these concerns are articulated around T.S. Eliot's idea of tradition. We are to visualize the English novelists not as floating down that stream which bears its sons away they are not careful, but as seated together in a room, a circular room, a sort of British Museum reading room, all writing their novels simultaneously. Ls. 1927, 16. When novels and novelists are seen in this light, the critic, the new critic, the Cambridge English mold, will be able to avoid the dangers of pseudo-scholarship characteristic of older forms of literary studies. He or she will become purely and more actively a reader. The reader must sit down alone and struggle with the writer, and this the pseudo-scholar will not do. He would rather relate a book to the history of its time, to events in the life of the author, to the events it describes, above all to some tendency. 1927, 21. 76. A part of the task of the English novel from Dickens to Lawrence will be to break out of this circular room, and to reconnect the writer's problems with form to the world outside the British Museum, to that threatening flow of experience of which Forster urges the novelist and the critic to beware. Although Williams's central antagonist is Fr. Levy, and his seminal The Great Tradition, 1948, it is as well to remember that Levy had taken Forster at his word, and had elevated the critic to the position of judge over that common state of inspiration. The Great Tradition. Structurally, the English novel from Dickens to Lawrence is the symmetrical inversion of Levy's The Great Tradition, Williams 1979, 244. Both books begin with Jane Austen, but soon part company. Levy marginalizes Dickens, who is central for Williams. Levy prefers George Eliot's later novels, and the Lawrence of Women in Love, while Williams's preference is for both early Eliot and early Lawrence, and while Hardy is a negligible figure for Levy, for Williams he is central to the tradition as a whole. But beyond the mere facts of this inversion, at times quite deliberate as Williams informs us, and which has led some to see no more than a principle of alternative selection at work in the English novel, there is in fact a more fundamental disagreement being worked out in the book. This concerns the central idea of form. Properly considered, the English novel from Dickens to Lawrence does not merely offer an alternative canon, it is a challenge, through the idea of form, to the principles of canonical selection itself, and ultimately, to the very idea of criticism at work in Levy's study. Point 16. What, asks Levy, is the form from which a picture of life derives its value? His answer comes through in a series of largely rhetorical questions. Is there any great novelist whose preoccupation with form is not a matter of his responsibility towards a rich human interest, or complexity of interests, profoundly realized? A responsibility involving, of its very nature, imaginative sympathy, moral discrimination, and judgment of relative human value? Levy 1948, 41. At work here is the inextricable link, for Levy, between formal and moral criteria. Indeed, the link between the two is strong enough to be counted as causal and therefore diagnostic. Formal failure is always the symptom of moral failing. When Eliot, or Conrad, or James, is writing well, they write with that key but conceptually elusive quality, maturity, and when badly, it is always because that maturity has somehow failed. Levy's discussion of George Eliot exemplifies the deep connections between formal success and moral maturity which form the basis of Levy's critical judgments. 77. In Eliot's writing, Levy notes an alternation between the poised impersonal insight of a finely tempered wisdom and something like the emotional confusions and self-importances of adolescence. 1948, 92. The presentation of Maggie Tulliver in The Mill on the Floss is exemplary. Her character is figured too purely from the inside. In the end, Eliot herself suffers from the same immaturity as the character she identifies with so strongly. Maggie's emotional and spiritual stresses exhibit, naturally, all the marks of immaturity. They belong to a stage of development at which the capacity to make some essential distinctions has not yet been arrived at which the poised impersonality that is one of the conditions of being able to make them can't be achieved. 1948, 55-6. Since it is that poised impersonality which is the sine qua non of the novelist's art, it is George Eliot's own impersonality which has failed her through an over-identification with the character. For Levy, Maggie Tulliver represents an immaturity that George Eliot can never leave safely behind her. 1948, 56, and it even returns to mar the almost perfect achievement of Middlemarch in the character of Dorothea, which Levy reads as similarly betraying a failure of impersonality on Eliot's part, an emotional flaw in the formal structure of the novel. Thus, in his final summing up of Middlemarch, Levy argues that the emotional fullness represented by Dorothea depends for its exalting potency on an abeyance of intelligence and self-knowledge. Eliot's own emotional maturity has failed her, and consequently we FMD that in the novel. The situations offered by way of objective correlative have the daydream relation to experience. They are generated by a need to soar above the indocile facts and conditions of the real world. They don't, indeed, strike us as real in any sense. They have no objectivity, no vigor of illusion. In this kind of indulgence, complacently as she abandons herself to the current that is loosed, George Eliot's creative vitality has no part. 1948, 96. This failure can be measured against what Levy sees at work in Eliot's writing at its best, when her sensibility is directed outward, and she responds from deep within. At this level, emotion is a disinterested response defined by its object, and hardly distinguishable from the play of intelligence and self-knowledge that gave it impersonality. 1948, 96. Such are the key terms of Levi's mode of evaluation. Is not only that great art is mature and impersonal, it is that the one is the condition for the 78. Other. There can be no great art without maturity. The maturity of the author and the formal excellence of the novel come together in what might be called the practice of impersonality. As far as writing is concerned, this is a state of mind which allows the object to be seen exactly for what it is, and this state of mind is only accessible to the truly mature, for it is the play of intelligence and self-knowledge which constitutes emotional maturity. This circle of certitude makes it impossible for Levy to spell out any theoretical, a hated word, position. Everything necessary is embodied in the concrete evaluations. 17. So it is that, despite Levy's claims to the contrary, actual novels are valued and judged in relation to some ideal type or model of the novel as he himself understands it, the novel as a dramatic poem in prose, novels in which the writer sees clearly and understandingly, sees with a judging vision that relates everything to her profoundest moral experience. Eliot's full living sense of value is engaged, and sensitively responsive. Levy 1948, 6. In the ideal novel, a mature judgment of life is fully embodied in the visionary textuality of the writing. The task of the critic is to assess how far particular novels are able to go in realizing these ideals, and to offer criticism and correction where necessary. Thus, even the novelists of the great tradition, though they may enjoy all the necessary attributes of the great novelist, might not manage to write the great novel. Though all the ingredients may be there in the oeuvre as a whole, there is no guarantee that they will come together in a single text. Hence Levy's final judgment of Middlemarch: only one book can, as a whole, though not without qualification, be said to represent her mature genius. That is, of course, Middlemarch, 1948, 76. In reality, as Mulhern observes, the definitive Eliot novel would in some sense comprise the subplot of Felix Holt, the good half of Daniel Deronda, and only then almost all of Middlemarch. Mulhern 1979, 2s9. And as with Forster, time, or rather history, is the enemy if any such account of the novel is to be sustained. The aim of the critic, in this mode of evaluation, is to discern the line of the great tradition, but this means in turn, to go back to T.S. Eliot's formulation, to attempt to see the history of the novel not as consecrated by time, but to see it beyond time. Eliot, in Forster 1927, 30. And if, ideally, this means imagining the world's authors all writing their novels at once, 1927, 21, then this implies that the critic is able to oversee them, can look over their shoulders for a moment, 1927, 21, and either chide them gently, as Forster does, or speak to them a little more harshly, as is Levy's tendency. Commentators have been only partly right in seeing Williams's study as merely offering some alternative points of interest on the same map of the novel. The English novel from Dickens to Lawrence is in the end less concerned with the pronouncement of local judgments regarding the inclusion or exclusion of particular novelists, and more interested in challenging both the principles of evaluation at work in the novelistic canon, and in the idea of criticism underlying these principles. As Stuart Hall astutely remarked, the main interest of the book lies in the manner in which the term form is deployed. 79. Hall 1980, 63. This comes through most strongly in the assessments of Dickens, Eliot, and Hardy. Form and structure in the novel by the standards of one kind of novel, writes Williams, which has been emphasized in England as the great tradition. Dickens's faults, what are seen as his faults, are so many and so central as to produce embarrassment. Williams 1970, 31. He mentions Forster's criticism in aspects of the novel, regarding the flatness of Dickens's characters, and the Leavisite critique of Dickens's use of the language of direct persuasion rather than as the medium of Jamesian analysis and introspection, acknowledging that in Dickens's writing, significance is not enacted in mainly tacit and intricate ways but is often directly presented in moral address and indeed exhortation, 1970, 31. But while Williams allows that according to the criteria of the fiction of an educated minority, Dickens is easily criticized, he insists that we get nowhere, critically nowhere, if we apply the standards of this kind of fiction to another and very different kind, 1970, 31. To get somewhere, the first step to take is to examine the situatedness of Dickens's writing, the social context to which his form, or even his apparent lack of form, was the embodied response. The formal criteria for canonization in the great tradition are ahistorical and ignore the real situatedness of the author who uses form, or who experiences, through formal problems, the disturbances of social history. To resolutely adopt only formal criteria would lead in the end to patently absurd conclusions, as Williams spells out in an imagined formal comparison between Trollope and Eliot. To read Dr. Thorne beside Felix Holt is not only to find ease in Trollope, where there is disturbance in George Eliot. It is also, quite evidently, to see the source of these differences in a real social history. And I think we have to remember this when we are asked by several kinds of critic to abstract construction, organization, thematic unity, unity of tone and even good writing and judge novels by these canons. On these abstract criteria, and especially those of unity, we should have to find Trollope a better novelist than George Eliot. 1970, 84-5. While this is a move which Levy explicitly rejects, the main point certainly holds. Levy is, in fact, as constant as Williams in his insistence on the importance of the novel as an almost cognitive representation of a social order, but his understanding of form is classically liberal, and individualistic to the point of asociality. Formal failure can only and always ever be a symptom of failed maturity, of individual moral consciousness. Though the novelist may well write about society, the novelist at his or her best stands, like the critic, somehow outside it, divorced, and this is the very sign of Levy's idea of 80. Maturity, from the social reality which he or she is then judging. For Williams, it is just this idea of the novelist's, and the critic's, ideal position of objective outsiderness that is most troubling, since to understand the constitutive tensions of form, it is above all necessary to understand the inescapable positionality of the author or critic. This comes through most clearly in the consideration of those formal or technical problems which Levy had seen as evidence of immaturity or moral failing. Since mature writing implied impersonality, anything which detracted from that impersonality led to formal failure. Levy writes of the supremely mature mind of Middlemarch, Levy 1948, 52, but even Middlemarch suffers from George Eliot's inherently dangerous tendency towards autobiographic identification. Was precisely this tendency which was responsible for the failure of the Mill on the Floss. Like Levy, Williams finds something of a new consciousness at work in Middlemarch, but, unlike him, he cannot recommend it. He too finds elements of Maggie Tulliver in Dorothea, but insists, against Levy, that she is now at arm's length being looked at. This, certainly, represents a new signifying consciousness in Eliot's work, but it is not one he can endorse. Is a consciousness, a fictional method, that has been widely recommended. Is referred back to the cool impersonality of Jane Austen, forward to the wrought observation of Henry James and thence to what is often called, in a sweeping indeed overbearing dimension, maturity. It is a method that when abstracted is a cold placing, a critic's fiction. Indeed, more than that, it is a social mode in which the observer, the signifier, is not himself at stake but is refined into a fictional process, indeed into a fiction. Williams 1970, 90-1. For Williams, this mode of analysis, the method of Levy's the great tradition, has both general and highly specific components. Generally, it is the mode of an anxious society, an anxious class preoccupied with placing, grading, defining. And more specifically, it is the critical mode of Cambridge English itself, as he emphasizes. As you'll have gathered, I don't really find it particularly mature, though when it bears down on you in a whole place, in a university for example, it has an apparent poise that takes some time to live through, a mode in which we are all signifiers, all critics and judges, and can somehow afford to be because life, given life, creating life, goes on where it is supposed to, elsewhere. 1970, 91. 81. There is a false confidence to such maturity, which is only ever the brittle maturity of the outsider. To this Williams prefers the real uneasiness of the participant who is also an observer. 1970, 110. The novelist who exemplifies this position of participant-observer is Thomas Hardy, the most unjustly neglected author of Levi's account. Levy can find no better words for Hardy than Henry James, in a disparaging moment, found for him, the good little Thomas Hardy whose Tess of the D'Urbervilles is chock full of faults and falsity, and yet has a singular charm, cited in Levy 1948, 34. In comparison with George Eliot, Hardy, decent as he is no more than a provincial manufacturer of gauche and heavy fictions that sometimes have corresponding virtues. 1948, 146. For Williams, this evaluation, made on the apparently formal grounds of technique, though in fact on technique confounded with maturity, is unwarranted and unhelpful. The real criteria for any meaningful assessment lie elsewhere, in the writer's engagement with the real social history, in and through the materiality of form. What we have to emphasize, writes Williams, bringing both Hardy and Eliot together, is the creative disturbance, which is exactly George Eliot's importance, the disturbance we shall see also in Hardy. That is where the life is, in that disturbed and unprecedented time. And those who responded most deeply, who saw most, had no unified form, no unity of tone and language, no controlling conventions, that really answered their purposes. Their novels are the records of struggle and difficulty, as was the life they wrote about. Williams 1970, 85. For Williams, in terms which anticipate his reading of Volozhinov, the formal problem of expression faced by such writers are not the product of some aspect of a private subjectivity, a question of self-knowledge or maturity. It is a problem of social subjectivity, or what he refers to as the recurring problem of the social consciousness of the writer. 1970, 77. Hardy is an exemplary case, since he was neither owner nor tenant, dealer nor laborer, but an observer and a chronicler, often again with an uncertainty about his actual relation. Moreover, his is not writing for them, but about them, to a mainly metropolitan and unconnected literary public. 1970, 101. Thus the most significant problem with Hardy's writing is the product of that key situation: he was a participant who is also an observer. 1970, 110. The phrase provided the key to some of the central arguments of the country and the city, as we shall see below. Williams links Levy's casual disparagement of Hardy to a much wider field of force, out of which a British council critic could write of Eliot, Hardy and 82. Lawrence as are three great autodidacts, meaning, as is pointed out, only that they happened not to have been educated at a public school and then at an Oxbridge college. The conflict between customary and educated life, itself so central to Hardy's own work, continues in and through the continuing assessments of Hardy in academia. 18. Alive in Williams's assessment of Hardy, and at work in the very high value he places on him, he is our flesh and grass, is the very heart of the whole argument, his conception of the novel. If, for Levy, the novel at its best was the poem in prose he had outlined as early as 1933, what was it for Williams? The novel was, of course, a major form in English literature, but it was also much more than a literary genre. We may better grasp the force of Williams's idea of the novel in terms of what we may now call the general practice of representation. The key to this is given in the To the English Novel, where Williams discusses the particular bearing of his study, the idea of the knowable community. He writes, When I say that the problems including the formal problems of the novel are in the end mainly problems of relationships, I am pointing to an area where it is still difficult to relate, a continuing and more general experience of the educated and the customary. 1970, 188. He takes Virginia Woolf's writing as an example of how deeply this problem has entered the question of form itself. He quotes from her famous essay on modern fiction, and turns to its representation of the ordinary mind on the ordinary day and argues that the ordinary mind on the ordinary day is social, and that it relates us necessarily to others, and that consciousness, real consciousness, doesn't come passively like that, a receiving of impressions, but is what we learn, what we make, in our real relationships, including with fathers and mothers and shops. 1970, 189. Woolf's brilliant description of the tasks of the new modernist and anti-realist novel falls too easily into an overemphasis on the private life in the bourgeois division of life into public and private aspects, and ignores the real problems to be faced by the novel, the problems of knowable community, that is, the acceptance of the real indissociability of public and private life, not to mention the divisions of class once Woolf's public/private split is accepted. 19. In the end, the very existence of such a deep division of experience is itself a symptom of a complex social history. The history of the novel testifies to an important split which takes place between knowable relationships and an unknown, overwhelming society. 1970, 15. This whole history, this whole 83. process is exemplified in James Joyce's Ulysses, which Williams reads as being about the loss of a city, the loss of relationships, and where the only knowable community exists in the need, the desire, of erasing separated consciousness. 1970, 167. This is the task and the burden of the novel, the problem of the knowable community in the new urban society. The case is summed up in the introduction to the book. The problem of the knowable community, with its deep implications for the novelist, is then clearly a part of the social history of early 19th century England and of the imaginative penetration and recoil which was the creative response. But what is knowable is not only a function of objects, of what is there to be known. It is also a function of subjects, of observers, of what is desired and what needs to be known. A knowable community, that is to say, is a matter of consciousness as well as of evident fact. Indeed, it is just this problem of knowing a community, of finding a position convincingly experienced, from which community can begin to be known, that one of the major phases in the development of the novel must be related. 1970, 17. In the end, this is a question of representation. The novel may seek to provide a representation of society, in the usual sense of a realist representation, the use of language to reflect an external world, but what Williams draws constant attention to is the sense of representation in its social-political sense, that writing is always a writing from a position, a matter of the subject and of consciousness, and not only of the object, of the external world. In this sense of representation, the role of language in writing is constitutive, and not merely instrumental. The writer is always a participant and not only an observer, marked by the language he or she adopts at the same time as they try to get beyond that language, in the move which denies any authority not only to the Levisit formalist model of the novel, but also to any Marxist theory of literature as reflection, tendency, or simple product of base and superstructure dynamics. As he puts in the conclusion to the book, much ordinary social experience is of course directly reflected, represented, in what is indeed an ideology, what can be called a superstructure. But in any society at all like our own, and especially in this one in the last 150 years, there's a very vital area of social experience, that doesn't get incorporated, that's neglected, ignored, certainly at times repressed, that even when it's taken up, to be processed or to function as an official consciousness, is resistant, lively, still goes on its way, and eventually steps on its shadow, in such a way that we can see which is shadow and which is substance. Is from this vital area, from this structure of feeling that is lived and experienced but not quite yet. 84. Arranged as institutions and ideas, from this common and inalienable life that I think all art is made. 1970, 192. The English novel closes with this challenge to overly mechanical and overly reductionist accounts of the relations between culture and society, between art and economy, and anticipates Williams's later formulations of dominant, residual, and emergent energies which were later to be picked up by critics who wished to challenge any too reductive formulations of ideology or power. 20. Early reviewers were divided in their responses to what is now commonly regarded as Williams's greatest oppositional text, The Country and the City, published in 1973. H. Coombs, for example, could only conclude that Williams's idée fixe, the critique of the organic community, inhibits the use of any literary critical powers he may have possessed, Coombs 1973, 71, and Evan Watkins seemed to agree, writing in 1978, that The Country and the City was deeply flawed, too immersed in the analysis of historical detail, too immediately personal, Watkins 1978, 141. While Christopher Riggs found there is such bullyingness and deadness in the prose, cited in Inglis 1995, 237. Roger Scruton, in his conservative study, Thinkers of the New Left, asserted in 1985 that it was one of the most two-dimensional surveys of English literature ever to have retained the lineaments of academic respectability, 1985, 61. Others had more positive responses. Lawrence Lerner, in Encounter, wrote approvingly that he doubted if it is possible, ever again to read the country house poems in the same way, Lerner 1973, 63, and Marshall Berman, in what became the Standard Judgment, wrote that in The Country and the City, the intellectual power and the ideological passion and the personal integrity come together more convincingly than ever before, Berman 1973, 1. The Country and the City is Williams's magnum opus, his richest book, his greatest book, one of the most brilliant and seminal he has produced. His necessary book. 21 begins with a characteristic discussion of the varied historical meanings of country and city as keywords, powerful words, writes Williams, and not surprisingly so when we remember how much they seem to stand for in the experience of human communities, Williams 1973a, 9, and moves, long before this kind of situated writing was to become a standard ploy in academic identity politics, from this general problem to its location as a personal issue. 22 Williams had not only read the available descriptions and interpretations of moving from country to city, he had in a sense lived them through in the move from Wales to England, from Panda to Cambridge, and lived and thought through them as a problem. The study is the attempt to resolve that problem, and to better understand the relations between the country and the city, so that the study, though it often and 85. necessarily follows impersonal procedures in description and analysis, there is behind it, all the time, this personal pressure and commitment. Williams 1973a, 11. Is a magisterial work, and in a strong and particular sense generates its air of massive authority not only through academic knowledge and the deployment of its protocols, but through the power and appeal of the autobiographical. Surveying with professional expertise and personal experience the images of the country and the city available across a very broad, though mainly English, range of writing, The Country and the City is by far the most successful realization of the ideal of committed academic writing which Williams had learned as a youth. For purposes of discussion, we can divide the book into two main sections dealing respectively with the country and then with the city, and then a two-part conclusion in which he discusses first a selection of the available present writing on country and city followed by, in the two final chapters, the wider political implications of the argument as a whole. The first section deals primarily with the history of pastoral writing. Chapters 1 to 14 focus on images of country life, mainly in poetry, from Hesiod's works and days through Theocritus and Virgil to Carew and Johnson, across Pope and Crabbe, up to and as far as Clare and Wordsworth. The second section, chapters 14 to 20, concentrates on representations of the city and of city life, borrowing and at times adapting material from the previously published The English Novel from Dickens to Lawrence, 1970. It examines the development of ways of seeing and representing the city from the 18th century, across Dickens, Eliot, and Hardy and through Virginia Woolf to James Joyce, whose Ulysses Williams sees as the climax of the tradition, just as Finnegan's Wake represents its crisis, 1973a, 294. Chapters 21-3 examine 20th century country writing, including Meredith, Lawrence, and Grassic Gibbon, the journal The Countryman, and some science fiction. The two final chapters, The New Metropolis and Cities and Countries, examine the throwing of the country and city figure into the contemporary world of imperialism and post-imperialism, concluding, through an analytic twist which annoyed many non-Marxist readers, with a final transformation of the country and city opposition into the very idea of capitalism itself. Capitalism, as a mode of production, is the basic process of most of what we know as the history of country and city. Its abstracted economic desires, its fundamental priorities in social relations, its criteria of growth and of profit and loss, have over several centuries altered our country and created our kinds of city. In its final forms of imperialism it has altered our world. 1973a, 363. There is no space here for a thorough consideration of the many analyses and arguments put forward in this rich and varied study. I shall rather examine the ways in which the book as a whole represented a response to two currents. 86. Of thought and analysis, and how these came together to give the country and the city its distinctive place in his work as a whole. The first of these is the continued opposition to the ways in which Cambridge English constructed its version of literary history, in this instance, around the tradition of the country house poem, and second, as a way of replying to some of the substantial criticisms put to his earlier work by two Marxist historians, Edward Thompson and Victor Kiernan. These came together in an emphasis on the politics of all acts of representation in and through the idea of the embodied observer. Let us first examine some of the key terms in leftist criticisms of Williams's earlier work. Disembodied voices. As we saw in Chapter 3, culture and society and the long revolution were greeted with some hostility and opposition by conservative critics. But these two works were also the focus of some challenging and incisive criticisms from the left, and in particular from two socialist historians, Victor Kiernan and Edward Thompson, who wrote perhaps the two most thoughtful reviews. Kiernan's review of Culture and Society appeared in the summer 1959 issue of The New Reasoner, and Thompson's assessment of the long revolution ran across two issues of the New Left Review in 1961. While Kiernan accepts that Williams has written a fascinating and important book, his full judgment is that the study lacks the essential credentials of a properly Marxist study of culture and society. For Kiernan, the prime requisite for any study of cultural history is a firm framework of historical fact, economic, social, political. The one great deficiency of the book is the lack of just this, Kiernan 1959, 75-6. In particular, he criticizes Williams for failing to define any precise sense for the term industrial revolution, and for neglecting the crucial importance of class in the ideological debates which he analyses. He is also guilty of neglect with regard to what Kiernan identifies as the three absolutely essential components of any historically based survey of 19th century culture, the forces of religion, nationalism, and imperialism, while the final chapter, Williams's own tract for the Times, omits any discussion of the crucial role of the state as an actor essential to any account of the political and ideological conflicts involved in the book's arguments. Kiernan attributes these failures of analysis to Williams's entrapment in the discipline and accompanying ideology of literary studies themselves. To be seen in the round, and understood in its real bearings, he argues, a pattern of ideas must be seen taking shape in the minds of members of a determinate social group in a specific epoch. Mr. Williams's method in this book has been to take a number of individual publicists of each generation in turn, extract passages from their works, and add his comments. A procession of individuals does not add up to a class. As a result, these writers 87 have somewhat the style of disembodied intelligences, spirit voices addressing us through the lips of a medium. Kiernan 1959, 78. In other words, Kiernan argued that Williams's predilection for the formalism of textual analysis hindered or preempted the possibility of real historical and social analysis afforded by the concept of class. Thompson's review was in broad agreement with many of Kiernan's points, and he too located Williams's failings in his training in the discipline of English studies. His lengthy review appeared in 2 consecutive issues of the New Left Review, and it constitutes one of the major engagements with Williams's work from a left-wing perspective. Thompson is more than willing to acknowledge the importance of Williams's work. So far as we can speak of a new left, he is our best man, Thompson 1961, 24, but he too was disturbed by the ways in which he saw some of Williams's project undermined by Williams's own entanglement in the presuppositions of English studies. He took issue, in the first instance, with what many came to regard as one of the strengths of Williams's style. J.P. Ward later described this well as the level reasonableness of the writing, the suggestion that wholeness and unity were available a class-divided society, and the suggestion that it was not just an intellectual's abstraction but a cultural discovery, they're ready and waiting to use, were unquestionably the main reasons for the book's huge success and appeal. Ward 1981, 17. But for Thompson, the problem was that this reasonableness itself represented what he called a concealed preference, in the name of genuine communication, for the language of the Academy, Thompson 1961, 25. The real violence and the real stakes of the whole argument lay concealed and obscured within this academic reasonableness, and he criticized the ways in which, as he put it, a sense of extreme fastidiousness enters whenever logic prompts us to identify those patterns, systems, and forms with precise social forces and particular thinkers. 1961, 25. How can T.S. Eliot be placed in something called the same tradition as D.H. Lawrence and William Morris, when Eliot writes in opposition to everything they stood for? We cannot do so, writes Thompson, unless we are using tradition in the sense in which we describe both Calvin and Ignatius Loyola as belonging to a common Christian tradition. But once we include both Reformation and Counter-Reformation within one common tradition, we must recognize that we are in danger of becoming so aloof that the energies of the disputants cannot be seen through the haze. 1961:25-6. 88. In fact, a fatal weakness of the whole account is the absence of the primary conceptual tool of the historian, the idea and understanding of context, and implicit in the historian's sense of social context, the idea and understanding of ideological conflict. The final judgment is damning. There are no good or bad men in Mr. Williams's history, only dominant and subordinate structures of feeling. 1961, 29. What the book's narrative finally has to offer is no more than a procession of disembodied voices: Burke, Carlyle, Mill, Arnold, their meanings wrested out of their whole social context. 1961, 24-5, and consequently, a version of history which lacks any properly developed idea of ideological struggle. What Mr. Williams has never come to terms with is the problem of ideology. 1961, 35. Thompson reads Williams's emphasis on communication as value, perhaps the central theme of the long revolution, as the crucial index of this general theoretical failing. Is this confusion value-making communication which enables him to lose sight of power, and it is only when the systems of communication are replaced in the context of power relationships that we can see the problem as it is. And it is the problem of ideology. 1961, 37. With characteristic adroitness, Thompson insists that Williams is wrong to represent culture as a whole way of life. Culture, if anything, represents a whole way of conjecture. 1961, 33. Anything less than this is to depart from the main line of the socialist tradition. 1961, 34. In the end, Judge Thompson, the aspiration for a common culture in Raymond Williams's sense, common meanings, common values, is admirable, but the more this aspiration is nourished, the more outrageous the real divisions of interest and power in our society will appear. The attempt to create a common culture, like that to effect common ownership and to build a cooperative community, must be content with fragmented success so long as it is contained within capitalist society. 1961, 36. Disembodied intelligences, disembodied voices, an incoherent account of tradition, a mistaken aspiration for a common culture. There is no doubt that Williams felt the force of these criticisms, even if it seemed for quite some time that he could only do his best to deflect rather than confront them. Awareness of them still pricked his thinking enough for him to begin his response to the many points raised about his work at the Slant Symposium with a response, if not a reply, to one of Thompson's points. I would therefore agree that in this sense the problem of a common culture is the problem of revolutionary politics. Williams 1968 c. 297.23. But it was only with the country and the city that he sought to refute the criticisms, though this is not a dimension of the study that Williams ever foregrounded, or that, to my knowledge, has been remarked on. 89. By other critics. Yet it is essential to understanding the argument of the book as a whole. The country house ideology. Critics have followed Williams in emphasizing the institutional context of the country and the city. Like modern tragedy, it was a very antagonistic book, Williams 1979, 304, and one whose starting point, the much discussed question of how to read the English country house poems, 1979, 303, was grounded firmly in Cambridge English. The country house poem was the topic of one of the optional examinations that could be taken in Part 2 of the English Tripos, and the germs of the book as a whole can be found in the lectures he gave on this topic as early as 1967, Williams 1967a, 1967b. We can take G.R. Hibbard's 1956 essay, The Country House Poem of the 17th Century, as an exemplary instance of the particular literary orthodoxy the book set out to challenge. Williams 1979, 304.24. Hibbard constructed his argument in terms of the orthodox idea of literary history as the formal history of literary genres and traditions. The country house poem forms a thin but clearly defined tradition in English literature, a tradition of poems which are written in praise of the English country house and of a whole way of life of which the country house was the center. This homogeneous body of poetry, Hibbard 1956, 159, extends from Ben Jonson through Andrew Marvell, and stretches as far as Pope's writing. While there is no doubt that this poetry owes a considerable debt to Latin poetry, Hibbard is confident that it is a poetry best described in the particular sense of Augustine that literary criticism has given to 17th and 18th century English writing. It is truly Augustine, writes Hibbard, in the sense that it voices and defines the value of a society conscious of its own achievement of a civilized way of living, and conscious also of the forces that threaten to undermine and overthrow that achievement. The function of the poet in this society was to make it aware of itself, and because the poet had a function, the relation between poet and patron in these poems is sound and wholesome. Hibbard 1956, 159. In this way, the essay repeats and exemplifies the founding claims for literature and for literary criticism of the Cambridge English Project. Levy had earlier expressed something of this same stress on the image of an achieved society with his own view of the common reader of the 18th century. In Education and the University, 1943, he argued that the acquiring of taste is probably more difficult today than it ever was before. Consider for contrast the 18th century. Not only were there fewer books to read, fewer topics and fewer distractions, the century 90 enjoyed the advantages of a homogeneous, a real, culture. So Jonson could defer to the ultimate authority of the common reader. Today there is no common reader, the tradition is dead. Levy 1943, 106-7. Levy here represents the 18th century as the age of the common reader, the age of a homogeneous, a real, Culture. Such a representation of the 18th century necessarily involves the elision of social and cultural divisions in the name of an impossible homogeneity, whose passing is regretted only in the name of seeking to bring it about again. There is no common reader, the tradition is dead, but long live the tradition. Let us revive the common reader, that is, let us revive the culture of criticism which can create critics in the image of common readers. For the literary critic of the 1920s and 1930s, and beyond, the 18th century represented an image of a stable, orderly, and harmonious society to set against the fragmented world of modern commercial culture, of Livia's techno-Benthamite civilization. Williams set himself dearly against any such idea of tradition, and any such consequent system of representation. When I first went to Cambridge, he remarked in 1967, in a lecture which outlines the main arguments of the book, I was offered the interpretation I am now rejecting, a convention of rural order, of Old England, against industrial disorder and the modern world. I had the strongest personal reasons for doubting it, but it has taken me many years to reach the point where one can try to say, intellectually, where it was wrong. Williams 1967a, 632. Such a convention of rural order structured Livia's arguments about Augustan culture as it did his broader opposition between minority culture and mass civilization, and it also comes through very strongly in Hibbard's whole argument, with its casual assumption of the sound and wholesome relation between poet and patron. As truth will paint it? Ben Jonson's poem Penshurst presents a useful site for some elaboration of Williams's critical relation to orthodox readings of rural writing. First published in 1616, the poem is written in praise of the great house where Sidney had once lived, and in which he had begun to write his Arcadia in 1580. In Hibbard's reading, Jonson's poem represents the norm, slightly idealized, but still the norm, Hibbard 1956, 159, of the relations between poet and patron, landowner and peasant in the 17th century. The country house of Penshurst is the embodiment of a natural bond between lord and tenant, 1956, 164, and a poem such as this exemplifies a social and moral order. 91. Which we, in the mass democracy and mass culture of the 20th century, have lost. But to an alert reader, Hibbard's phrase slightly idealized gives away the game. Such a reading of the poem is actually a refusal to read it. As Williams notes, the first thing to notice about a poem like Jonson's Penshurst, or, for that matter, Carews to Saxum, 1638, is that this particular country house is not given to represent the norm of available hospitality, it is rather treated as the exception to a general practice of meanness and deprivation. He pays particular attention to the role of negative identification in the poems. Penshurst and Saxum are in fact defined against unmentioned other houses and hospitalities. The morality is not, when we look into it, the fruit of the economy, it is a local stand and standard against it, he argues, Williams 1973a, 42, and sums up. Any mystification, however, requires effort. The world of Penshurst or of Saxum can be seen as a moral economy only by conscious selection and emphasis. And this is just what we get, not only in the critical reading I have referred to, but in Jonson's and Carews' actual poems. There were of course social reasons for that way of seeing, the identification of the writers, as guests, with the social position of their hosts, consuming what other men had produced. But a traditional image, already becoming complicated, was an indispensable poetic support. 1973a, 44. It is precisely the effort involved in mystification which gives literary writing its defining textual density. This textual density prevents literary writing from holding any secure place in any simple category of reflection or presentation, and similarly withholds from it any status as direct evidence in historical inquiry. Literature belongs in the category of representation, and as such, any description which literary writing has to offer always needs to be understood in relation to the fact of address, and the consequent idealizations and mystifications which are likely to accompany this. With his analysis of pastoral writing, Williams anticipates the theoretical point he was to find expressed with such force and clarity in the writings of Voloshinov, and which he was to insist on as a central component of his own theory of cultural materialism, as we shall see in the following chapter. A central component of this general mystification, and one that has since become the common starting point for a whole generation of critics, is quite simply the removal or displacement of the fact of labor from the poems in question. 25 Williams writes of the magical extraction of the curse of labor from the world of the poems, and how this is often achieved by a simple extraction of the existence of laborers, 1973a, 45. Against this way of seeing, or better, this refusal to see, he quotes the poet laborer Stephen Duck on the cheat of the whole thing, and sums up. 92. Is this way of seeing that really counts? Johnson looks out over the fields of Penshurst and sees, not work, but a land yielding of itself. To call this a natural order is then an abuse of language. Is what the poems are, not country life but social complement, the familiar hyperboles of the aristocracy and its attendants. L 973a, 46. The Rev. George Crabbe, in many ways the point of reference and identification for Williams's own account, was right. 26 He opens chapter 3 with a couplet taken from the second book of Crabbe's poem The Village, originally published in May 1783. No longer truth, though shown in verse, disdain, but own the village life a life of pain. Crabbe 1851, 118. Crabbe's work is crucial to any assessment of the pastoral tradition, including the country house poems, because it sets out to position itself against the mediating power of existing conventions, and refuses to simply repeat the mechanic echoes of Mantuan song, 1851, 114. It thus raises the central question, the conflict and opportunity afforded by the inevitable discrepancies between experience and conventional seeing, the question of perspective. For in order to own up to be willing to admit, and, crucially, to articulate, that the village life was, in reality, a life of pain meant challenging the poetic conventions which had done their best to disown and disavow that fact. Crabbe takes the first and necessary step in grasping the existence and force of literary convention. And Williams pursues the second, to see that any convention is itself grounded in questions of social positioning and social understanding, just the questions of mystification, Williams's preferred term, which the book as a whole then goes on to examine. The chapter closes, in a pointed alternative to Hibbard's reading of Herrick, with an analysis of the hot cart. Here, the reality of labor is acknowledged in the rough hands which perform the tough labors. But the center of the poem lies less with the peasant workers than in the recipient of its formal address, the Right Honourable Lord Mildmay, Earl of Westmoreland. Williams observes, Herrick places himself between the Lord and the labourers to make explicit, what in Johnson and Carew had been implicit and mystified, the governing social relations, 1973a, 47. While the labourers are allowed the brief respite and pleasure of drinking the Lord's health, it is only to refresh themselves for a moment and then, as Herrick emphasizes, to get back to work. Is perhaps not surprising, notes Williams, that the hot cart is less often quoted, as an example of a natural and moral economy, than to Penshurst or to Saxham. Yet all that is in question is the degree of consciousness of real processes. What Herrick embarrass. 93. Ingley intones is what Johnson and Carew mediate. Is a social order, and a consequent way of seeing, which we are not now likely to forget. 1973a, 47. In many ways, these comments can serve to sum up the whole impetus of. At stake is the question of the degree of consciousness of real processes. Williams argues against readings like Hibbard's, which, in representing the 18th century, or any other, as the time of a homogeneous, a real, culture, fail to engage with these processes, and are blind to just the kind of social conflicts which Williams's own critics had charged him with being blind to. In the chapters which follow, he deepens and extends his general argument, urging the need to understand the historical processes to which the literary texts are in part a response, and therefore to grasp the ideological force of literary convention. The Observer embodied. Drawing extensively on the arguments and material of the English novel from Dickens to Lawrence, chapters 14, Change in the City, through to chapter 20, The Figure in the City, examine the dynamics, continuities, and shifts in the representation of London from the early 18th century up to the 20th century. Williams rejects any too easy contrast between the fiction of the city and the fiction of the calm tree, in which in the city kind, experience, and community would be essentially opaque, in the country kind, essentially transparent, arguing that in realizing the new fact of the city, we must be careful not to idealize the old and new facts of the country. 1973a, 202. The key point concerns the positionality of the writing subject. For what is knowable is not only a function of objects, of what is there to be known, is also a function of subjects, of observers, of what is desired and what needs to be known. And what we then have to see, as throughout, in the country writing, is not only the reality of the rural community, it is the observer's position in and towards it, a position which is part of the community being known. 1973a, 202-3. In other words, in the village as in the city there is division of labor, there is the contrast of social position, and then necessarily there are alternate points of view. 1973a, 203. Williams illustrates this through a fine comparison between the work of Jane Austen and George Eliot, starting with the characteristically wry observation that, for Jane Austen, neighbors are not the people actually living nearby, they are the people living a little less nearby who, in social recognition, can be visited. 1973a, 203. With George Eliot, the matter stands differently. The knowable community of Austen's novelistic world is, as Williams notes, socially selected, but what it then lacks in full social reference it gains in an 94. Available unity of language, 1973a, 206-7. Is just this unity which is lacking in Eliot. There is a new kind of break in the texture of the novel, writes Williams, an evident failure of continuity between the necessary language of the novelist and the recorded language of many of the characters. 1973a, 207, and this, he argues, can be attributed to the very recognition of conflict, of the existence of classes, of divisions, and contrasts of feeling and speaking which makes a unity of idiom impossible. 1973a, 207. With these and similar observations, Williams sought to distance himself from the criticisms of a Thompson or a Kiernan. By trying to show and assert the importance of the social positionality of the subject, and how this comes through in problems of narrative texture and discursive idiom, he demonstrated the ways in which a reading and analysis of literary tradition could demonstrate the existence, functioning and consequences of a conflictual and class-differentiated culture. This same positionality of the subject, and the related question of the observer's perspective is similarly crucial to representations of the city. Williams draws out some of its implications through an analysis of marginal and non-canonical writers such as Alexander Somerville, Joseph Archer, and Richard Jefferies, no neutral observer. If at times the committed writer, at times the class reporter or even the party hack, 1973a, 235, as well as the better-known work of novelists such as Dickens, Hardy, and Gissing. What is decisive, though, is the development he sketches in Chapter 20, The Figure in the City, where he argues that, perception of the new qualities of the modern city had been associated, from the beginning, with a man walking, as if alone, in its streets. L. 973a, 280. In Blake, in Wordsworth, in Dickens, and Gaskell, through Baudelaire, Balzac and Dostoevsky, we read of this common figure. Williams's main focus is on the question raised by his phrase "as if alone," for the city experience can always be read, he affirms, in either of two ways, as an affirmation of common humanity, past the barriers of crowded strangeness, or into an emphasis of isolation, of mystery, an ordinary feeling become a terror, 1973a, 281. Though the 19th century writers explore both alternatives, it is the latter which becomes dominant. As this happens, the representation of the city tends to lose the firmness and solidity of its empirical and referential qualities, and assume the implications of the symbolic. James Thomson's two poems, The Doom of the City, 1857, and the more famous The City of Dreadful Night, 1870-3, exemplify a shift in which struggle, indifference, loss of purpose, loss of meaning, features of 19th century social experience and of a common interpretation of the new scientific worldview, have found, in the city, a habitation and a name. For the city is not only, in this vision, a form of modern life, it is the physical embodiment of a decisive modern consciousness. 1973a, 287. 95. This modern consciousness is traced through Eliot's poetry, and across the atomist subjectivities of Virginia Woolf and James Joyce. 27. In the end, writes Williams, the choice is between this atomist subjectivity, which tends to take refuge in myth, and the development of a more fully collective consciousness, the consciousness which can power social improvement and ultimately revolution. Out of the cities, he concludes, came these two great and transforming modern ideas, myth, in its variable forms, revolution, in its variable forms. But they are better seen as alternative responses, for in 1,000 cities, they are in sharp, direct, and necessary conflict. 1973a-96. Framed in this way, the images of country and city examined by the book, 1973a, 347, amount to no less than a certain history, a literary history, of capitalism itself, since capitalism, as a mode of production, is the basic process of most of what we know as the history of country and city, 1973a, 363. With this assertion, William seeks to connect the limited inquiry of the country and the city, and even the country and the city within a single tradition, 1973a, 368, largely that of Great Britain, with the pressing issues of contemporary politics and the wider forces of imperialism and a now global capitalism. In so doing, he is defending the claims of literary analysis for politics against both his apolitical opponents in English studies, and against his Marxist critics in the discipline of history, who saw his training in literary studies as the source of his conceptual failings, Kiernan 1959, 78, Thompson 1961, 25. But not content with defense alone, he also turns to the attack. For this same opposition between country and city has also played a role in Marxist theory and analysis. Marxism does not allow an intellectual vantage point or improved perspective outside of the arguments under consideration. Is itself fully caught up in the system of representation he describes, and the role of the structuring opposition between town and country within it has not, he argues, enjoyed sufficient critical attention. In a famous passage in the Communist Manifesto, Marx and Engels wrote of how the bourgeoisie has subjected the country to the rule of the town. It has created enormous cities, has greatly increased the urban population as compared with the rural, and has thus rescued a considerable part of the population from the idiocy of rural life. Just as it has made the country dependent on the towns, so it has made barbarian and semi-barbarian countries dependent on the civilized ones, nations of peasants on nations of bourgeois, the East on the West. Marx and Engels 1888, 71-2. Here, Marx and Engels retain the bourgeois opposition between town and country in the contrast between civilization and the idiocy of rural life. This 96. Opposition is echoed by Trotsky, who saw the history of capitalism as the victory of town over country, Williams 1973a, 363, and in the end the structure of this opposition enabled one of the most terrible phases in the whole history of rural society, 1973a, 364 Stalin's program of modernization and industrialization, and his self-styled victory over the peasants, 1973a, 364. Ultimately, argues Williams, this major distortion in the history of communism was erected on just the kind of confidence in the singular values of modernization and civilization that was the yield of the town and country opposition. And yet, more recently, in the process of the Cuban and Chinese revolutions, Williams finds that another emphasis is being made, one in which the exploited rural and colonial populations became the main sources of continued revolt, 1973a, 365.19. This emphasis corresponds to a formulation which is at once the most exciting, the most relevant and yet the most undeveloped in the whole revolutionary argument, 1973a, 365. Theoretically, in other words, it can be stated the broad terms of Williams's distinctive version of the New Left project. At its center is the idea of a common culture as the starting point and rallying call of contemporary political action as not only analytic but programmatic response, on new forms of decision-making, new kinds of education, new definitions and practices of work, new kinds of settlement and land use, 1973a, 366. In the end, he writes, the division and opposition of city and country, industry and agriculture, in their modern forms, are the critical culmination of the division and specialization of labor which, though it did not begin with capitalism, was developed under it to an extraordinary and transforming degree. Other forms of the same fundamental division are the separation between mental and manual labor, between administration and operation, between politics and social life. The symptoms of this division can be found at every point in what is now our common life, in the idea and practice of social classes, in conventional definitions of work and of education, in the physical distribution of settlements, and in temporal organization of the day, the week, the year, the lifetime. Much of the creative thinking of our time is an attempt to re-examine each of these concepts and practices. It is based on the conviction that the system which generates and is composed by them is intolerable and will not survive. 1973a, 366. The New Left Review Team note, seen in these terms, the country and the city represents a progression beyond the characteristic problematic of classical Marxism, Williams 1979, 315. And yet, at the same time, they are curious as to why this dimension of the book as a very powerful, even polemical, corrective to a main tradition of revolutionary socialism is downplayed. Why is there no properly extended engagement with the tradition? Why is discussion of it confined to only a few paragraphs? 1979, 316. Williams replies in terms. Cambridge CLIticism 97 of his particular biographical trajectory, and the limitations of his curious entry into Marxist culture as an undergraduate student in the 1940s, a statement which is best understood as at least a partial confession of, situated, ignorance. This, I think, is a partial truth. Williams does not mention what I believe is crucial to the structuring arguments of the country and the city, the particular ways in which a significant dimension of the book's address is determined by the desire to respond at last to the earlier Marxist criticisms of his work, the criticisms of Kiernan and Thompson. This dimension, his argument with official Marxist culture, just as much as his opposition to official English culture, is what drives the writing and arguments of the country and the city, though it is characteristic that the former is done so obliquely. Nonetheless, it is important to recognize this dimension of the study which takes the Marxist criticisms leveled at his own earlier work, the charges of analyzing literary texts without due regard to conflict and context, of presenting them as the work of disembodied intelligences, and turns them against the orthodox literary historical accounts of rural and metropolitan writing. In so doing, Williams replies implicitly to the criticisms he never responds to explicitly, in a sense insulating himself against these criticisms by projecting them out onto orthodox literary history. And at the same time, not content with this purely defensive measure, he goes on the attack by criticizing Marxist tradition itself by placing it within the framework of literary history, the history of representations of the country and the city that the book criticizes. Just as he had done earlier by placing Marx's thinking, or the English appropriation of it, within Romanticism, he places Marxism firmly within literature, and so asserts the force of his own thinking and analysis against his leftist critics. 3. With these three related works, modern tragedy, the English novel from Dickens to Lawrence, and especially with The Country and the City, Williams found himself writing a literary criticism which was both professional and personal, academic and political, scholarly and yet committed. E.P. Thompson's warning that The Country and the City was not a conventional work of scholarship, and whoever reads it this way will end up in disagreement and irritation was correct, though Thompson's insight can be extended. The book was deliberately not a conventional work of scholarship in two senses. First, it set out to criticize the practice and assumptions of conventional criticism, and did so in a powerful and revealing way which helped to open the way, particularly for an invigorated and more politically and historically aware mode of literary studies in general, and perhaps of 18th century studies in particular. 31. As its detractors noted, it was only in part a conventional work of scholarship. Its autobiographical stance challenged the position of neutral observer associated with academic criticism, and, in this sense, Williams's work anticipates, though in a much more historically nuanced mode, some of the contemporary forms of reader response theory. 32 Thus while some readers did end up in disagreement and irritation, many more found a strong appeal in what he had described as the intellectual resolution of a conflict. 98. Between personal experience and academic orthodoxy, 1967a, 632. Finally, here was a criticism which was textual and political at one and the same time, fully able to place and argue a political question in the frame of literary history. There is only one real question. Where do we stand, with whom do we identify, as we read the complaints of disturbance, as this order in its turn is broken up? Is it with the serfs, the bourgeois and cotters, the villains, or with the abstracted order to which, through successive generations, many hundreds of thousands of men were never more than instrumental? And supposing we could make that choice rightly, though the historian who really places himself with the majority of men, and tries to see the world as they were experiencing it, is always improbable, where do we identify, as the order develops into new kinds of order? Williams 1973a, 52-3. Called upon to sum up the theoretical impetus of The Country and the City, Williams stressed the idea of representation, a term which does not appear as a term of art in the book itself. The emphasis of the book is certainly not on literary texts as records, but as representations of history, including what I am still realist enough to call misrepresentations. Williams 1979, 304. Representation, perhaps the key term in much theoretical and political writing of the 1970s, and yet a term never theorized as such by Williams, despite being the conceptual center of his arguments against the formalisms of Cambridge English. 33 In this chapter, we have seen how some of the depth and complexity of the new idea is developed through the arguments against the reductive senses of tragedy, against trivializing ideas of form in the novel, and against shallow discussions of the long opposition between town and country. At the center of this is the theory of the embodied observer, his argument against TL1E literary formalism of Cambridge English, and his response to his Marxist critics. As Stuart Hall later noted, with characteristic insight, The Country and the City represented a different kind of critical practice for Williams, perhaps the most challenging of Williams's efforts, to put to use his own specialized notions of what is involved in seeing literary form historically. Hall 1980, 64. Seeing literary form historically meant seeing the subject, that key term of 1970s theory, as embodied in, but not absolutely determined by, the signifying systems through which experience was made into active consciousness. Such was to be the theoretical argument around what Williams specified as the constitutive force of language, which was to be at the center of his next major work, Marxism and Literature, a work in which, as he put it, while it is almost wholly theoretical, every position in it was developed from the detailed practical work I have previously undertaken. Williams 1977a, 6. What it is important to stress in retrospect is that this practical work, the development 99 of his anti-formalist case, was never couched simply in the dualistic terms attributed to him by some of his more recent critics. In the course of the New Left Review interviews, for instance, he is questioned about the role and status of experience in his work, and its absence from the first editions of Keywords is taken as a significant one, indicating his containment within the Leavisite theoretical paradigm. Does not the term, and his own use of it, presuppose a kind of pristine contact between the subject and the reality in which the subject is immersed? Williams 1979, 167. Williams denies this, and notes that in current debates, largely conducted in the accents of Althusser, experience has become a forbidden word, whereas what we ought to say about it is that it is a limited word, for there are many kinds of knowledge it will never give us, in any of its ordinary senses. 1979, 172. While showing willing to take his interviewer's point that certain kinds of historical process are not immediately experienced and can be described only from a conceptual or scientific discourse, he goes on to emphasize his rejection of the too scientistic a position this may entail. Just as I am moving in that direction, he notes, I see a kind of appalling parody, beyond me, the claim that all experience is ideology, that the subject is wholly an ideological illusion, which is the last stage of formalism, and I even start to pull back a bit. 1979, 172. In fact, as Williams points out, from as far back as the Long Revolution he had emphasized the fact that there is no natural seeing and therefore cannot be a direct and unmediated contact with reality. 1979, 167. 34. But it looked like something of the same battle would have to be refought and rethought, this time, not on the grounds of literary studies alone, but on the terrain of the new critical structuralism. This emergent discourse, usually associated in Britain with the strengths and weaknesses of Althusserianism, and Williams's understanding of it as a characteristic last stage of formalism, would be the focus of his next major work, Marxism and Literature. 5 Marxisms, contra Caudwell, against Althusser. Most readers of Williams's work have been struck by its ambivalent relation to Marxism. One certainly, The Country and the City, 1973, and Marxism and Literature, 1977, are usually regarded as key works in the Western Marxist tradition of cultural and aesthetic theory. 2 With George Lukács and Lucien Goldman, Williams shared a commitment to teasing out the relations between history and form. Alongside Sartre and Gramsci, he explored the ideas of commitment and hegemony. Like Benjamin, Brecht, and the Frankfurt School, he sought to understand the dynamics of contemporary cultural expression. Throughout his career, he argued for a better understanding of the constitutive force of culture in social reproduction than orthodox Marxist theory appeared to allow, or, to frame his achievement differently, and this is the turning point for Marxist assessments of Williams. He overestimated the force of culture in social reproduction in ways which exemplify the left idealist tendencies of Western Marxism. Thus, while it is customary to place or claim Williams as a major thinker of the Marxist tradition, it is just as usual to mark out his differences and deviations from it. The person who appears as the communist professor of communications of one description did not even seem to be aware of what Marxism is in another. 3 As McElroy and Westwood Riley put it, Williams remained an original and unconventional swimmer in the contradictory currents of Marxism. 1993, 267. Unconventional, and certainly disdainful of any orthodoxy but his own, Williams's preferred stance was always an independent one, his preferred mode of thinking, oppositional, as we have seen at length in his relation to the formation he referred to as Cambridge English. With Marxism, the stance remains the same, independent and oppositional. We shall see how this leads, in relation to Marxism, to a particular form of interpretive appropriation, whereas Williams seeks to preserve the appearance of an almost absolute intellectual autonomy, he nonetheless refreshes and revitalizes his thinking by a selective, and not always fully acknowledged, appropriation. As he distances himself from any appearance of influence, he incorporates or subsumes the ideas and insights he finds most useful to his own project. Is this mode of distancing and appropriation which makes his relationship to Marxism such a complex and disputed area of his work. Marxism's 101. Throughout his career, Williams rejected any taxonomy of the orthodox, appeared to show little interest in the question of how Marxists might classify his work, and consistently argued against the intellectually impoverishing tendency to reduce the force and integrity of actual arguments to a fixed currency of apparently stable and known in advance positions. Are you a Marxist, a revisionist, a bourgeois reformist? Are you a communist, a left radical, a fellow traveler? What answer can a man make to that kind of robot questioning? Williams 1961b, 129. In 1961, his response was simple and direct: go away. Similarly, in 1971, with regard to criticisms leveled at Lukács and Goldman as to whether their work constituted forms of left Hegelian or left idealist deviancy, he remarked, if you're not in a church, you're not worried about heresies. Williams 1971d, 20. While the main point, dogmatic objection, reduces actual arguments to already known and rejected positions, can be accepted, we need to beware of a self-defensive strategy which would seek, consciously or unconsciously, to represent even reasoned objections as dogmatic, precisely as a means of avoiding them. For all the force and mass of Williams's immense oeuvre, for all the apparent confidence of its usually Olympian and reasoned tone, there are moments when it is difficult to decide whether it is a justified or measured show of indifference, an arrogance, or a self-protective evasiveness, which is at the root of his notorious reluctance to name directly the opponents he is either engaging or to whom he is responding. The unprepared reader is often left in the dark as to the identity of these opponents and the sources of the positions which Williams confronts, actively and yet somehow evasively. For that reason, I shall try and indicate my own sense of Williams's opponents and antagonists in his dealings with Marxism, and show some of the complexity of his relations to figures such as Caudwell and Althusser. I concentrate on the accounts offered in Culture and Society and Marxism and Literature. Marxism and Culture. Chapters 1 and 2 showed how his rejection of the available forms of Marxist literary criticism presented a major intellectual crisis for the young Williams, yet at the same time provided a significant starting point for his work as a whole. Chapter 3 argued that Culture and Society, published in 1958, was part his response to that crisis, and seemed to him, along with The Long Revolution, which followed in 1961, to provide a sense of what forms of politically progressive work might be done from within literary studies. Marxism and Culture, Chapter 5 in Part 3 of Culture and Society, represents his first systematic attempt to articulate both the limits and the possibilities of Marxist theory. Williams's developing sense of culture was the pivotal point from which this articulation was made. One thing was clear to Williams from the start: Marx was never the practitioner of what we would now know as Marxist literary criticism. Williams 1958a, 265. At the same time, he stresses how Marx had outlined, but never fully. 102 Marxisms developed a cultural theory, 1958a, 265. Citing Marx's seminal discussion of what became known as base and superstructure theory in his Critique of Political Economy, 1859, and his later, equally famous discussion in the 18th Brumaire, Williams deploys the basic skills of textual analysis. While Marx refers to the economic structure as the real foundation, on which rise legal and political superstructures and to which correspond definite forms of social consciousness, cited in Williams 1958a, 266, in the Critique, and writes of how a whole superstructure is reared of various and peculiarly shaped feelings, illusions, habits of thought, and conceptions of life from the several forms of property and the social conditions of existence, cited in 195.8a, 266, he notes that the formula of structure and superstructure may best be understood as provocative analogy, rather than the fully worked-out concept it often appears to be to orthodox Marxists. Against these, he turns to Friedrich Engels's later clarification of THC matter in a letter to Joseph Bloch in 1890. Engels stresses that though the determining element in history is ultimately the production and reproduction in real life, the various elements of the superstructure also exercise their influence upon the course of the historical struggles, cited in 1958a, 267. Here, suggests Williams, there is a lessening of the usefulness of the formula which Marx used. Structure and superstructure, as terms of an analogy, express at once an absolute and a fixed relationship. But the reality which Marx and Engels recognize is both less absolute and less clear, cited in 1958a, 267-8. Once this conclusion, the need for a less absolute version of base and superstructure argument, is accepted, then it can be no easy matter to discover what can be taken, in cultural criticism, as finally and authentically Marxist, 1958a, 284. Nothing better illustrated this difficulty than the debate in Marxist circles over the work of Christopher Caldwell in the early 1950s. We shall see that Williams's ambivalent relations to Caldwell perfectly mirrored his complex relations to Marxist cultural theory as a whole. Contra Caldwell. Most commentators on Williams's work have been struck only by his hostile reaction to Caldwell's work. Caldwell at first appears as the exemplar of the worst failings of English Marxist criticism, in a notorious discussion which represents one of the few moments when the balanced and even-handed tone of culture and society breaks down. Caldwell has little to say, of actual literature, that is even interesting. Williams 1958a, 277, his work is not even specific enough to be wrong, 1958a, 277.4. In fact, this attitude was complicated by elements of a far more positive appreciation, and, though this came through most strongly in the Long Revolution, it was already present in the earlier work. Williams's focus on actual literature is inherited from the scrutiny reservations about Marxist literary criticism in general, and perhaps those regarding Caldwell in particular. As Mulhern puts it, quoting Levy, Marxist criticism became a byword in scrutiny for its shamelessly uncritical use of vague Marxism's 103 abstractions and verbal counters, Mulhern 1979, 159. 0.5 ha. Mason's caustic review of illusion and reality in 1938 was typical of the scrutiny stance. Mason found a surprising staleness and tameness in the Marxist approach to literature, Mason 1938, 429. Books like Caldwell's were essentially amateur works and consequently the proportion of unrelated generalization is high. The book Illusion and Reality does not get anywhere, 1938, 429, 433. Williams's critical rejection of Marxist literary criticism is generated from within the circle of professional literary critical judgment. What many of us have felt about Marxist cultural interpretation is that it seems committed, by Marx's formula, to a rigid methodology, so that if one wishes to study, say, a national literature, one must begin with the economic history with which the literature coexists, and then put the literature to it, to be interpreted in its light. Williams 1958a, 281, my emphasis. And though he refers more widely to Aliquest's Crisis and Criticism, 1937, Ralph Fox's The Novel and the People, 1937, and the collection of essays edited by the poet Cecil Day Lewis, The Mind in Chains, 1937, it is Caldwell's work which is singled out for particular discussion. 6. Illusion and Reality, 1937, Studies in a Dying Culture, 1938, and Further Studies in a Dying Culture, 1949, are all marked for Williams by the inevitable reductionism of too rigid and mechanical an application of Marx's base and superstructure formula. Caudwell's Illusion and Reality has chapters on the development of modern poetry and the future of poetry. These sketch the phases of the history of English poetry from the period of primitive accumulation, through the Industrial Revolution, to the present decline of capitalism. The chapter English Poets closes with a table which, in Williams's phrase, puts the literature to the economic history, to be interpreted in its light, Williams 1958a, 281, and it charts the main phases of Britain's economy alongside first the general characteristics, and then the technical characteristics of poetry. When the economy in Britain was at the stage of primitive accumulation, the dynamic force of individuality is expressed in poetry generally, and this comes through as technique in the prevalence of an iambic rhythm which expresses the heroic nature of the bourgeois illusion and so is allowed to flower luxuriantly and naturally. It indicates the free and boundless development of the personal will, Caudwell I 937, 117.8 for Williams, undoubtedly remembering the objections posed to such assertions by Tillyard in their undergraduate tutorials together. This kind of sketch is little more than fantasy. While Caudwell asserts that the history of drama in Britain was driven by the emergence of individuation as the effect of an increasing division of labor, he is unable to produce the detailed readings necessary to support this assertion. He asserts but cannot demonstrate that Elizabethan tragedy emerges as the result of the alliance of the monarchy with 104 Marxism's the bourgeois class. The mystery moves to court and becomes the Elizabethan tragedy, 1937, 257. This mechanical and impressionistic account of the drama is matched by the principles and practice of his textual analysis. What is striking is not so much the sheer clumsiness of Caudwell's paraphrase of Shakespeare's line, "Sleep, that knots up the ravelled sleeve of care becomes slumber, that unties worry, which is like a piece of tangled knitting," but rather the explanation that goes with it. For Caudwell, in a reductive adaptation of Freud's distinction between manifest and latent content in the interpretation of dreams, this paraphrase carries over most of the manifest content, but the effective tones which lurked in the associations of the words used have vanished. Is like a conjuring trick. The poet holds up a piece of the world and we see it glowing with a strange emotional fire. If we analyze it rationally, we find no fire. Yet nonetheless, forever afterwards, that piece of reality still keeps an afterglow about it, is still fragrant with emotional life. So poetry enriches external reality for us. 1937, 214. This impressionistic enthusiasm recalls the examples of bad critical writing which L.A. Richards demolished with glee in his Practical Criticism, 1929. For the literary critic trained in the practical criticism of a Richards, an Empson, or a Levy, the semiotic charge of poetry certainly did not resemble a conjuring trick, and the whole premise of the new practical criticism was that poetry could be analyzed rationally. Caudwell's impressionistic style of description, glowing with a strange emotional fire, fragrant with emotional life, afterglow, was anathema to the careful semantic analysis of practical criticism. As Richards famously put it, the corrective to such impressionistic criticism is equally obvious: exercise in analysis and cultivation of the habit of regarding poetry as capable of explanation, Richards 1929, 216. Caudwell's literary analysis, like that of the other English Marxists, was unprofessional, unable to fit into the rules and structures of analysis and evidence provided by the paradigm of Cambridge English studies. Any dogmatic application of the structure and superstructural model, he argues, leads very quickly to abstraction and unreality, Williams 1958a, 281. He derides Caudwell's description of poetry since the 15th century as modern poetry, and modern poetry as capitalist poetry, the superstructure of the bourgeois revolution in production in Caudwell's phrase, Caudwell 1937, 55. To describe English life, thought and imagination in the past 300 years simply as bourgeois, to describe English culture now as dying, is, he writes damningly, to surrender reality to a formula, 1958a, 281-2. Such unreal and badly grounded ideas come through even more damagingly in the related Marxist tendencies of prediction and prescription. Confident in the ultimate triumph of the proletariat, it is an easy step for Caudwell and others, though Williams refers only to Alick West, Ralph Fox, and Rex Warner, he is Marxism's 105 undoubtedly recollecting the Zdanov of the Zhizhenko affair, to predict and then prescribe the nature of socialist realism. This authoritative prescription is just the kind of literary criticism which has made Marxism notorious, he notes, 1958a, 276, notorious, that is, from the professional perspectives of literary criticism. A great deal of the acerbity of the tone in dealing with Caudwell comes, no doubt, from the projection onto him of Williams's own humiliation when trying to argue the Marxist line with Tilliard, and failing to convince. I was continually found out in ignorance, found out in confusion, recalled Williams, 1979, 51. This humiliation is projected outwards, and turned onto Caudwell himself. It is not only that it is difficult to have confidence in the literary qualifications of anyone who can give his account of the development of medieval into Elizabethan drama, or who can make his paraphrase of the sleep line from Macbeth, but for the most part his discussion is not even specific enough to be wrong. Williams 1958a, 277. Caudwell's clumsy abstractions could not meet the discipline's demands for textual evidence. Yet it would be a mistake to assume that this stance of critical rejection, the result of Williams's internalization of the new professional techniques of Cambridge English, provided the only frame for his discussion and assessment of Caudwell, and of the potential interest of Marxist cultural theory. Crucial to Williams in this regard were some of the hotly contested debates around Caudwell's work conducted in the Modern Quarterly in 1951 and 1952. For in this debate, Caudwell figures as just the opposite of what we have seen above, not the exponent of a rigid mechanical Marxism, but the purveyor of what E.P. Thompson refers to as a heretical rejection of reflection theory, Thompson 1977, 265.9. Pro-Caudwell. For Maurice Cornforth, editor of the Modern Quarterly, Caudwell's work appeared to challenge the most fundamental tenet of Marxism, the primacy of the material world. Quoting Stalin, he writes that the multifold phenomena of the world constitute different forms of matter in motion, and that matter is primary, since it is the source of sensations, ideas, mind, and that mind is secondary, derivative, since it is a reflection of matter, a reflection of being. Cited in Thompson 1977, 240. 106. Marxism's Caudwell's idea of an inner energy, which Williams connects to the Romantic heritage, is, for Cornforth, no more than a form of bourgeois idealism. And it is precisely at this point that Williams finds the strongest connection between his own work and Caudwell's. Caudwell finds that art is valuable because the artist has the power to articulate new feelings as yet unformulated, to constitute new adaptions to reality. Artists are explorers, lonely individuals, ahead of their time. They are engaged in dragging into the social world realms at present non-social, cited in Williams 195-8a, 278. For orthodox Marxists such as Cornforth, this is an idealist emphasis. It challenges the passive mode of reflective consciousness inherent in the structure and superstructure model. For Williams, this was a good thing. In writing of this kind, he writes approvingly, it would seem that Marx's basic conception of the relation between the real foundation and consciousness, and hence between structure and superstructure, is being revalued, 1958a, 279. In fact, he argues, this revaluation, a positive key term in the Cambridge English vocabulary, is a valuable aspect of much writing in the English Marxist tradition, both of the 1930s and the 1950s. Williams cites E.P. Thompson's comment on William Morris: Morris has not emphasized sufficiently the ideological role of art, its active agency in changing human beings and society as a whole, its agency in man's class-divided history, to hammer the point home, and notes with some satisfaction that it is surely surprising to find a Marxist criticizing Morris for seeing man's economic and social development always as the master process, since has normally been assumed that this was precisely what Marx taught, and the position Marxists wished to defend. One had understood that the arts were dependent upon social change, 1958a, 273. What Williams finds in at least some of the English Marxists, and most explicitly in Caldwell, is a significant debt to Romanticism in their conception of the value of art as an active force in social change. At their best, the English Marxists owe more to the culture and society tradition that is the topic of Williams's own study than to Marx, or at least to Marxism. In fact, he writes confidently: as we look at the English attempt at a Marxist theory of culture, what we see is an interaction between Romanticism and Marx, between the idea of culture which is the major English tradition and Marx's brilliant revaluation of it. We have to conclude that the interaction is as yet far from complete. 1958a, 279-80. This is the substance of Williams' challenge to Marxism. Though the interaction is far from complete, Williams has no doubt that his own arguments in Culture and Society do mark a serious advance on the general question. When he writes that it seems relevant to ask English Marxists who have interested themselves in the arts whether this is not Romanticism absorbing Marx, rather than Marx absorbing Romanticism, 1958a, 274, this suggests nothing less than a fundamental recasting or reframing of the Marxism's 107 orthodox conceptions of the central object of Marx's works. Most orthodox Marxists would probably identify philosophy, history, politics, and economics, but not culture, as the main constituents of Marx's writing, and argue from that point regarding the relative weights of these topics in the causal hierarchy of his thought. Indeed, the history of orthodox Marxism lies in precisely these debates, in which Williams's own interpretation of Marx and Marxism participates. Of course, Williams's recasting is in part supported by the significant emphasis which Marx came to place on political economy. His greatest work, Capital, 1869, is, after all, subtitled A Critique of Political Economy, and political economy is largely regarded as the British contribution to the three dimensions of Marx's project and formation, alongside the German philosophical idealism of Hegel and Feuerbach, and the French socialism of Proudhon. Certainly the response to the great Scottish and English political economists from Adam Smith through to Ricardo and Mill is a concern of many of the figures in Williams's Culture and Society canon. In this rather limited sense, as a common point or area of reference, some idea of culture as a component of the critique of political economy can indeed be said to be important to both, but this is hardly the substance of Williams's claim. The claim is far stronger. It is that the object of Marx's thinking, the most appropriate name for the conceptual center of his life and writings, was the idea of culture, as Williams understood it, and as Williams had represented in Culture and Society. Marx's work is subsumed in the Culture and Society tradition. Marx's concept of culture is superseded by Williams's own. His interest in the debate around Caldwell is that it exemplifies the limitations of the whole Marxist explanatory paradigm, and what he calls the general inadequacy among Marxists, in the use of culture as a term, 1958a, 282. It normally indicates, he argues, the intellectual and imaginative products of society, a usage which corresponds to the weak use of superstructure, 1958a, 282. Against this, he insists that Marxists should logically use culture in the sense of a whole way of life, a general social process as it is used in Culture and Society. And yet, as Williams came to see, particularly in the writing of The Long Revolution, that work had at least one redeeming feature, the emphasis, entirely sympathetic to Williams's developing conception of creativity, on the agency of the creative artist. That this was precisely the emphasis which threatened Caudwell's status as a Marxist was more likely to attract Williams than not, and it is this emphasis which has been insufficiently appreciated. Certainly, for the professional literary critic in Williams, Caudwell was worthless, but for the budding cultural theorist, certain aspects of his work were well worth absorbing. Critics who have been alerted to the existence of a more positive intellectual relationship between the two have been puzzled not to find it where they expected. R. Sullivan, in his study Christopher Caudwell, finds it especially 108 Marxism's disappointing that the only attention Caudwell receives in Marxism and literature is mention in a prefatory note, when his arguments, and particularly those concerning the part played by language in the formation of consciousness, considerably anticipate Williams's own, especially so in his use of Volozhinov, Sullivan 1988, 122, why but Sullivan is looking in the wrong place. Was rather with the long revolution in 1961, some 16 years before Marxism and literature and only 3 years after the caustic comments in Culture and Society, that Caudwell's work began to appear to Williams in a much more positive light. 13 Caudwell's redeeming features came through more strongly as Williams prepared the essays which made up the long revolution, and found he could read with him, rather than, as in Culture and Society, against him. Williams 1979, 128. He found ready-made in Caudwell a powerful formulation of the dangers of Freudianism, and, more positively, his emphasis on the creative aspects of human subjectivity were taken up in the important chapter The Creative Mind in the Long Revolution. 14 For despite the orthodox denunciations of Acornforth, the stress on the culturally constituted nature of human perception which can be found in Caudwell, it is impossible for us to assume that there is any reality experienced by man into which man's own observations and interpretations do not enter, is no mere idealism, insists Williams. The facts of perception, as figured in Caudwell's work, in no way lead us to a late form of idealism. They do not require us to suppose that there is no kind of reality outside the human mind, they point rather to the insistence that all human experience is an interpretation of the non-human reality. But this, again, is not the duality of subject and object, the assumption on which almost all theories of art are based. We have to think, rather, of human experience as both objective and subjective, in one inseparable process. Williams 1961a, 36. One inseparable process, both objective and subjective, not the duality of subject and object. With these phrases, and in this flow of argument, Williams sought to articulate a challenge to the naturalist outlook of much orthodox argument, a perspective from which all disciplines, including those in the human sciences, wrongly seek to emulate the methods and methodologies of the natural sciences, often with crippling conceptual consequences. I.S. Caudwell's essay Consciousness, a study in bourgeois psychology proved especially useful, and, in 1961, helped to anticipate some of the central arguments of what was to become, post-1968, the crisis of the subject. Bourgeois psychology is wrong to separate consciousness from the world. Consciousness changes as the world changes, not with it or separately from it but in mutually determining interaction with it. Caudwell 1949, 208-9, cited in Williams 1961a, 37. He then reiterates this in his own terms. Marxism's 109. We cannot refer science to the object and art to the subject, for the view of human activity we are seeking to grasp rejects this duality of subject and object. The consciousness is part of the reality, and the reality is part of the consciousness, in the whole process of our living organization. Cited in Williams 1961a, 39. That this central statement of Williams's epistemology owes so much to Caudwell reveals something of his importance to the formation of Williams's ideas on culture and communication. Caudwell's work was Janus-faced for Williams. While one face gloomily confirmed the weakness and self-deception of Marxist literary criticism, the other offered some promise and allure. Presented the consistent interest and appeal which Marxist cultural theory could hold, when it was not too dogmatically Marxist. This double judgment on Caudwell perfectly reflects his judgment on Marxist cultural theory as a whole, and particularly what he sees as its confusions and self-contradictions around the explanatory status of the base and superstructure model. In one way or another, he sighs, the situation will have to be clarified. Either the arts are passively dependent on social reality, a proposition which I take to be that of mechanical materialism, or a vulgar interpretation of Marx. Or the arts, as the creators of consciousness, determine social reality, the proposition which the Romantic poets sometimes advanced. Or finally, the arts, while ultimately dependent, with everything else, on the real economic structure, operate in part to reflect this structure and its consequent reality, to help or hinder the constant business of changing it. I find Marxist theories of culture confused because they seem to me, on different occasions and in different writers, to make use of all these propositions as the need serves. Williams 1958a, 274. The third option, with its emphasis on the ways in which forms of art and artistic representation could help or hinder the political process of changing reality, was and remained the closest to Williams's own position. In this first settling of accounts, Williams is able to internalize the criticisms he had himself suffered as an undergraduate in an often searing account of the limitations of English Marxism, and especially regarding its deployment of base and superstructure criticism by writers such as Caudwell. And yet, at the same time, he is able to extract with considerable profit some aspects of Caudwell's thought in order to support his own developing sense and theory of the importance of culture in any account and analysis of social, cultural, and political reproduction. Indeed, it was the very tension between rejection and incorporation which produced perhaps the greatest statement, in Culture and Society and the Long Revolution, of the New Left case for a participatory democracy, and at the same time provided something of an authorizing and differential. No Marxism's backing for that case in the Culture and Society tradition itself. How this ambivalent stance, fending off, drawing in, continued to characterize his relation to Marxism, and how the theory of cultural materialism grew out of this is the subject of the rest of this chapter. The alternative tradition. With the benefit of hindsight, it is easy to see that perhaps the most striking feature of Williams's account of Marxist cultural theory in the late 1950s was its extremely limited range of textual and conceptual reference. 16 For the Williams of Culture and Society, Marxist cultural theory is the English Marxism he knew as a Cambridge undergraduate, no Korsch, no Lukács, neither Brecht nor Benjamin, not a trace of Sartre. Was to be over a decade before he began to read more deeply into the wider history of European Marxism, as we can see from the paucity of references to, or discussions of, Marxism in his work until the early 1970s. 17 As one of the key figures the New Left revision of Marxist theory, Williams must have felt that with the publication of Culture and Society, and particularly its chapter Marxism and Culture, and the related essays of the Long Revolution, that he had settled his accounts with regard to Marxism. What need was there to say more? Marx, as he put in one essay, had correctly stressed the connection between culture and the economy, but had badly mistaken the nature of that connection. Were to be understood as primary and not secondary components of the social totality, constitutive and not reflective in the maintenance and development of a social order. Thus, 1961, the main constituents of the emerging theory of cultural materialism were stressed as Williams wrote that we cannot really think of communication as secondary. We cannot think of it as marginal, or as something that happens after reality has occurred. Because it is through the communication systems that the reality of ourselves, the reality of our society, forms and is interpreted. Williams 1961 c. 22-3. In 1965, Williams sees the New Left as part of a general attack on dogmatism within the Marxist tradition, Williams 1965, 140. The May Day Manifesto of 1968, for all its commitment to the renewal of socialist politics and policies in Britain, and though it had plenty of time for the understanding of totality, found no place to discuss or promote any particular variety of Marxism other than New Left humanism. Even up to the time of the Slant Symposium of 1967, that strange amalgam of Catholics and Socialists, gathered together by Terry Eagleton and Brian Wickers, Williams still found no need to revise his central take on Marxism. In his reply to criticisms of his work raised at the conference and elsewhere, he concludes, "We reject the idea that literature and thought are secondary, superstructural activities occurring after the creation of Marxism's three social reality." Williams 1968 c. 305. As late as 1967, orthodox contemporary Marxism seems to have had nothing to offer. But by the 1970s all this is changing, and Williams begins to criticize those who, like his earlier self, had, too complacently, given up reading Marxist work. So that when he refers to the extraordinary renewal of serious study of Marx in the last 10 years, Williams 1972b. 71, or to Marxism as a system of political thought which until 1960 and beyond was very generally regarded as un-English, irrelevant, and irremediably out of date, Williams 1976b. 233, he is, in part at least, referring to himself. Seems that Lucien Goldman's visit to Cambridge in 1970, only months before his death, had helped to revive Williams's interest in Marxist theory. In a memorial tribute broadcast on Radio 3, he noted, "In the student generation of the last 10 years there has been an active rediscovery of Marxism, but this has been little understood by their elders, in part at least because most of their interested elders already know, or think they know, what Marxism is, from memories of the 30s. Williams 1972a. 375. In fact, the key to Williams's own rediscovery of Marxism is the finding of what he calls its alternative tradition, and particularly its account of consciousness, a social analysis which seems to me radically different from what most people in Britain understand as Marxist, 1972a. 375, and certainly what he had understood as Marxist in culture and society. In the work of Goldman, and behind him, in the powerful figure of George Lukács, he finds, characteristically, not a matter of influence, but rather a series of affinities between his own work and theirs. Goldman's idea of the trans-individual subject does something like the conceptual work he was trying to achieve with his own idea of the structure of feeling, while Lukács's distinction between actual and possible consciousness, fits with his own sense of consciousness as a primary activity. This, he writes approvingly, is the central result of this alternative Marxist tradition. But this consciousness is still social, and it is centered in history, 1972a. 376. A primary activity, but still centered in history, and still social, Marxism's alternative tradition seemed to offer, for Williams, something of a parallel confirmation, in a different theoretical vocabulary, of the arguments and insights he had been asserting since the 1950s, though it is striking that the features which interested him were precisely those which more orthodox Marxists were wary of. 19 It seemed to at least call for a reassessment of what Marxism now meant, and just what it had to offer to Williams's own project of cultural and political criticism. The first step in this reassessment came with the writing up of the memorial lecture on Goldman that Williams had given in Cambridge in April 1971. Literature and Sociology, reversing the title and emphasis of Levy's seminal essay, Sociology and Literature, Levy 1952, 195-203, asserts that the debate with Marxism, which scrutiny seemed to have won conclusively in the 112 Marxism's 1930s, is in reality far from over. The work of thinkers such as Goldman and Lukács can no longer be confined to an abandoned battlefield. Williams 1980a. 19.20. This was followed, 2 years later, by the lecture Base and Superstructure in Marxist Cultural Theory, an essay regarded by many as Williams's single most important theoretical statement. 21. Base and Superstructure. The essay belongs to an active and self-renewing Marxist tradition, Williams 1973b, 49, one which seeks to both clarify and complicate the apparent certainties of the Marxist base and superstructure model. Is framed as the recovery of an emphasis somehow lost in the transition from Marx to Marxism, 1973b, 31. The first and most important of these is the sense of the verb to determine. In the classic Marxist model, the economic base determines the ideological superstructure. This determination is absolute, the superstructure is understood as ideally, at least, the wholly predictable event of a known cause, the economic base. Ironically, this sense of to determine has its roots in idealist and theological modes of reasoning which Marx's own use of the term is deliberately meant to counter. Marx places the origin of determination in human activity and in social practice, where determination is better understood as the setting of limits to, and the exertion of pressures on, human agency. As a counter to the absolute sense usually at work in the base and superstructure model, Williams emphasizes an equally central, equally authentic proposition of Marx's, the idea that social being determines consciousness, 1973a, 31. In fact, most discussions of the idea of the economically determined area of the superstructure do admit some qualification, moving from Engels's notion of time lags and delays, through to Walter Benjamin's mediations and Lucien Goldman's homologous structures. More important, Williams calls for a thorough reassessment of the received notion of the base, basis, Grundlage, 1973a, 33. In much Marxist theory, the figure of the base, by sleight of phrase, has come to be considered as an object in its own right, as the mode of production in a particular stage of its development. But this loses the quiddity of Marx's own emphasis on the volatile, active, and contradictory nature of productive activity itself. To get the real sense of determination at work here, we have to realize that when we talk of the base, we are talking of a process and not a state, 1973a, 34, of the setting of limits and the exertion of pressures rather than a predicted, prefigured, and controlled content, 1973a, 34. If we return to Marx's emphasis on the volatility of productive forces, we look at the whole question of the base differently, and we are less than tempted to dismiss as superstructural, and in that sense as merely secondary, certain vital productive forces, which are in the broad sense, from the beginning, basic. Williams 1973b, 35. Marxism's 113. In this idea of the base as process, culture is far from secondary and reflective, it has rather a constitutive force. 22. In this, as in other respects, Williams remains absolutely true to the main emphases of his earlier criticisms of the base and superstructure model in culture and society. All that is different is that he is now able to turn to other thinkers in Marxism's alternative tradition for conceptual support. He sees Gramsci's notion of hegemony as of vital importance. For hegemony supposes the existence of something which is truly total, which is not merely secondary and superstructural, like the weak sense of ideology, but which is lived at such a depth, which saturates the society to such an extent, and which, as Gramsci put it, even constitutes the substance and limits of common sense for most people under its sway, that it corresponds to the reality of social experience very much more clearly than any notions derived from the formula of base and superstructure. 1973b, 37. And yet, at the same time, for all its emphasis on saturation and determination, terms which might suggest a total and closed and static state of affairs, hegemony is always and essentially an active and ongoing process. Hegemony is determination at work, in process, and as such, it is a volatile, heterogeneous, and mobile system, an economy of experience governed by the interplay of what are referred to as dominant, emergent, and residual social forces and social meanings. As is stressed, in an often quoted moment, no mode of production, and therefore no dominant society or order of society, and therefore no dominant culture, in reality exhausts the full range of human practice, human energy, human intention. It is fact about the modes of domination that they select from and consequently exclude the full range of actual and possible human practice. 1973b, 43. Understood in this way, hegemony expresses that sense of determination as the setting of limits which human agency may always challenge, with neither success or failure written in from the start. The new emphases of Gramsci, Goldman and Lukács now allow the Marxist cultural theorist to face the challenge of historical analysis with a much greater precision and delicacy of analysis, 1973b, 38, than before. Marxist cultural theory need no longer be restricted, as it was in the days of a Christopher Caldwell, to merely epical analysis, the grand but rather sketchy portraits of classic base and superstructure theory. In many ways, this essay can serve as a summary of the main themes developed in Marxism and literature as a whole, themes which, despite the insistence of some commentators, have not changed in any conceptually substantial way from the arguments put forward in Culture and Society. 114 Marxism's Marxism and literature. Any Marxism, like any Freudianism, is likely to be no more than a selective interpretation which claims to represent the unity of an author's thought through a careful process of selection and elision. What are the main elements of Williams's interpretation of Marx in Marxism and literature? The central focus of the account is given in the phrase "the transition from Marx to Marxism." The tale to be told is one of bitter irony. Williams 1977a, 86, as Williams recounts some of the ways in which the selective tradition of orthodox Marxism slowly lost sight of Marx's original and fundamental insights. Such a reading poses Williams's own interpretation as a restorative one, claiming the authority of a return to Marx, while at the same time enabling a re-articulation of Marx's thinking in his own terms. The promise is put forward as a return to the complex unity of Marx's original insight into the indissoluble unity of the whole social process, including the creative force of practical consciousness. Properly understood, Marxism represents the most important intellectual advance in all modern thought. 1977a, 19. Marxism offered the possibility of overcoming the dichotomy between society and nature, and of discovering new constitutive relationships between society and economy. As a specification of the basic element of the social process of culture was a recovery of the wholeness of history. 1977a, 19. It is no accident that Williams echoes here one of the most striking of Marx's formulations in the 1844 manuscripts, his assertion that communism is the solution to the riddle of history, and knows itself to be the solution. Marx 1844, 348. Striking because the statement is usually taken as expressing an idealistic and insufficiently analytical moment in his thought. For Williams, the problem, perhaps as for Marx at this early stage of his thinking, the discovery of the wholeness of history clouds the difficulties of any absolute recovery of it. If the social process is indeed indissoluble, then that poses major problems for any analysis of it, and particularly for any causal analysis of the movement of history. Williams's insistence on indissoluble social process is recognized as a major conceptual problem by many of his Marxist critics. 23. A key area of this constitutive relationship between economy and society is to be found in one of the most enduring, and enduringly controversial, of Marx's concepts, the concept of ideology. Ideology. The Marxist theory of ideology has a long and internally diverse history. 24. Marx's theory is recognized as marking a significant advance on Enlightenment discussions which saw the ideological in positivist terms of faulty but adjustable. Marxism's 115. Cognition. For Marx, the ideological was better understood by locating the grounds of such miscognition or misrecognition, as it became in Althusser's later theoretical recasting, in the social positioning of the subject, and by insisting on the existence of a causal connection between cognition and position, between the epistemological and the political. Within the interpretation of Marx's own work, there is considerable debate regarding the continuity of his own thought on this question, and later recastings, appropriations, and developments of his work also offer a range of divergent emphases and articulations, ranging from Lukács's bold emphasis on reification, through Gramsci's focus on hegemony, to Althusser's idea of ideological state apparatuses. Indeed, such is the diversity of argument and interpretation that it is misleading to speak of any single concept of ideology, either in Marx's own work, or in the work of his interpreters, and it would perhaps be better to speak of a family of related ideas, comprising a number of distinct though connected branches. Williams identifies three broad versions of the concept: ideology as the system of beliefs characteristic of a particular class or group, as a system of illusory beliefs, false ideas or false consciousness, which can be contrasted with true or scientific knowledge, and as the general process of the production of meanings and ideas, 1977a, 55. He offers a polemical history of these different uses of the term in ways which highlight some of the problems he finds with its contemporary Althusserian deployment. Many of the current problems with the concept of ideology were present from the start. Antoine Destutt de Tracy, one of the leading figures in the new Institut de France, charged with the task of revitalizing France's entire education system on the new revolutionary principles of the 1790s, coined the term in his Elements d' Ideology of 1801. Here it refers to the science of ideas which, traced back from Condillac through to Locke, he argued could be the basis of a whole new approach to education, learning and scientific progress. The natural history of ideas meant that psychology could now be analyzed in the truly scientific terms of biology, totally replacing the old reliance on religion as the source for moral, social, and political theory. This essentially Enlightenment project was immediately challenged by conservative and religious opponents. Williams cites one such opponent, the Vicomte de Bonald, in order to make a theoretical point. De Bonald, turning to Rousseau rather than to Locke for his language theory, drew attention to the passive elements in de Tracy's theory, its preoccupation, as Williams puts it, with signs and their influence on thought, 1977a, 56. De Bonald's critique prefigures the theoretical problems associated with Althusser's structuralist theory. The rejection of metaphysics, he writes, was a characteristic gain, confirmed by the development of precise and systematic empirical inquiry. At the same time, the effective exclusion of any social dimension, both the practical exclusion of social relationships implied in the model of man and the world, and the characteristic displacement of necessary social relationships to a formal system, whether 116 Marxism's The Laws of Psychology or Language as a System of Signs, was a deep and apparently irrecoverable loss and distortion. 1977a, 57. De Bonald's anti-Icklisms put into philosophical form Napoleon's political rejection of the ideologues. Though an initial member of the Institute, and a supporter of its aims in the 1790s, Napoleon turned against them in the early 1800s. In 1802, Chateaubriand signaled the changing political climate by dedicating the first edition of his L'Hygiène du Christianisme to Napoleon. In 1803 Napoleon abolished the most directly challenging section of the Institute, that dealing with moral and political studies. By 1812 he was ready to tell the State Council that it is to the doctrine of the ideologues, to this diffuse metaphysics, which in a contrived manner seeks to find the primary causes and on this foundation would erect the legislation of peoples, instead of adapting the laws to a knowledge of the human heart and of the lessons of history, to which one must attribute all the misfortunes which have befallen our beautiful France. Cited in Williams' 1977a, 57. For Napoleon, ideology became a nickname, used to distinguish every species of theory, 1977a, 57, which did not rest on the solid grounds of self-interest. Marx, who had also criticized the Institute members, though from a different perspective, took over these now pejorative connotations of the term in the very title of his and Engels's critique of the young Hegelians, The German Ideology, 1846. More importantly, in addition to this polemical and pejorative sense, ideology began to take on a new theoretical distinctness for Marxism in this important text. Williams compares passages from the German ideology and from the first volume of Capital in order to illustrate and exemplify some of the tensions between this new theory and its polemical context. The first is taken from Marx and Engels as the German ideology, generally held to be the first work in which the essentials of historical materialism first make their appearance in the Marxist oeuvre in a concerted critique of left Hegelians such as Ludwig Feuerbach, Max Stirner, and Bruno Bauer. Marx, originally a member of the Doctor Club in Berlin where the young Hegelians met and argued, a friend and correspondent of Bruno Bauer, and deeply impressed by the work of Ludwig Feuerbach, had learned much from them. His turn away from them marks a decisive moment in his own intellectual development. Williams quotes a passage from early in the Mammoth Study. "We do not set out from what men say, imagine, conceive, nor from men as narrated, thought of, imagined, conceived, in order to arrive at men in the flesh. We set out from real, active men, and on the basis of their real life processes we demonstrate the development of the ideological reflexes and echoes of this life process. The phantoms formed in the human brain are Marxism's 117 also, necessarily, sublimates of their material life process, which is empirically verifiable and bound to material premises sic. Morality, religion, metaphysics, all the rest of ideology and their corresponding forms of consciousness, thus no longer retain the semblance of independence." Cited in Williams' 1977a, 59. He finds two different emphases at work in the passage, as through the book as a whole. First, there is the important theoretical point that thinking always take place in a specific material and ideological context, it can have no semblance of independence. This is judged entirely reasonable. A great deal of the German ideology is devoted to showing the ways in which the idealist arguments of the young Hegelians, what they took to be the solutions to Germany's social and political problems, were in fact no more than the very symptoms of those problems. For all their idealist ferocity, the young Hegelians were never going to be in a position to lead a social revolution. 25 At the same time, Williams is dismayed, just as he had been in Culture and Society, by the implications of the recourse to a pseudo-scientific vocabulary in the passage. The language of reflexes, echoes, phantoms, and sublimates is simplistic, and has in repetition been disastrous. It belongs to the naive dualism of mechanical materialism, in which the idealist's separation of ideas and material reality has been repeated, but with its priorities reversed. The emphasis on consciousness as inseparable from conscious existence, and then on conscious existence as inseparable from material social processes, is in effect lost in the use of this deliberately degrading vocabulary. 1977a, 59. While this deliberately degrading vocabulary answers a polemical need, this same polemical emphasis comes to threaten the essential balance of the argument as a whole. The vocabulary of an essentially passive human response, used to highlight the failings of the left Hegelians, is in contradiction with the philosophy of revolutionary practice or praxis which is the center of the German ideology, and which many argue is the main new element in Marx's thinking in this period. 26 Against this overemphasis on human passivity, Williams poses a paragraph from Chapter 7 of Capital, The Labor Process and the Valorization Process, in which the distinctively creative character of human labor is figured through a bold comparison. What distinguishes the worst architect from the best of bees is this, that the architect raises his structure in imagination before he erects it in reality. At the end of every labor process, we get a result that already existed in the imagination of the laborer at its commencement. Cited in Williams' 1977a, 59. 118 Marxism's here consciousness is correctly seen as part of the human material social process, 1977a, 59, and, he emphasizes, its products in ideas are then as much a part of this process as material products themselves. This, centrally, was the thrust of Marx's whole argument, but the point was lost. What they were centrally arguing was a new way of seeing the total relationships. In a polemical response to the abstract history of ideas or of consciousness, they made their main point but in one decisive area lost it again. This confusion is the source of the naive reduction, in much subsequent Marxist thinking, of consciousness, imagination, art, and ideas to reflexes, echoes, phantoms, and sublimates, and then of a profound confusion in the concept of ideology. 1977a, 59-60. Centrally, the point was lost, and it is the task of Williams's interpretation to recover it. This loss, this profound confusion comes through in the restricted sense of ideology as false consciousness, and the implied model of human subjectivity as passive, static, receptive only, for many, the main weakness of Althusser's own theory. Point 27. In these terms, if ideology is false consciousness, then a properly scientific Marxism may be the only possible source of true consciousness. But this is to mistake the relevant idea of science. For Marxism, argues Williams, science is best understood as closer to the original German sense of any systematic knowledge or organized learning. Marx's work is best understood as critical and historical, 1977a, 63, rather than in the polemical sense of science as natural science, which Williams attributes to Engels as merely a polemical catchword, 1977a, 63. This supposedly strong sense of science is dangerous to Marxism, since it implies the a priori assumption of a positive method, one which is not itself subject to self-scrutiny or self-criticism. All too easily, this ends up as either a circular demonstration or a familiar partisan claim that others are biased but that, by definition, we are not, 1977a, 64. For Williams, this is simply the fool's way out of genuinely difficult problems. Only in the weaker sense of scientific inquiry as any detailed and connected knowledge, methodically applied to the world, can science lead to the challenging of received assumptions and points of view. 28. Of course, insists Williams, this does not mean foregoing the first principle of any genuine ideological inquiry of the kind which cultural materialism proposes. There is always the need to examine the organizing assumptions, concepts, and points of view which organize any body of knowledge. When this is properly done, we are led away from the overgeneral and dogmatic epical analysis of a Christopher Caldwell to a genuinely historical analysis, one in which ideology. Marxism's 119 reverts to a specific and practical dimension, the complicated processes within which men become, are, conscious of their interests and d1eir conflicts. The categorical shortcut to an abstract distinction between true and false consciousness is then effectively abandoned, as in all practice it has to be. 1977a, 68. Playing a major role in these complicated processes is human language itself. Here, Williams's accidental discovery of the writings of the Soviet philosopher Volozhinov was crucial one. 29. Marxism and the Philosophy of Language, 1929, gave precisely the right emphasis to the understanding of the ideological as the process of the production of meaning through signs, and in its insistence on signification as a central social process, 1977a. This focus on language as central to social process is, to some extent, new to Williams. The first draft, delivered as a series of lectures to the English faculty at Cambridge, contained no specific consideration of language, while the book has a whole chapter devoted to the topic. In discussion with Redshift, soon after publication, he enthused about his new take on language. Marxism does not have a theory of language, he notes, and because of this it goes wrong again and again. I've found, I believe, a way of showing that language is primary because it is material. I believe that language is the material process of sociality, Williams 1977b, 15-16. In other ways, the focus on language simply repeats in different terms the emphasis on the centrality of communication to social reproduction which had been a part of Williams's position from the beginning. Volozhinov and Vygotsky are new and certainly different points of reference to Caldwell and J.Z. Young, but their writing is called upon to do essentially the same explanatory work. Though Williams's points of reference are somewhat different, the intellectual and political stance of Marxism and literature has not significantly altered from what it was in culture and society and the long revolution. All that has really shifted is the oppositional focus of the arguments. This is now provided, as Williams usefully glossed, by the newly dominant mode of critical structuralism, which was being taken as Marxist literary theory all over Western Europe and North America. Williams 1979, 339. The central term and key concept of this new mode was surely that of the subject, a term belonging to both grammar and political philosophy which stresses the subordination of the human agent to linguistic and political structures external to it. In an extraordinary diversity of fields, from structural linguistics to structural anthropology, from Lacanian psychoanalysis to Foucauldian power, from literature to cinema, from fashion to the entire system of Western philosophy, the apparent transparency of consciousness and agency was false. The subject was constituted by language, self-consciousness no more than an effect of language. Language itself was fascist, as Barthes declared in his inaugural lecture at the Collège de France, just a few months before the publication of Marxism and Literature, Barthes 1978, 14. 120 Marxisms for Williams, Althusser's theory of ideology, with its emphasis on the structural determination of human subjectivity, exemplified the dangers of the new critical structuralism. And just as a great deal turned, in classic base and superstructure arguments, on the precise sense of determination, so in the theories of language and subjectivity, everything depended on the precise meaning of the constitutive. 1977a, 20. In the brief chapter, Language, he offered a brilliant and suggestive analysis of the history of language theory. Following Volozanov's arguments in Marxism and the philosophy of language, Williams argued that an unconscious determinant on the formation of theories of language had been the circumstances of their formation. In other words, the colonialist situation of the observing linguist reinforced the tendency to objectivism, and threatened to reduce the idea of language away from its idea as activity towards its definition as a system. Language use, he stresses, could then hardly be seen as itself active and constitutive. 1977a, 27. In the development of comparative linguistics, language came to be seen as a fixed, objective, and in these senses given system, which had theoretical and practical priority over what were described as utterances, later as performance. Thus the living speech of human beings in their specific social relationships in the world was theoretically reduced to instances and examples ot a system which lay beyond them. 1977a, 27. This was Williams's main point contra Althusser, and it is no accident that, at this moment in his argument, he looks aside to an important and often dominant tendency in Marxism itself, the idea of society as a controlling social system which is a priori inaccessible to individual acts of will and intelligence. 1977a, 28. An important component of his argument is therefore to parry representations of language which reduce, or threaten to disable, the positive aspects of the human subject's capacity for agency and activity from within the language system. This comes through most powerfully in his discussion of what Marxism has to contribute to the understanding of language. And here there is a difficult intellectual knot. Marxist thinking is wholly compatible with the emphasis on language as practical, constitutive activity, 1977a, 29, to be found in Vico, but it also opens up some of major problems regarding the meaning of the key idea of language as constitutive. There is, he writes, an obvious danger of making language primary and original, not in the acceptable sense that it is a necessary part of the very act of human self-creation, but in the related and available sense of language as the founding element in humanity. In the beginning was the word. It is precisely the sense of language as an indissoluble element of human SCU creation that gives any acceptable meaning to its description as constitutive. To make it precede all other connected activities is to claim something quite different. 1977a, 29. Marxism's 121. The underlying problem, as Williams indicated with the opening sentence of the chapter, lies in the conception of consciousness and subjectivity at work in such formulations. If, as he had indicated, a definition of language is always, implicitly or explicitly, a definition of human beings in the world, 1977a, 21, then there is a difficulty with any language theory which excludes activity and making. The true sense of constitutive is to be found in the work of Volozhinov. Here there is a powerful challenge to the usual opposition between expressive and systematic ideas of language, in which the subject is either seen as all-powerful, or totally subdued, and brings into focus the constant negotiation between system and expression which is the main force of a fully social understanding of language. Volozhinov argued that meaning was necessarily a social action, dependent on a social relationship, emphasizes Williams, 1977a, 36, and it is this emphasis on the social relationship which makes his ideas a useful and necessary corrective to the Saussurean insistence on the arbitrariness of the sign. This was the theory of the usable sign. Human beings are born into a language system, but this system is also always an active social language. Although, as structuralist and post-structuralist critics insist, they are shaped by the system, they are also contributors to it. Language always has a creative as well as a systematic character, and language use is therefore just as much a part of human individuation as it is of human socialization. These are the connected aspects of a single process which the alternative theories of system and expression had divided and dissociated. We then find not a reified language and society but an active social language. Nor is this language a simple reflection or expression of material reality. What we have, rather, is a grasping of this reality through language, which as practical consciousness is saturated by and saturates all social activity, including productive activity. 1977a, 37. In the end, argues Williams, it is of and to this experience, the lost middle ground between the abstract entities, subject and object, on which the propositions of idealism and orthodox materialism are erected, that language speaks, 1977a, 37-8. At this point, Williams has returned to his original arguments in the Long Revolution, where, as we saw, he insisted that all human experience is an interpretation of a non-human reality, not the duality of subject and object, but rather, of human experience as both objective and subjective, in one inseparable process, 1961a, 36. Williams rests his case, though resting it this time on the arguments and authority of Volozhinov than on Caudwell. As we have seen, and as a number of early reviewers remarked, a great deal of what is argued in Marxism and literature is familiar, both as the summary of recent work like the essay Base and Superstructure in Marxist Cultural Theory, and beyond that, of the thinking and arguments of culture and society in the 1950s. Williams's central emphasis remains the same, the insistence on the 122 Marxism's idea of culture as a way of thinking the social totality, the refusal of cultural production as a secondary effect of the economic base. While it is correct that the range of references to Marxist cultural theory has significantly increased, and TL1 at Williams's tone is considerably more welcoming, little has changed in the substance of his own arguments. Though he is now able to refer to a European-wide range of work in what he termed Marxism's alternative tradition, what is most notable is the way the arguments of this tradition are seen as supporting Williams's own emphases on the importance of culture to social and political reproduction, with all the strengths and weaknesses of that emphasis. The fact of this continuity needs to be asserted against those critics, who, sympathetic to both Williams and to Marxism, have been too eager to bring them together. For it has sometimes seemed that one way of resolving the ambivalence which characterizes Williams's thinking on Marxism has been to divide it, rather too neatly, into two distinct phases, the first, a moment of hostility towards Marxist theory, and the second, one of greater accommodation to it. In this perspective, 1973 is usually seen as the decisive moment, with the publication of the lecture Base and Superstructure in Marxist Cultural Theory and the Study The Country and the City. These mark Williams's entry or re-entry into a more fully Marxist mode of intellectual inquiry. Thus Ijaz Ahmed, whose in theory has been one of the most passionate and consistent attempts of recent years to respond, from a Marxist position, to Anglo-American post-structuralist and post-colonial theory, writes of his ambiguous relationship with theoretical Marxism, but has no doubt of his adoption of increasingly Marxist perspectives, or the way that his intellect kept moving leftward. Ahmed 1994, 49, 47, 48, and identifies the real turn as coming in the mid-19705, 1994. 49. Similarly, the editors of Marxist Literary Theory, a reader suggests that from a socialist humanist or left-leavism approach, Williams's early critical distance from Marxism had, by the 1970s, developed into a more explicit rapprochement with Marxism. Eagleton and Milne 1996, 242. This in turn echoes Eagleton's own earlier judgment of The Country and the City as the only one of his texts in which Marxist positions constitute the very terms of debate. Eagleton 1976b, 41. And this whole general judgment seems to receive confirmation in Williams's own statement, in 1979, that now I wouldn't want right on any question without tracing the history of it in Marxist thought. Williams 1979, 316. Or, at least, this view seems confirmed just as long as we do not read the full sentence. I wouldn't want to write on any question without tracing the history of it in Marxist thought, but, or as Williams put it, and then seeing where I stood in relation to that. 1979, 316. Where did he stand? The verb itself is characteristic of that lifelong and fierce assertion of critical independence. This trait often made it difficult for readers to identify precisely just who he was writing for, or against, in any particular argument. Seeing where one stand, the assumption is that the stance was already there, just waiting to be found, but separate from the Marxist position, his position. Marxism's 123. The main response to this by Williams's orthodox Marxist readers has been varied, but often to point out, respectfully enough, though this was not always the case, the problems raised by some of his arguments, and the way certain central problems were often marginalized by his own focus of interest and attention. Where, it has been asked, is Williams's acknowledgement of the importance of the state to his discussions of social change? What is the role and status of class consciousness in his arguments? Where in his work is there any serious consideration of the dynamic of the forces and relations of production? How do his arguments relate to the classical Marxist conceptions of mode of production and social formation? Above all, can his rejection of the base and structure model really be intended to deny the fundamental Marxist emphasis on the determination by the economy of the social totality, in however final an instant his lack of attention to these questions? The terms and tenets of orthodox Marxist analysis led to Perry Anderson's judgment in 1976. While Williams is the most distinguished socialist thinker to have come from the ranks of the Western working class, his work has not been that of a Marxist. Anderson 1976, 105. But then, that had never been Williams's aim. Anderson's remark needs to be supplemented, I think, by something like Terry Eagleton's judgment in 1989. There are many sterile ways of being correct, he notes, and, throwing a phrase of Milton's, concludes that in relation to orthodox Marxism, Williams is best seen as a truth-teller in heresy. Whatever he has contributed to Marxism, he concludes, has been founded, necessarily, on his early break with it. Eagleton 1989b, 175. Williams's interpretation of Marx was, after all, always an interpretation. His major claim to offer a return to a lost emphasis on the indissoluble unity of the whole social process is an interpretation of Marx's work which offers a valuable correction to extremes of economist or mechanical Marxism. But at the same time, in the process of correction, Williams himself was perhaps guilty of his own overemphases, and something is lost or marginalized in his own interpretation. If the unity of the social process is in reality indissoluble, then no causal analysis of it is possible. The flow of social process can never be grasped or articulated. 31. Can Marxism then be said to be central to Williams's thought? Or marginal? Neither term really fits the nagging constancy with which Marxism provided a point of reference for all his more foregrounded preoccupations with drama, literature, and culture. Must never be forgotten that Williams was first and foremost a literary and cultural critic, and that his interest in and interpretation of Marxism was constructed largely from within the discursive boundaries of his profession. Duly considered, this simple fact only makes his theoretical achievement all the more striking. No literary critic before him had ever thought through what Marxism might mean to literary criticism quite so thoroughly, so forcefully, or so originally. But Williams's engagement with Marxism was just as 124 Marxism's oppositional and combative as his relation to orthodox literary criticism. As he put it in 1958, I could not have begun this work, the writing of culture and society, if I had not learned from Marxists and from Levy. I cannot complete it unless I radically amend some of the ideas which they and others have left us. Williams 1958 b. 14. He was never only the critic of official English culture, whose work contra Cambridge English we examined in the previous chapter, he was also and always a critic of what he took to be official Marxist culture. The aim was never to be or become a Marxist in any orthodox sense. It was rather to offer a series of amendments and corrections to what he saw as a range of mistaken emphases in orthodox Marxist theory. There can be no doubt that his rejection of the base and superstructure argument was intended as a direct challenge to the related strains of economism and functionalism which he was not alone in finding at work in a great deal of Marxist theory, including Marx's own. 32. Williams argued consistently against those who would construe the mechanisms of social reproduction in any way which reduced people to the status of mere bearers of social relations, the dupes of ideology. He argued consistently for a better understanding of the situational complexity of human agency, and came to figure his case, in the end, on the idea of the constitutive force of language in a way which was the product of some 40 years of thinking on, through, and against the orthodox ideas of literature and Marxism. In the end, this oppositional thinking came through as a theory of cultural materialism which Williams was willing to set against what he saw as the dogmas of historical materialism. In the next chapter, we shall examine cultural materialism in relation to the other great daza that Williams set himself against, the normation he came to call the bourgeois idea of literature. 6. Towards a cultural materialism 1977–81. The previous chapter traced some of the main contours of Williams's complex relations to Marxist cultural theory. We saw how his central emphasis on the constitutive force of culture in social and political reproduction culminated in the advocacy of a cultural materialism. Cultural materialism challenged the Second International's commitment to the singular, absolute, and unicausal priority of the economy, and refused its equally firm relegation of cultural activity to a secondary role in the reproduction of the social order. The means and relations of communication belong alongside the means and forces of production as one of the constituents of any explanation of the functioning of the social totality. L. Williams's cultural materialism argued instead for the centrality of a line of thought occluded in the usual accounts, Marx and Engels' stress on the importance of practical consciousness, and suggested that culture be recognized as a primary force in the reproduction of, and therefore all challenges to, any existing social order. But the theory of cultural materialism looks two ways. As cultural materialism, it is the name Williams gave to his distinctive version of Marxist theory, but, as cultural materialism, it refers to his response to the theory and practice of literary analysis at work in the existing institutions of English studies. This theory and practice, the discipline of English literature, is distinctively bourgeois in nature and effect. Bourgeois literary analysis is marked by an overemphasis on the individual at the expense of the social, and a tendency to a historical and apolitical analysis. To borrow and adapt Edward Said's useful terms, Bourgeois literary theory produces an idea of literature as a pure textuality cut off from the entanglements of all worldly circumstance. 2. Cultural materialism versus Cambridge English. In Williams's view, both Levicism and literary structuralism share a series of family resemblances, the common features of the bourgeois response to the pressures of modernity and mass culture. In Culture and Society, he had argued that this structure of response, first articulated in the 1920s, was repeated with renewed vigor and stridency in the post-1945 period, and Marxism and literature found a further continuity between the modernist dilemma and the 126. Advent of structuralist and post-structuralist theory in their restrictive definitions of textuality. The theory of cultural materialism was intended as a challenge and check to these subterranean continuities. This chapter examines how the case for a cultural materialism, first argued in Marxism and literature, was deployed in the debates around structuralism provoked by the McCabe affair, and subsequently extended and developed in Williams's later study, Culture, 1981. Few reviewers of Marxism and literature attempted the daunting task of trying to chart or to assess the book's argument as a whole, and few of the broader discussions of his work have done so either. Reviews focused largely on the first item in the title, Marxism, and much less attention was paid to the second, literature. This has had the unfortunate consequence, which I discuss further in the conclusion, that while the term cultural materialism has been adopted by a number of progressive academics, that adoption has always involved a certain translation of Williams's own concept, and consequently, as with most translations, a certain loss or simplification of the original. This chapter seeks to revive the force and complexity of Williams's own arguments. Marxist stalwart Arnold Kettle reviewed the study unsympathetically, rejecting it because of its foundation in Cambridge English and New Left attitudes. For Kettle, any Marxism in which concepts are given so central a place, and in which the particular concept of reflection is placed on a sort of Stalinist dunce or whipping stool, is almost bound to err on the side of theoreticism and academicism. Kettle 1977, 72. From a different perspective, George Woodcock belittled the book as a confessional document, the autobiography of a true believer in Marxism. Woodcock 1978, 593, while Bernard Charette saw little in it save a summary and summation of most of Williams's already published work. Charette 1982, 37. The most detailed account of CRD in the American journal Telos, where Michael Scribner wrote, against Anthony Barnett's view that Williams pleads too much for the continuity of his position, of the real continuity between his arguments in 1958 and 1977, but notes how the chapter on language demonstrates just how innovative Williams actually is. Barnett 1977, 145, Scribner 1979-80, 193. Many commented on the daunting abstraction of the language and the arguments as the book sought to compress the competing idioms of a century's thinking on Marxism and culture into one volume and one argument. 3. Generally missed was the attempt in Marxism and literature to forge the theory of a new discipline through the critique of the existing discipline of English studies. The principles of the cultural materialism which Williams developed as the theoretical and disciplinary critique of Cambridge English are given most fully in the third part of Marxism and literature, but the main lines of attack are anticipated in the chapter on literature in Part I of the study, where he deconstructs or defamiliarizes the orthodox idea of literature by tracing its emergence from the 18th century to the present day. T is relatively difficult, Williams writes, to see literature as a concept, Williams 1977a, 45. In the terms offered by Cambridge English. 127. It is common to see literature defined as full, central immediate human experience, usually with an associated reference to minute particulars. By contrast, society is often seen as essentially general and abstract, the summaries and averages, rather than the direct substance, of human living. 1977a, 45. The references are, of course, to the work of F.R. Levy, undoubtedly the most influential critic of the Cambridge English School, though shamefully neglected by the university for most of his career. 4 Levy argued over some 50 years for the value and specificity of literary criticism through an extremely strong negative contrast of it with both traditional conceptions of literary history, and against any criticism based in theory, be it psychoanalytic, Marxist, or philosophical. 5. This stance came through strongly in Levy's responses to the two most explicit challenges to his and scrutiny's procedures. 6. As Levy put it in his essay, Literary Criticism and Philosophy, the reading demanded by poetry is of a different kind from that demanded by philosophy. Philosophy, we say, is abstract, and poetry concrete. Levy 1952, 212. René Welleck's challenge, in a review of Levy's revaluation, Welleck 1937, was met, or avoided, with a stinging response in which Levy refused Welleck's request to make his theoretical assumptions explicit on the grounds that he was a literary critic and not a philosopher. If he, Levy, avoided such generalities, it was not out of timidity. Was because they seemed too clumsy to be of any use. I thought I had provided something better, he offered. My whole effort was to work in terms of concrete judgment and particular analyses, Levy 1952, 215, to work through the particularity of textual analysis and literary evaluation. And again, some 16 years later, faced with the challenge of F.W. Battison's new Oxford Journal Essays in Criticism, and its promotion of a new contextual reading, one which demanded a consistently historical dimension to literary analysis, Levy could only reply by refusing to meet the grounds of the accusation, and launching a counter-accusation at Battison and other contextual critics. Such critics were guilty of the academic overemphasis on scholarly knowledge, one which accompanies a clear lack of acquaintance with intelligent critical reading, Levy 1953, 281. In the end, as far as Levy is concerned, Battison's proposed discipline of contextual reading is not merely irrelevant, it isn't, and can't be, a discipline at all. It has no determinate field or aim. 1953, 292. All that Battison's posited relation between poem and social context can amount to is a matter of vain and muddled verbiage. 1953, 296-7. Or, as Williams summed it up, with a rather different emphasis. Arguments from theory or from history are simply evidence of the incurable abstraction and generality of those who are putting them forward. They can then be contemptuously rejected, often without specific reply, which would be only to fall to their level. Williams 1977a, 45. 128. Levy's project, the project of Cambridge English in its most powerful form, represents an extraordinary ideological feat, one in which the specific literary process of formal composition within the social and formal properties of language is effectively elided, or has been displaced to an internal and self-proving procedure in which writing of this kind is genuinely believed to be, however many questions are then begged, immediate living experience itself. 1977a, 46. To fully understand this ideological and theoretical achievement, one which can hardly be examined or questioned at all from outside, we need, he urges, to grasp the history of the concept of literature itself. For it is only in terms of this history that we can find a point of entry into an otherwise self-supporting structure of arguments, and prise open an otherwise closed system of assumptions. From literacy to literature. The history of the term literature is one of the increasing specialization and reification of its component senses. This is summed up in the striking shift the meaning of literature away from its original sense as literacy, to the now dominant sense of literature as a category of use and condition rather than of production. Williams 1977a, 47. He locates the beginnings of this shift in the 18th century, where, in a new extended meaning, literature goes beyond the bare sense of literacy, to become the apparently objective category of printed works of a certain quality. Once this has happened, the term loses the basic reference to reading ability and reading experience. 1977a, 48, which it initially held and could express. Since the 18th century, three complicating tendencies have emerged, tendencies which have by now become received assumptions. First, there was a move from learning to taste as the criterion for literary quality. Second, the meaning of literature was increasingly restricted to imaginative works only. In the early part of the century, literature covered history, philosophy, and virtually all forms of bound and printed communication. And third, the period saw the development of the concept of a national literary tradition. All of these came together in the idea of a canon of national literature, a selective tradition which is apparently, but only apparently, based in objective judgments of literary value and worth. Long before it became a regular professional move to question the canon, Williams was sharp and to the point in his assessment of its foundational rhetoric, the grounding of the canon in apparent norms of aesthetic judgment. Properly considered, the apparent norms of taste and sensibility are no more than characteristically bourgeois categories which only acquire their apparent objectivity from an actively consensual class sense. 1977a, 48-9. Indeed, the very history of literary criticism as a practice and discipline is similarly constituted by forms and pressures of class control. Williams is harsh on its emergence as an academic discipline in the 20th century, the so-called, in Basil Wiley's phrase, golden age of Cambridge English, the moment of its entry as a new 129. Conscious discipline into the universities in the 1920s, was no more than forms of class specialization and control of a general social practice, and of a class limitation of the questions which it might raise. 1977a, 49.7. In fact, by the time of this development, the category which had appeared objective as all printed books, and which had been given a social class foundation as polite learning and the domain of taste and sensibility, now became a necessarily selective and self-defining area. Not all fiction was imaginative, not all literature was literature. Criticism acquired a quite new and effectively primary importance, since it was now the only way of validating this specialized and selective category. What had been claimed for art and the creative imagination in the central romantic arguments was now claimed for criticism, as the central humane activity and discipline. 1977a, 51. This was precisely Levia's idea of the discipline. 8. With the idea of the canon, the practice of literary criticism was justified by literature, and the idea of literature was confirmed by literary criticism, in the mutually supportive dynamic which Williams had identified as the dynamic of a selective tradition in which the national literature soon ceased to be a history and became a tradition. Was not, even theoretically, all that had been written or all kinds of writing. It was a selection which culminated in, and in a circular way defined, the literary values which criticism was asserting. To oppose the terms off these ratification was to be against literature. 1977a, 51-2. This was exactly the structure of argument and assumption so powerfully welded together Levia's seminal series of canonical studies, his famous revaluations. 9. Williams rightly regarded this transformation, within the discipline of literary studies, of a full history into a selective tradition as an extraordinary ideological feat. The first step in combating it was to grasp the idea of literature as a specialising social and historical category, 1977a, 53, and next, to seek to recover some of the basic senses of literature as literacy which have been repressed in and through the developing history of the word. Literacy in this sense goes beyond the basic mastery of reading and writing to become a secondary or critical literacy, and it also extends the usual boundaries of textuality to include the relatively new practices of composition and communication available in film, television, and video. The argument moves on, from this point in Marxism and literature, to a similarly challenging discussion of the Marxist idea of ideology, and from there to his analysis of the Marxist debates on cultural theory which we have 130 examined in Chapter 5. In Part 3, Literary Theory, he returns to the discussion and dissection of bourgeois literary theory and its particular idea of literature. He begins by questioning the restricted sense of literariness underlying traditional conceptions of the literary. The multiplicity of writing. In the orthodox terms of the discipline, literature has been restricted to aesthetic writing, and its study has taken the form of a largely evaluative criticism. Against this, Williams urges what he calls the multiplicity of writing. In The Long Revolution, he had argued for the recognition of creativity as an everyday activity, rooted in perception itself, rather than as a special instrumental feature of the artistic temperament alone. The concept of literature, he reprises in Marxism and Literature, has operated a specialization and containment of this ordinary creativity, though never with complete success. The main obstacle to the full recognition of the ordinariness of creativity, and the consequent acceptance of the multiplicity of writing, is the orthodox division established, in theory and across time, between literary and non-literary writing. Against this falsely specialising opposition between fictional and factual writing, he insists that the range of actual writing similarly surpasses any reduction of creative imagination to the subjective, with its dependent propositions, literature as internal or inner truth, other forms of writing as external truth. These depend, ultimately, on the characteristic bourgeois separation of individual and society and on the older idealist separation of mind and world. The range of writing, in most forms, crosses these artificial categories again and again, and the extremes can even be stated in an opposite way. Autobiography, what I experienced, what happened to me, is subjective but, ideally, factual writing, realist fiction or naturalist drama, people as they are, the world as it is objective, the narrator or even the fact of narrative occluded in the form, but, ideally, creative writing. 1977a, 148. In other words, the artificial categories deny the most significant feature of all forms of writing, namely the very fact of address, stance. 1977a, 149. Stance, the mutual positioning of reader and writer through the process of composition and address, was constitutive in all writing. 1I and this fact of address includes, and is perhaps even especially relevant to, writing in which the stance is consciously and conventionally impersonal, as in the composition of scientific papers and their necessary creation of the impersonal observer. 1977a, 149. There is a rhetoric of objectivity, one which can range from the activation of the conventions of scientific writing and research, to their rather more suspicious throwing and deployment in other 131 forms, where, by sleight of phrase, the rhetoric of impersonality cloaks the figure of an interested observer, as occurs in exemplary fashion in the case of Orwell. 12. In the end, the bourgeois dichotomies of fact and fiction, and the orthodox positing of objective versus subjective, work to contain and occlude nothing less than the social and ideological bearings of all composition and languages, and alongside this, the real sociality of the human subject. Against the banal assertions of the independence, separation, and freedom of the individual subject of bourgeois and liberal theory, but also against the arguments of Althusserian theory and its many variants, and against the carceral subject of Foucauldian analysis, endlessly repeating its initial conditions of socialization as the content of its subjectivity, Williams argues for a conception of the human subject in which the agency of human subjectivity is given a measure of recognition equal to that accorded to the idea of its determinations. Acceptance of the actual multiplicity of writing makes of every person, as at the starting point of Gramsci's theory, an intellectual in the basic sense of an active and responsive language user, rather than merely the subject of an always determining language structure, the product and bearer of always external determinations. 13. The social and the aesthetic. A part of the problem with the orthodox category of literature is the ways in which it embodies the constitutive tensions of the larger concept of the aesthetic. The aesthetic shares some of the negative aspects of literature in its careful selection and specialization of human creative energy to forms of class culture, but it also has positive aspects, as Williams had argued, though in a very different theoretical language, in culture and society. For the history of the concept of the aesthetic is in large part a protest against the forcing of experience into instrumentality and represents a resistance to those same alienating and reifying forces of bourgeois culture which make literature such a restrictive and specialized category. Following the work of his former research student, John Fouquet, Williams praises Lukács's attempt to place the aesthetic as a category of action and agency, one which is neither practical nor magical, but which represents a real mediation between isolated subjectivity and abstract universality. 1977a, 151.14. Nonetheless, he argues that Lukács's placing of the aesthetic as a distinguishable category of material production is open in the end to the same difficulties which plagued the Russian formalists' earlier attempt to distinguish and separate out a specific poetic language from within the ordinary social processes of language. 15 is better, he argues, in the end to face the facts of the range of aesthetic intentions and effects, and to face it as a range. 132. All writing carries references, meanings and values. To suppress or distort them is in the end impossible. But to say all writing carries is only a way of saying that language and form are constitutive processes of reference, meaning and value, and that these are not necessarily identical with, or exhausted by, the kinds of reference, meaning, and value that are also evident, in other senses and in summary, elsewhere. 1977a, 155. The aesthetic, whatever else it is always a particular response to a specific situation, in a given signifying medium. At this point, Williams once again deploys his new sense of the constitutive force of language to great effect. Language and form are constitutive processes of reference, meaning and value. To argue otherwise is to see language merely as the medium for expression, understood as an essentially private act, one made possible by the individual possession of language as an instrument under the control of the sovereign ego of the bourgeois subject. That is, to see the aesthetic as Williams had himself seen it, particularly in his early work, where an ideology of artistic expression and instrumentality, elements of which, as we saw in Chapter 2, were derived from Eliot and fetishized in the theory of cinema as total expression, held sway. In order to stress the importance of this new sense of the constitutivity of language, he examines some of the dynamics of that misleading term, medium, and the role it plays in the orthodox view in which language is simply the transparent medium for an always instrumental expression, the property of an always centered and always knowing subject. Language as medium. The constitutive properties of language are all too easily abstracted and objectified in the orthodox idea that thoughts exist before language and are then expressed through its medium. 1977a, 158.16. Against this, he argues that if language is to be understood as a medium, then it needs to be grasped as a medium which, far from being neutral or value-free, is in itself the concrete embodiment of social, political, and ideological conflicts. Language is never merely a system, it is always a social practice. And it is in this notion of language as a social practice that the radical aesthetics of modernism, which so stress the potential defamiliarizing effects of language use, joins the revolutionary theory and practice of Marxism. In the end, the full sense of practice in Marxism or modernism has always to be defined as work on a material for a specific purpose within certain necessary social conditions. 1977a, 160. As Williams had argued in Part 1, Chapter 3 of Marxism and Literature, language is not a medium, it is a constitutive element of material social practice, even, indeed, a special kind of material practice, that of human sociality. 1977a, 165. Full recognition of the real constitutive force of language in human sociality has been evaded by the two alternative views of language available to orthodox. 133. Literary theory. Here language is either seen as instrumental or systematic, expressive, or formalist. Each of these general theories, writes Williams, grasp real elements of the practice of writing, but commonly in ways which deny other real elements and even make them inconceivable. 1977a, 165. Following Volozhinov, whose work he had discovered by a happy accident on the open-stack shelves of Cambridge's University Library, Williams insists that meaning is always produced, it is never simply expressed. 17 No expression, he emphasizes. No account, description, depiction, portrayal, is natural or straightforward. These are at most socially relative terms. Language is not a pure medium through which the reality of a life or the reality of an event or an experience or the reality of a society can flow. Is a socially shared and reciprocal activity, already embedded in active relationships, within which every move is an activation of what is already shared and reciprocal or may become so. 1977a, 166. And with a theoretical insight refreshed by his encounter with Volozhinov, Williams reiterates the core of the theory of communication present in culture and society and the long revolution: to address an account to another is, explicitly or potentially, as in any act of expression, to evoke or propose a relationship. 1977a, 166. 18 The Russian formalists had grasped one aspect of THIRD, drawing attention to the devices through which expression could be strengthened, but in the end they lost their way. Reacting against notions of language and expression as natural, they reduced language to what they saw as its basic elements, to signs within a totalized system of signs, anticipating in this regard the inner dynamic of the new critical structuralism. In the end, the formalists were responsible for the creation of a new myth, the idea that the system of signs is determined by its formal internal relations, that expression is not only not natural but is a form of codification, and that the appropriate response to codification is decipherment, deconstruction. 19, 1977a, 167-8. Williams sees this form of analysis, which, once again following the arguments first put forward by John Fouquet, he associates with both French structuralism and American New Criticism, as dangerously compatible with the very forms of alienation it seeks to analyze. For, he argues, what really follows from this position is the universality of alienation, the position of a closely associated bourgeois idealist formation, drawing its assumptions from a universalist, mainly Freudian, psychology. 1977a, 168. In this sense, the Russian formalists anticipate the arguments of the structuralist movement, and all those 134 caught up in what he calls elsewhere, again borrowing from Fouquet, the language paradigm. 20 VV hat is in the end necessary to combat this paradigm is, he argues, a fully social theory of literature in which the overemphases of both expressionism and formalism are refused, rejected, and redefined. The notations beloved of the language paradigm are in fact relationships, expressed, offered, tested and amended in a whole social process, in which device, expression, and the substance of expression are in the end inseparable. 1977a, 171-2. Such is the founding argument of cultural materialism, and Williams argues that evidence for this could be established through any fully social history and analysis of existing literary concepts such as convention, genre, form, and author. These indeed are the key terms whose analysis constitutes the remainder of the study, demonstrating in each case the ways in which the force of these concepts is lessened by their failure to fully comprehend the force of language in the constitutivity of the social process in the way that cultural materialism recommends. Thus Williams argues, drawing on the arguments and evidence gathered in the country and the city, that the presentation of place depends on variable conventions. Descriptions of great houses, of rural landscapes, of cities, or of factories are evidence examples of these variable conventions, where the point of view may be experienced as an aesthetic choice but where any point of view, including that which excludes persons or converts them into landscape, is social. 1977a, 177. Similarly, Genre is described as neither an ideal type nor a traditional order nor a set of technical rules but a social relationship, 1977a, 185, while the discussion of an orthodox literary theory in which the figure of the individual author, a characteristic form of bourgeois thought, 1977a, 193, needs to be challenged by the reciprocal discovery of the truly social in the individual, and the truly individual in the social, 1977a, 197. In all of these assertions, language needs to be seen as in a strong and indeed constitutive sense the social practice, the practice of human sociality itself. At the center of cultural materialism is the call for a critical attitude towards all forms and practices of representation, and not only those associated with literature. A key characteristic of cultural materialism is its bringing together of three dimensions of intellectual analysis and inquiry which are far too often kept apart, to the detriment of each, the textual, the theoretical or conceptual, and the historical. Cambridge English, at least in the evaluative mode bequeathed by Levy and his followers, had tended to privilege the textual at the expense of the theoretical and the historical, as Levy's non-debates with Welleck and Bateson had shown. Contemporary structuralism, as Williams and Day studed, tended to focus on the theoretical over the historical and, in a curious sense, over the textual, often allotting texts only the role of example in 135. The demonstration of the truths of theory, just as in some historical analysis, both liberal and Marxist, texts were regarded merely as illustrations of a historical process which was already comprehended in full. In all of these partial approaches, bourgeois and Marxist alike, what might be called the productivity of the text was ignored, that productivity which meant that texts could contest as well as articulate or embody given ideologies. This, in turn, exemplified the ways in which the constitutive role of culture in the production and reproduction of society was badly understood and in consequence marginalized in most liberal and Marxist accounts. The task of a cultural materialism was to attend to that constitutive role of signification within cultural process, and so to seek to integrate the three usually separated dimensions of textual, theoretical, and historical analysis. Only through this kind of integration could the fundamentally social role of language and communication be fully understood and asserted against the separated and reified analyses of both bourgeois and also, insofar as it had insufficiently freed itself from bourgeois categories, Marxist literary and cultural theory. Against the orthodox emphases of the bourgeois theory of literature, which limits and reifies the workings of expression through the category of the aesthetic, cultural materialism emphasizes the depth, richness, and complexity of the fully theorized sense of language as constitutive. Cultural materialism is the analysis of the constitutive grounds and force of all forms of signification at work in human society. Crisis English Studies. Published in 1977, Marxism and literature presented equal challenges to the orthodoxies of both Marxist cultural analysis and traditional literary criticism through its arguments for a cultural materialism. In many ways, these arguments anticipated or participated in the emergence of a new body of work whose theoretical force and impetus led to a widespread sense of a crisis in English studies, one which continues some 20 years later as the self-contained discipline which English literature was for the first 50 years of its professional existence struggles to respond to the infusion of ideas, concepts, and practices from the diverse constituents of theory. It is beyond the scope of this chapter to examine, in the necessary detail, the relations between Williams's work and what Anthony Easthope has usefully dubbed British post-structuralism, Easthope 1988. A full-scale comparative exercise, placing Williams's work in direct comparison with the work of European thinkers, would require a different framing than this narrowly focused study of its relations to English studies. Would entail the establishment of a discursive common ground that would accommodate Williams's theoretical vocabulary, and the conceptual vocabulary of post-structuralism, as well as a detailed reading and analysis of the major works of Foucault, Derrida, Lacan etc., and at the same time a detailed appraisal of the selective deployment of the work of the French school in British work. 136. Yet it is worth saying, before examining the detail of some of Williams's arguments, that Easthope study, which does much to establish that larger phraphai, is interestingly blind and silent on the ways in which cultural materialism was an attempt to come to terms with the problems of that whole formation. Easthope, like many of Williams's other obituarists, locates the main force and value of his work with the arguments of the culture and society period, rather than with the later and more sophisticated arguments of Marxism and literature and culture. Against this placing of it, which has the effect of limiting its force and relevance to the 1950s, left liberal, culturalist, and empiricist in Easthope's description, Easthope 1988, 2, let us examine some of the ways in which the arguments were intended to carry some force in and against the emerging theories of British post-structuralism. In Cambridge, British post-structuralism came into focus in the arguments and debates surrounding the notorious McCabe affair of 1980-1, Cambridge's biggest academic row since the bitter days of Dr. Fr. Levy. 22. A few remarks about the tenure system at the University of Cambridge are necessary to set the scene. Generally speaking, to become a tenured lecturer in the English faculty at Cambridge University, it is necessary first of all to go through a 5-year probationary appointment as an assistant lecturer. This is then followed, or not, by what is known as upgrading to the tenured position of university lecturer. Assistant lectureships are themselves hard fought for, and promotion or upgrading is usually dependent upon maintaining a good record of academic publication, the translation of the completed PhD into a publishable book, and demonstrated competence and expertise in the field of the appointment. There is, in other words, general agreement and consensus about the workings of promotion. The McCabe affair attracted unusual national attention in the press as that consensus visibly broke down, and brought into focus emergent shifts and trends in the study of literature and moves beyond the given paradigm of literary study, as British academic work in literary studies began to move away from its intensely enclosed and nationalist focus and to examine work from Europe and the USA. Colin McCabe was hired by the faculty as an assistant lecturer in 1976, and was refused tenure in the second of a number of meetings of the faculty board in 1980. The first meeting was apparently inconclusive. This seemed a highly unusual decision, as McCabe had already made a name for himself in British intellectual and political life through the publication of a number of seminal essays on film, literature, and theory, and the publication of his thesis as a provocative book on James Joyce. 23. This already significant body of work represented some of the first stirrings of Easthope's British post-structuralism, that heady mixture of Lacanian psychoanalysis, Althusserian Marxism, and the textual analysis of film and 137. Literature. 24. David Simpson Riley remarks, McCabe's publications alone made him by any publicly recognized standard spectacularly overqualified for tenure, Simpson 1990, 251, but he was none the less refused upgrading. The decision was bitterly fought and the occasion of much debate both within and without the university. 251 moment in this debate was a lecture given by Williams to the English faculty in March 1981, later revised and published as Crisis in English Studies. 26 criticized by many at the time for too distanced and magisterial a view of the conflict. The lecture can best be read in terms of Williams's predilection for the longer historical view of crises and debates. The lecture opens with an oblique and ironic reference to the McCabe affair, recent events in Cambridge, of which some of you may have heard, as the occasion for the lecture. Williams describes his main purpose as one of identifying and briefly explaining some currently controversial positions beyond the labels which are being so loosely attached, of clarifying, in effect, the ideas of Marxism and structuralism which were being used to identify, and vilify, McCabe's work and positions in the dispute over his promotion. 27. In the first instance, argued Williams, it was necessary to stress the simple diversity of available positions in both Marxism and structuralism. While several of these positions are in fact in sharp opposition to each other, Williams is far from endorsing McCabe's own position, as we shall examine in the next chapter, what is at stake in the present dispute is the general compatibility of these tendencies with the existing paradigm of work in literary studies in Cambridge, that is, with the current working definition of a perceived field of knowledge, one which as object of knowledge, based on certain fundamental hypotheses, carries with it definitions of appropriate methods of discovering and establishing such knowledge. Williams 1981b, 192.28. For Williams, the McCabe affair was a symptom, although at a relatively early stage, of crisis in the explanatory power of the literature paradigm, and consequently a moment for the elaboration of his alternative, cultural materialism. In an impressive piece of synthesis and condensation, Williams outlines many of the main themes of Marxism and literature, focusing on the question of the compatibility of Marxist and structuralist arguments with the dominant literary paradigm. Structuralist literary criticism, he argues, is in the end no more than an indirect inheritance from the kind of thinking which Richards had been doing about the isolated internal organization of a poem, 1981b, 206. The apparently new literary structuralism of the 1960s and 1970s is not only congruent with the paradigm. Is the paradigm itself in its most influential modern form, 1981b, 206. Indeed, argues Williams, Althusserianism, a key influence on McCabe's own work, can itself be understood as a particular variant of this literary structuralism. Here society is understood as a rule-governed system, determined in the last instance by the economy, in which there are a number of subsystems or practices which enjoy a relative autonomy from that determination. The binding force of this is ideology in general, understood as the condition of all conscious life. In Althusserian theory. 138. Human experience itself is seen as the most common form of ideology. It is where the deep structures of the society actually reproduce themselves as conscious life, 1981b, 207, and Williams's tone is mocking as he writes that ideology is in this account so pervasive and so impenetrable, that you wonder who is ever going to be able to analyze it, 1981b, 207. For Althusser, theory made this possible, but literature itself also enjoyed a relatively privileged situation. Literature is not just a carrier of ideology, as in most forms of reflection theory. It is inescapably ideological, but its specific relative autonomy is that it is a form of writing, a form of practice, in which ideology both exists and is or can be internally distanced and questioned. Thus the value of literature is precisely that it is one of the areas where the grip of ideology is or can be loosened, because although it cannot escape ideological construction, the point about its literariness is that it is a continual questioning of it internally. 1981b, 208. While Williams admits that this method has been used in some very detailed and interesting analysis, it still participates in the logic of the dominant paradigm. 29. Finally, he turns to semiotics, understood as bringing an important new emphasis to structuralism. This new emphasis comes through the readmission of the category of agency into the idea of structure. Instead of seeing literary works as produced by the system of signs, this later semiotics has emphasized that productive systems have themselves always to be constituted and reconstituted. Because of this, he adds, there is a perpetual battle about the fixed character of the sign and about the systems which we ordinarily bring to production and interpretation. One effect of this shift is a new sense of deconstruction, not the technical analysis of an internal organization to show where all the parts, the components, have come from, but a much more open and active process which is continually taking examples apart, as a way of taking their systems apart. 1981b, 208-9. Here Williams moves a little away from the rather slight definition of deconstruction he had adopted and criticized in Marxism and literature, and finds some common ground with the emerging post-structuralism of his Cambridge colleagues like McCabe and Heath, suggesting that this new more open and active process of analysis might be better termed a radical semiotics. This radical semiotics, despite its connections to the structuralist version of production and reproduction, which has been much more widely influential, and more welcome and at home, in literary studies. 1981b, 209, differs significantly from it and could contribute to the challenging of the dominant. 139. Paradigm of literary studies. In this challenge, there is common ground between a radical semiotics and cultural materialism. While ready to admit that much of his own work, as we saw in Chapter 4, is located well within the dominant literary paradigm, though with an exceptionally strong consciousness of the social determinants upon it, he argues, and most critics seem to agree, the country and the city signaled a break with the dominant paradigm. Because it sets out to identify certain characteristic forms of writing about the country and the city, and then insists on placing them not only in their historical background, which is within the paradigm, but within an active, conflicting historical process in which the very forms are created by social relations which are sometimes evident and sometimes occluded. 1981b, 209. The key word is active. Cultural materialism and radical semiotics come together in their recognition of subjective agency, the ways in which systems of language and conventions of representation not only coerce but also enable expression. And it is this recognition which places them outside the paradigm altogether. 1981b, 210. Nonetheless, this does not mean the abandonment of the study of literature as such. Cultural materialism has moved much wider than literature in its paradigmatic sense. But it still centrally includes these major forms of writing, which are now being read, along with other writing, in a different perspective. Cultural materialism is the analysis of all forms of signification, including quite centrally writing, within the actual means and conditions of their production. 1981b 210. It is this emphasis on the analysis of the means and conditions of production of all forms of signification that cultural materialism and radical semiotics may connect. There are still major differences, writes Williams, especially with reference to the ways in which radical semiotics draws on structural linguistics and psychoanalysis, but I remember saying that a fully historical semiotics would be very much like the same thing as cultural materialism. 1981b, 210. Very much like the same thing as cultural materialism, this is how Williams refers, in a characteristically oblique fashion, to McCabe's own work, and to what Christopher Ricks, a brilliant liberal professor of English at Cambridge and a major player in the McCabe affair, described as the work of a particular radical, Marxist, semiological clique, cited in Simpson 1990, 264. In retrospect, it seems clear that though the local battle against this new work was lost in McCabe's own case, the war was not. In reality, there were many diverse strands to this work, ranging from the emphasis on psychoanalysis to be found in the theory and practice of film analysis of what became known as screen theory of McCabe himself and his mentor Stephen Heath, as well as 140. Feminist critics such as Laura Mulvey and Jacqueline Rose, the EXCLTMG extension of this to the analysis of painting to be found in the work of Norman Bryson, and the more historically based work of critics such as John Barrell and David Simpson, to name but few. Indeed, if anything has come to dominate contemporary literary studies, it has been the combination of theoretical and textual analysis characteristic of structuralist writing, but what is less evident is whether the third dimension of analysis, the historical, so crucial to Williams's own project of a cultural materialism, has been so widely adopted. Some indication of the importance which Williams gave to the historical dimension comes through in his discussion of the procedures of cultural materialism in politics and letters in his opening remarks concerning the aims of. First of all, he notes how in his project he wanted to get away from the theoretical project associated with Macquarie and Eagleton, in which since all literature is a mode of production employing certain conventions, what we must now do is systematize our perceptions of this fact into an overall literary theory. Williams 1979, 304. 31. Instead, his project was quite different. The emphasis of cultural materialism lay in the ways in which in the very process of restoring produced literature to its conditions of production reveals that conventions have social roots, that they are not simply formal devices of writing. 1979, 306. The lecture closes with some serious questions concerning the future viability of English literature as a unitary discipline, asking whether radically different work can still be carried on under a single heading or department when there is not just diversity of approach but more serious and fundamental differences about the object of knowledge, despite overlapping of the actual material of study. Or must there be some wider reorganization of the received divisions of the humanities, the human sciences, into newly defined and newly collaborative arrangements? 1. Williams 1981b, 211. This emphasis on the possibilities offered by such newly defined and newly collaborative arrangements is taken up in Williams's next major study, Culture, published as the first volume in Gavin Mackenzie's New Sociology series in 1981. 32. Culture. Culture is a relatively neglected work in Williams's oeuvre. Mainly, I think, this is due to the ways in which his usually very clear sense of an opponent is too internalised in this work. Bruce Robbins, an American scholar with a long and consistent record of intelligent interest, Williams's work, provided a defensive foreword to the second American edition, retitled The Sociology of Culture, where he notes its strange, austerely formal, somewhat unprepossessing appearance. Williams 1992, 11. He attributes this, in part at least, to the book's 141 desire to see the big picture, to rise above the usual signposts, landmarks, and boundaries by which the cultural landscape has been known. 1995. What is lacking in the account, and in Robbins's too, is the small picture, any foregrounding of the fact that the book is best understood as the attempt to sketch out the contours of a new discipline, one which could replace actually existing literary studies, and based in the theory of a cultural materialism. As such, it calls for the analysis of all forms of signification, including quite centrally the diverse forms and occasions of writing, but an analysis which is conducted at all times in terms of the means and conditions of production. As Anthony Giddens, a Cambridge sociologist who shared many of Williams's reservations about structuralism, put it in a respectful review which also made the key link to the Cambridge English debate around structuralism, cultural materialism regards culture as a signifying system, but not in the abstract way characteristic of structuralist thought, for Williams emphasizes strongly the need to analyze the ways in which signifying practices are constituted institutionally, and reproduced over time. 34, Giddens 1981b, 216. Williams writes, in the familiar accents of the New Left arguments he had helped to develop in the 1950s, of the need for a sociology of culture which would challenge the general social and sociological ideas within which it has been possible to see communication, language, and art as marginal and peripheral, or as at best secondary and derived social processes. Williams 1981a, 10. Instead, and here he puts to work the more precise theoretical vocabulary he had acquired through the writing of Marxism and literature, it would take as its starting point the constitutive features of cultural practices, and emphasize the ways in which culture is better understood as the signifying system through which necessarily a social order is communicated, reproduced, experienced, and explored. 1981a, 13. The New Sociology of Culture emphasizes the social as well as the notational basis of sign systems, adding a deliberately extended social dimension to what would otherwise remain a textual analysis confined within the barrenness of purely formal attention. 1981a, 31. Throughout the book, Williams is wary of what we might call the tendency for premature theorization at work in much of the available sociological inquiry. Theoretical constructs derived from empirical studies, he warns, and their extension or generalization are always likely to presume too much, in the transition from local and specific to general concepts. 1981a, 33, and in Chapter 2, Institutions, he examines the relations between cultural producers and institutions and the ways these have always been historically mediated by cultural formations, the variable relations in which cultural producers have been organized or have organized themselves, 1981a, 35. In this way, he is able to present a far more nuanced view of the relations between artistic 142 production and patronage than the usual formulae, of the artist and his public, or of economic base and cultural superstructure, allow. Chapter 3, Formations, similarly focuses on another problem which is usually ignored in the orthodox sociology of culture, that posed by artistic movements, cultural formations in which artists come together in the common pursuit of some artistic aim, 1981a, 62. While orthodox sociology has found it easy to analyze cultural effects, where large numbers and control groups are available as in the press, the publishing combine or the broadcasting company, the small and temporally specific groups which occur so often in the actual history of cultural production tend to slip through the wide mesh of orthodox investigation. Williams writes suggestively, but rather too schematically, of just how important such analysis can be in brief accounts of the Godwin Circle and the Bloomsbury Group, 1981a, 74-7, 79-83. The study constantly urges the need for a more narrowly focused analysis, one which attends to the specificities of textual analysis, and yet with an equal eye to the means and conditions of that textual production. The advice is good, but it is not followed through in culture itself, which remains, in the true sense of the term, a theoretical study. The urging through abstract argument of the need for a historically precise and theoretically specific form of cultural analysis which accepts the full force of the idea of the primacy of cultural production. The difficulty is that culture argues abstractly for a cultural materialism whose explanatory force is less embodied in abstract theory and assertion, and more in the practice of a precise contextual analysis which draws a great deal on textual evidence for its strength. Indeed, culture is best read alongside the essays in Problems in Materialism and Culture and Writing in Society, which more fully embody the theoretical insights at work in it. Far too many of the interesting and central assertions made in culture remain too abstract in the primary sense of the word, too summary, too withdrawn from particular examples, and the particularity of examples, in a negative sense of the word, too theoretical. The interesting claim that the establishment of soliloquy as a convention in English Renaissance drama was at one and the same time a development of social practice and the discovery in dramatic form, of new and altered social relationships, 1981a, 142, is better made as a case in the essay on dramatic dialogue and monologue, 1983i, 31-64. Similarly, the idea that in French mid-17th century neoclassical tragedy, the social content of the formal changes is especially clear. L981a, 153, reads only as a bare assertion in culture, while in the essay Form and Meaning, Hippolytus and Phaedra, 1977 c. 22-30, this general point is given specific substance. So it is that while an essay such as the Bloomsbury Fraction represents Williams's work at its best, theoretically sophisticated, historically nuanced, textually acute, the 4 or 5 pages in Culture are simply too compressed to do justice to the depth and sophistication of the arguments, and Williams's fine insight, that the extreme subjectivism of the novels of Virginia Woolf belongs within the same formation as the economic interventionism of Keynes, 1981a, 81, can only 143 come through as an unsubstantiated claim in a somewhat tedious blur of abstract argument. 35. All in all, the book as a whole calls in a thin theoretical way for the necessity of a thick analysis. Cultural materialism, if it were to become a professional academic discipline, would be the analysis of all forms of signification within their means and conditions of existence, with these conditions understood in terms of both their formal and socio-political context. In this way, cultural materialism promises to supersede the usual opposition between formalist and sociological approaches which has been so damaging to progressive analysis, the cause of such damaging and widespread confusion, 1981a, 138. It is only when we pause to articulate that what Williams means by that damaging and widespread confusion is virtually the whole of existing literary studies, whether orthodox literary, orthodox Marxist, or orthodox theoretical, that we realize the real scope of his ambitions for cultural materialism. Culture is Williams's sketch for a sociology of culture which is not, but could become, a new major discipline, 198 IA, 233. A constitutive feature of this new discipline would be its supersession of orthodox literary studies. Williams had begun his professional career as an academic student of literature and culture with great uneasiness, torn, as we saw in Chapter 1, between a Communist Party orthodoxy he could not sustain in the face of the greater explanatory power of the discipline of English, and yet equally unable to accept its deliberately liberal or conservative apoliticism. Cambridge English, the local version of English studies which nourished his oppositional thinking, saw itself as an attempt at solving or at least responding critically to the pressures of modernity and the new mass society. What the ever-deepening critique of Cambridge English led him to was, as we have seen, the formation of the theory of cultural materialism. We begin to think Where We Live was one of Williams's most striking, and most characteristic, formulations, the formulation of the very typicality he often seemed to claim for his own experience of the social and political divisions of Great Britain. 36 Certainly, with regard to the study of literature and culture, there can be no doubt that Williams lived and thought and argued in Cambridge. Why we saw in Chapter I just how decisive a starting point Cambridge English was for him. It represented the tight place from which he had to escape, and in the chapters which followed, just how much of his subsequent work and thinking was the product of a more or less continuous oppositional dialogue with Cambridge English, whether focused on drama, tragedy, the novel, or the country house poem. As he later noted, he was involved with Cambridge English for a full two-thirds of its history. 38 Similarly, in his autobiographical essay My Cambridge, he notes just how important it was for him to work out his particular argument in Cambridge, Williams 1977 d. 12, and this despite, or rather precisely because of, the fact that he detested so many things about it. 144. After 15 years I am intellectually more isolated from it, and from anything at all likely to happen in it, than I was when I came. The key moment, perhaps, was my rejection of literary criticism, not only as an academic subject but as an intellectual discipline. 1977 d. 13. My rejection of literary criticism. But nobody quite believes I mean it, he went on. I no longer believe in specialized literary studies. In fact, as he put it in a 1977 interview, I don't believe, in any simple way, in the specialization of literature. Williams 1977 b. 14. Strong and paradoxical words from someone whose professional life had been devoted to literary criticism. And yet the paradox was absolutely defining, determinately constitutive. Marxism and literature is the summary, in the necessarily abstract terms of theoretical exposition, of that continued narrative of opposition. Or, as Williams put it with his LLSUAL dry humor, the book spells out theoretically a position that has been developing over a long time, 1977 b. 16 over, in fact, a working lifetime. As we shall see in the chapter which follows, it was from within the theory of cultural materialism that Williams was able to articulate, in the last phase of his thinking, the deep irony that Cambridge English was in the end a part of the problem of the modernity it sought to transcend. 7. 1981-7. This chapter examines the last phase of Williams's work, the WNTRNG completed after the publication of Culture in 1981, and before his untimely death in 1988. It left his final projects incomplete, though we are fortunate to have some of their major components. Tony Pinkney assembled most of the essays intended for the projected study, The Politics of Modernism, and these were published in 1989, and 2 of the projected 3 volumes of novels dealing with the history of Wales, People of the Black Mountains, have appeared. 1983 saw the publication of his most directly political book since the collaborative May Day Manifesto of 1967, The Study Towards 2000, as well as the monograph Cobbett. Throughout, Williams's impressive industry produced the usual range of cultural, political, and literary essays, lectures and reviews, as well as a further novel, Loyalties, in 1985. Writing in Society, a collection of literary essays appeared in 1984, and in 1989 Alan O'Connor edited the collection Raymond Williams on Television, largely made up of the television reviews written for the Listmer between 1968 and 1972. 2 further posthumous selections also appeared in 1989, Resources of Hope, edited by Robin Gable, drawing mainly on Williams's political writings, and What I Came to Say, selected by Francis Mulhern, and focusing primarily on literature and culture. These brought Williams's critical writings up to a total of some 24 volumes, the most substantial body of work in cultural politics produced by any socialist academic of his generation. What were Williams's main preoccupations in this final period? Virtually all his work in this period, though on different levels and in different ways, sought to provide a socialist response to the agenda of political and ideological issues which were largely set by the emergence and ascendancy of the New Right. The phenomenon of Thatcherism provided the dominating cultural and political context. In this chapter, we shall examine the terms of the active opposition to, and critique of, what he came to call the new conformism, a political mood of the moment whose cultural roots, he argued, lay in the long history of 20th century modernism and its appropriations. Something of this history, and its particular relation to the formation of Cambridge English, formed the focus of his retirement lectures in 1983. 146. Revisionary retirement. Williams took up the option of early retirement from his post as professor of drama at Cambridge University in the summer of 1983. He wanted to devote himself full-time to writing, though he did in fact continue to teach a few classes on practical criticism, and to give a number of seminars on modernism for the modern languages faculty, and these formed the basis for the Politics of Modernism. 3 On 25 and April 26 he delivered 2 formal retirement lectures, and took the opportunity both to look back on the troubled history of Cambridge English as an intellectual and academic project, and forward to the new focus of interest for his own continuing work, the ideas and differential practices of modernism. In the first of these, Cambridge English, Past and Present, Williams reviewed the history and future prospects of English studies at Cambridge in the light, or rather the pall, cast by the McCabe affair. Was there ever in fact a Cambridge English, he asks. For certainly the situation of literary studies in Cambridge was just as tangled, as problematic and as unresolved as it had been in 1961, on his return to Cambridge as a lecturer in the English faculty, though no more and no less so than it had been in his undergraduate years in the late 1930s and early 1940s. Why this tangle, why this confusion? In Williams's view, Cambridge English was flawed from the start by the very condition of existence it so prided itself upon, its deliberate separation, as an academic discipline, from the formal study of language. For theoretically it is clear that it is in language that the decisive practices and relations which are projected as literature, life, and thought, the triple focus of attention in Cambridge English, are real and discoverable. Williams 1983 g. 188. But in its founding gesture, Cambridge English had turned away from the history of language, language in history, that full field, 1983 g. 189, as he put it, and the consequent possibility of treating it as something more than a background to be produced for annotation, in some private transaction of reading pleasure. Despite the self-regarding myths of a Tillyard or a Willie, it was because of its abandonment of the study of language as a social practice that Cambridge never did develop a fully coherent course of study around the discipline of English literature. 5. In reality, there was never a Cambridge English, if by that one were to understand a distinctive and coherent course and method of study. The Golden Age was golden only in its beginnings, its searchings, its open and free speaking and for some years tolerant experimentation and inquiry. 1983 g. 190. For some years indeed, since, as we saw in the previous chapter, the McCabe affair had precisely demonstrated at least the present absence of any such intellectual and academic virtues. In the second lecture, Beyond Cambridge English, Williams reframes the substance of his own career as an attempt to challenge and question the assumed relations between the methods, practices, and techniques which had come together as Cambridge English, and the larger cultural formation of 147. Literary modernism. He repeats and amplifies his central concern, the strange fact that many people still think that language is self-evidently a separate subject from literature, Williams 1983 h. 213, and reiterates his view that it would be in the matter of how the complex general problems of language are dealt with, in the coming years, that the success or failure of English studies, will, be decided. 1983 h. 213. In line with the core arguments of Marxism and literature, the social reality and effectivity of language is emphasized, a reality in which language is to be understood neither as absolutely determining system, nor as absolutely spontaneous expression, but rather as constitutive in the active and dialogical sense which Williams had learned from Volozhinov. This emphasis provides the core for what was to be his challenge to the complacent self-understanding of Cambridge English, and the focus of the final phase of his writing and research, what North American critic Jonathan Arack has called his remarkable retrospect on modernism, Arack 1986 b. 38. Cambridge English had always assumed a defensive stance in relation to the perceived pressures of modernity, acting as the champion of figures such as Eliot and Lawrence against the dark forces of mass society and mass civilization. From the beginning of his career, Williams had argued against the anti-democratic bias which was all too evident in many of the founding arguments of the Cambridge English School and its allies. 6. In the retirement lectures, he is firmer than ever in placing the discipline of English within modernism, rather than, as it wished to be seen, outside it as a bulwark against the sinister forces of mass civilization, shoring its cultural fragments against the threatened ruin of civilization. Cambridge English was not the ground of some possible solution to the pressures of modernity, it was itself a part of the larger problem posed by the conservative response to modernity. With an insight sharpened by some 30 years of argument and analysis, he suggested there were significant connections between contemporary theory and argument and the wider structures of early 20th century modernism. In a review written around the same time as the retirement lectures, Williams suggested that the central problem was the understanding of modernism itself. Is it a general name for a group of diverse innovations and experiments in the arts, he asked, or, are these innovations and experiments the specific elements of a much more general shift in social relationships, which has led to theoretical changes in a much wider field, including the theoretical positions from which modernist art is favorably or unfavorably interpreted? Williams 1983 d. 439. The cultural materialist perspective, which emphasizes the role of the arts in any shifts in social relationships, favored the second option. Hence his assertion, in the second lecture, that a great deal of contemporary analytical orthodoxy is in fact derived from an unexamined structure of modernist thinking. 148. Formalism in literary analysis, the epistemological break that is said to distinguish Marxism, the break and innovation of psychoanalysis, the break and innovation of theoretical linguistics, from Saussure, structuralism in anthropology and sociology, these, as forms of thinking and in the cultural practice that accompanies them, compose modernism. Williams 1983 h. 220. This should be recognized as an unusually broad definition of a much contested term, and one which moves decisively beyond its ordinary deployment in literary history. Indeed, it is striking that in many ways the definition is best read as referring to the literary theory emerging in Britain through the mid to late 1970s. The definition thus encompasses and seeks to connect the work of figures in very different discursive fields across some 60 years of intellectual history, assembling a montage of the ideas of a Viktor Shklovsky in 1916 with those of the school of Althusser in the 1960s, as well as placing Freud with his great interpreter Lacan, and suggesting connections between all of these and developments in and from the work of Saussure, Levi-Strauss, Goldman and others. 8 For Williams, all of these, the staple constituents of theory, compose the specific cultural formation generally known as modernism. As the single most decisive aspect of this formation, Williams singles out how it has been at once a response to and governed by an underlying and decisive unevenness of literacy and of learning, the unevenness, specifically, of a class society, at a definite and critical stage, 1983 221.9. This unevenness comes through in the symptomatic emphasis on alienation and estrangement in this whole cultural formation. The common factor, he argues, in the different theories and practices that are grouped together as modernism is an estrangement, a sense of both distance and novelty, which is related in its own terms to some large characterization of the modern world but is in reality the response of a disturbed and exposed formation, writers, artists, and intellectuals, to conditions which were blocking their own most significant kinds of work. 1983 221-2. This estrangement, celebrated as the Ostranenie of Russian formalism, was never only a question of form or technique. According to the theoretical and historical emphases of cultural materialism, literary explanation does not come to an end with formal observation. The fact of technique needs itself to be interpreted socially. This is the key emphasis of cultural materialism, whose methodological commitment is to examine cultural expression in terms of its means and conditions of existence. In this perspective, the aesthetic universality claimed by the modernists was forged from an initial strangeness, the product of experiences of both estrangement and exposure, and, as product, marketed from a newly metropolitan civilization, what began in isolation and 149. Exposure ended, at many levels, in an establishment, as the decisive culture of an international capitalist world, which could trade both the original and the adapted forms, 1983 223. At the same time, a significant constituent of this whole cultural formation was constituted, expressed, and disseminated in the activities and practices of educationalists and intellectuals, mainly based in the universities, where, as Williams argues it, a new sense of the objectivity of systems, and of this objectivity as something that needed to be penetrated by new forms of analysis, taking nothing as it appeared but looking for deep forms, deep structures, with the eyes of a stranger, came through in field after field, in linguistics, in anthropology, in economics, in sociology, in aesthetics, in psychoanalysis. The whole text was to be read without date and author. This was the new and necessary discipline. 1983 223. The implicit logic of Williams's whole argument is easy to follow. This discipline, this mindset, had been anticipated as an academic discipline in the 1920s and 1930s as the new and necessary discipline of Richards's practical criticism, 1929. Re-emerged in the 1950s and 1960s as the structuralism of Saussure, and became influential in the work of figures such as Levi-Strauss, Goldman, Todorov and Lacan. In the post-1968 period this mutated into the new and necessary discipline of the postmodern in the work of writers such as Lyotard and Baudrillard. For Williams, there is a significant continuity of position running through all of these, and it is that stance he is concerned to identify. With an unusual rhetorical coloring, he turns to look back on this whole development in turn, with the eyes of a stranger. What I then see is not only what they have achieved but their own deep forms. I can feel the bracing cold of their inherent distances and impersonalities and yet have to go on saying that they are indeed ice cold. I see, practically and theoretically, the estranging consequences of the general assumption, as active in modernist literature as in theoretical linguistics and structuralist Marxism, that the systems of human signs are generated within the systems themselves and that to think otherwise is a humanist error. 1983 H. 223. Just the humanist error which had been the target of so many critical positions since the 1960s, ranging in idiom from Lacan's insistence that a signifier represents the subject for another signifier, across Althusser's stirring call, in the sharp tones of a structuralist Marxism, for a revival of Marx's theoretical anti-humanism, Althusser 1965, 229, to Foucault's enigmatic wager that man would be erased, like a face drawn in sand at the edge of the sea, Foucault. 150. 1966, 387, as well as many other claims of the death of the subject by Barthes, Deleuze, Derrida, and others. 12. What most concerned Williams was, as we shall see below, the terms of its local manifestation in the debates around the classic realist text in both film and fiction. He found these arguments, based as they were in a broadly Althusserian theory of ideology, to be theoretically compromised and historically incorrect. Ironically, the arguments of the avant-garde theorists of the cultural left shared too many basic assumptions with the new conformism. We shall first examine how Williams saw these basic assumptions in Towards 2000, and then examine how these came through, though in different guise, in the arguments around ideas of modernism and the classic realist text in the work of some of Williams's Cambridge colleagues and broad political allies. 13. Towards 2000. The estranging consequences of the bourgeois modernist worldview are taken up as the central thrust of Williams's arguments in his most specifically political essay since the collaborative May Day Manifesto, the book-length study, Towards 2000, published in 1983. Thatcherism, and the debates on the left which it provoked, provide the essential context for understanding the book's central arguments and address. Thatcherism and, more importantly, Thatcherism apparently triumphant. Margaret Thatcher had rather surprisingly defeated Edward Heath in the leadership contest of 1975, 2 years after his administration had been brought down in the 1973 general election. Heath's failure was generally attributed to his inability to deal forcefully enough with the miners' strike of 1972. The indomitable Maggie, the Iron Lady, went on to win 3 successive election victories in 1979, 1983, and 1987. As had been promised, the period saw a significant redistribution of wealth, largely through selective income tax cuts and the increase in VAT, from the poor to the rich, a massive and unparalleled increase in unemployment and in bankruptcies in the manufacturing sector, a partial dismantling of the welfare state, increased political centralization, a significant erosion of trade union rights, and, to contain the protests, riots and disruptions provoked by these aggressive policies, an equally significant strengthening and militarization of the police force. 14. To those who had, much was given. Hugo Young's summary encapsulates much of the agenda and achievements of Thatcher's administrations, Young 1989, 502. Thatcherism was the object of some major analysis and rethinking on the left, and the occasion for not a little immediate despair. The jingoism and jubilation following Britain's victory in Falklands War of June-July 1982 marked perhaps the nadir of left-wing feeling, summed up in Tom Nairn's desperate cry that the lesson of the Falklands War was to show that the real England is irredeemably Tory, Nairn 1983, 288. Similarly, in a series of provocative articles, S. Ullard Hall brought the arguments and insights of the Birmingham Studies Cultural Centre into play, emphasizing the strength and 151 force of Thatcherism as an ideology and, above all, as an ideology that had found something the left was missing, a powerful means of translating economic doctrine into the language of experience, moral imperative and common sense. Hall 1983, 28.15 Thatcherism enjoyed hegemony because it had created an almost unassailable authoritarian popularism. While many were swayed by Hall's arguments, Others were more cautious and refused to lend Thatcherism the kind of internal coherence apparently granted to it in Hall's analysis. Bob Jessup and others preferred to stress the internal contradictions of Thatcherism, and urged that it must be seen less as a monolithic monstrosity and more as an alliance of disparate forces around a self-contradictory program. Jessup et al. 1984, 34.16. Throughout this entire period, Williams maintained a sturdy sense of his own political identity, holding to the continued force and relevance of socialist ideas. In 1983, just 4 weeks before the general election, Williams had argued against the easy conclusion that if Thatcher were to win, this would show that the majority of the British people can be defined as Thatcherite in consciousness. Williams 1983, 163, and warned of a danger on the left of acquiescing to an interpretation which, as it were, would blame the majority of the British people for not accepting a socialist analysis. 1983, 164.17. Later, in 1986, he lamented what he saw as too defeatist a tendency on the left, asking with some anger and disdain whether it was only an accident that one form of the theory of ideology produced that block diagnosis of Thatcherism which taught despair and political disarmament in a social situation which was always more diverse, more volatile, and more temporary. Is there never to be an end to petit bourgeois theorists making long-term adjustments to short-term situations? Williams 1986 c. 175. In July 1987, in one of his final interviews, when asked whether he felt disillusioned by the rise of the right and Thatcher's recent election victory, her third, his reply was characteristic: disillusionment, not at all; disappointment, of course. It was clearer than ever that the socialist analysis is the correct one. Williams 1987 c. 315. Williams's political writing, but not only his political writing, set out to combat and challenge that block diagnosis and the sense of despair which fed it. Against Stuart Hall's idea of an authoritarian populism, Williams set the idea of Thatcher's constitutional authoritarianism, preferring to focus attention on the actual mechanisms and contradictions of state democracy than on ideological explanation. In a striking essay on the TV coverage of the Falklands War, he stressed the ways in which the reporting raised questions crucial to the culture of contemporary democracy, and what was happening to it in Thatcher's administration. What was evident was the unique modern combination of a cabinet with absolute sovereign power, acting within a complex of parliamentary parties, opinion polls, and television. This combination represented a new political form, latent for many years but now at least temporarily made actual. Williams 1982, 42. Its name was constitutional authoritarianism, and it needed to be thought as an expression of that larger culture of distance which Williams associated with Thatcherism, but also more. 152. Broadly with the new conformism which underlay Thatcherism, that latent culture of alienation, within which men and women are reduced to models, figures and the quick cry in the throat. 1982, 43. Similarly, in an essay mining the meaning, written for the London Review of Books during the bitter, prolonged and ultimately failed miners' strike of 1984-5, he put out a challenge to the key words of Thatcherite economic common sense. The destructive catchwords of management, economic and law and order are, he argued, work to conceal the real operations of a new and reckless stag of capitalism. Williams 1985 c. 127. Against the new common ground proposed by Thatcher and her ideologues, Williams argued that the miners' struggles outlined a new form of the general interest. 1985 c. 127, one which could challenge the logic of a new nomad capitalism. 1985 c. 124, and its confident belief that all the redundant people and discarded communities can continue to be politically marginalized or, if they act on their own behalf, to be comrolled by centralized communications. The political argument, as in this strike, taking place not in Parliament but on radio and television, and accepting here some of Hall's arguments by new forms of policing. 1985 c. 127, Point 18. In other essays and speeches, many delivered for the Socialist Society, at whose inaugural meeting Williams spoke in 1981, or written for its fortnightly political magazine, New Socialist, he addressed the issues of nuclear disarmament, ecology, and the need for Labour Party reform, and called for a thorough reassessment and redefinition of socialist goals and strategies. All of this came together with the publication in 1983 of Williams's most extended piece of socialist analysis and advocacy, Towards 2000. Never was Williams more active as a socialist thinker than in this last decade of his life. What is striking, argues Williams, in the book's central insight, is the ways in which the innovative forms of modernist representation, which were originally composed to challenge the fixed forms of an earlier period of bourgeois society, have themselves become stabilized as the most reductive versions of human existence in the whole of human history. The originally precarious and often desperate images, typically of fragmentation, loss of identity, loss of the very grounds of human communication, have been transferred from the dynamic compositions of artists who had been, in majority, literally exiles, having little or no common ground with the societies in which they were stranded, to become, at an effective surface, a modernist and postmodernist establishment. Williams 1983a, 141. These new forms have now become a widely distributed popular culture that is meant to confirm both its own and the world's destructive inevitabilities, 1983a, 142, as if every active citizen was no more than a Vladimir or an Estragon, a Ham or a Clove. 19. 153. Although Towards 2000 is concerned with the local struggle against Thatcherism in Britain, it also seeks to address that struggle in the global context of late capitalism. In a controversial move, Williams takes as his starting point the final section of The Long Revolution, 1961, the prescient analysis Britain in the 1960s, which is reprinted in full as the first chapter of the new book. 20 in a 1965 note, Williams had already admitted, under the pressure of criticisms from historian Asa Briggs, that the original framework of the essay suffered from too nationalistic a focus. In Towards 2000, the terms of the nationalist focus are themselves examined alongside the orthodox forms of international analysis. The book as a whole is concerned with the fixed terms of normal political analysis of late modernity. He contrasts public with private projections of the future, and questions the supposedly objective projections which are used as the basis for current party-based political thinking. In fact, argues Williams, the political manifesto, based as it is on the rhythms of the electoral process, is too short-term in focus to deal with social and political phenomena which are only susceptible to proper analysis and adjustment in a much larger time scale. Such a time scale has more in common with our private thinking where, for example, the relatively ungraspable date of 2050 is within the normal lifespan of my grandchildren, and all the more traditional ways of thinking about the future would certainly include this kind of natural human foresight and concern. The apparently more practical urgencies which foreshorten calculation, for temporary advantage, are in this respect as in others more damaging to the most basic human order. 1983a, 16. Williams notes how modernism has favored the systematic dystopia, 1984, Animal Farm, Brave New World, as a form, and how these works commonly suggest that the very attempt to achieve a systematic utopia leads straight to a systematic dystopia. They imply a complacent projection of actual and historically instituted social orders as permanently necessary and exclusive, and it is this implication which most deeply discourages those who see very clearly that their own social order is in crisis. Against this, Williams calls for a renewal of positive utopian thinking, one which offers an imaginative reminder of the nature of historical change, that major social orders do rise and fall, and that new social orders do succeed them. Such a reminder is a necessary part of the formation of any socialist discourse which wishes to offer a projection of the future contrary to the prevailing negative and modernist versions. Indeed, a large part of the book is devoted to a critique of just these prevailing versions, which Williams associates with modernism. deploying the particular kinds of linguistic, historical, and ideological analysis of language which are essential components of his cultural materialism, it is argued that there is an ideological unity to the basic prevailing attitude towards the world. A. 154. Distinctively modernist frame of thinking and analysis, the dominant version, he writes, has been a basic orientation to the world as raw material. What has been steadily learned and imposed is a way of seeing the world not as life forms and land forms, in an intricate interdependence, but as a range of opportunities for their profitable exploitation. 1983a, 261. Against this, we need to assert the principle of a society sustained by its economy has to replace the practice of a society determined by a market. 1983a, 97. The argument, in other words, turns partly on the force of representation as a systematic way of seeing which provides or enforces a basic orientation to the world as raw material. Point 22. As such, this same way of seeing is active both in modernism and in our contemporary understandings of modernism, though with one significant difference. As Williams was to argue in his final essays, the orthodox interpretations of modernist practice itself tended to select just one strand of the ideology of modernism and so repeat and enforce it, the strand of bourgeois dissidence which he had first criticized in relation to Orwell, and which he renamed, in his final essays, the New Conformism. 3. New Conformisms. Tony Pinkney has collected most of the essays which Williams had intended for publication, adding some cognate supplementary material, together with a lengthy editorial introduction, and this was published in 1989 as The Politics of Modernism, Against the New Conformists. 24. Many readers found the collection somewhat unsatisfactory. Prendergast wrote of an uncomfortably strained quality in much of the writing, 1995b, 196, while Lauren Kruger described it as thought-provoking but sometimes sketchy, 1991, 144. Chris Baldock, in a review for the Times Literary Supplement, found Williams's division of interest between the original modernist formation itself and an academically processed version of it highly problematic, and suggested that the first is not carried through to substantial detail, while the second suffers from a characteristic reluctance to name or even adequately describe the position polemically assailed. Baldock, 1989, 1205. In the account which follows, I seek to describe a little more fully the positions under attack and to show why, for Williams, there was no division of interest between the original modernist formation and the later academic histories of it. First, though, it is necessary to examine some of Pinkney's framing of this final phase of work. In a substantial introduction to the selection, Modernism and Cultural Theory, Pinkney sets up a fascinating intellectual, political, and historical context through which to frame and read the final essays. These same arguments are taken up, extended and amplified in a related essay, also. 155. Published in 1989, Raymond Williams and the Two Faces of Modernism, and together these form the basis for a later monograph on the novels. 25. In his introduction, Pinkney distinguishes between the official line which Williams takes in his final essays, and what he claims as an equally important but implicit subtext to the book. This subtext runs the case rather differently, and consequently there are two almost incompatible views of modernism and the avant-garde at work in the politics of modernism. The second, concedes Pinkney, only comes through only as trope rather than argument. Pinkney, 1989a, 26. As trope indeed, for there are several moments at which he has to twist the evidence to fit his case that it was expressionism that aesthetically formed Williams, 1989a, 25. Thus, in support of his assertion that Williams must have known about Brecht in the late 1930s, he quotes him as saying that there were ways of knowing about Brecht's work, if distant and specialized ones. Williams, 1979. 215-16, cited in Pinkney, 1989a, 26, but neglects to mention Williams's own admission of his own lack of awareness of Brecht's work in this period, or his defensive remark that such ignorance concerning Brecht was very common at the time. It was only in the mid and late 50s that most of us got to know Brecht, he states, Williams 1979, 215-16, in direct contradiction with Pinckney's view. Similarly, Pinckney writes that Williams adds the name of German Expressionism, 1983b, 19, to the modernist litany, and quotes Williams as saying that in the late 30s admiration for Dr. Caligari or Metropolis was virtually a condition of entry to the Socialist Club at Cambridge, Williams 1979, 232. The only problem is, that read in context, this is a wry remark, the phrase condition of entry, heavily ironic. For far from demonstrating an admiration for German Expressionism, Williams is actually engaged in distancing himself from it. His own stated admiration, in complete accord with the arguments of the politics of modernism, is for the early Soviet cinema, which had always seemed to him to be the major work that took up the original naturalist project, 1979, 232. He praises Eisenstein's work against that of the German Expressionists, and German Expressionist cinema is identified as the forerunner of the mistakes and excesses of avant-garde cinema. In the 60s, he says, there was a development of incredibly complex seeing, but of nothing very much. The complexity became a fetishized concentration on the point of view at the expense of what was viewed. This cinema could genuinely be described as formalist in the sense that it was preoccupied with problems of the medium without any adequate relation between its methods and the kind of content these were supposed to interpret. Williams 1979, 232. Nothing could be clearer. The quotation which Pinckney picks as evidence for Williams's interest in and support for German Expressionism comes in reality from a context of argument which is critical of Expressionism as an avatar of 156. The arid formalism of the 1960s. Pace Pinckney, Williams is criticizing, not endorsing, the German Expressionist experiment. In arguing for the subtext of the politics of modernism, Pinckney overstates his case, and can only support it by bending the available evidence to fit his preconceptions. Indeed, the larger case compounds the problems discussed in Chapter 2, apropos of Pinckney's discussion of Williams on drama. There is a repeated overestimation of the impact and appeal of Expressionism, and a tendency to substitute his reading of the dynamics of modernism for Williams's own, which leads to a certain blurring or misalignment in explanatory focus, as well as a substantial neglect of the political context which Williams was always addressing, however indirectly. Pinckney is much more correct, though in contradiction with some of his own assumptions, when he writes that Williams had, from the beginning, major reservations about Brecht's work, and particularly what Williams called its enthronement of the critical spectator, cited in Pinckney 1983b, 20. This issue will be discussed further below. The reason for the overestimation doubtless lies in Pinckney's desire to overturn the usual idea of Williams as an English Lukács. He chooses Lukács's expressionist opponent Ernst Bloch as an alternative figure of comparison, Pinckney 1989b, 28-31, point 26. In both cases, Williams/Lukács, Williams/Bloch, it would be a mistake to turn what works as a partially illuminating comparison into any theoretically substantial case. Williams's own formation was very different from either that of Lukács or Bloch, notwithstanding Pinckney's attempt at making common ground in expressionist modernism. The simple fact was that Williams's main formative influence was Cambridge English, which can be understood, and as Williams grew to understand it, as itself a modernist cultural formation rather than an objective analytic response to the pressures of a perceived mass modernism. 27. Rather than seeking the subtext of the politics of modernism, let us examine the ways in which the book continues the argument against the new critical structuralism which had begun in Marxism and literature, and which was now continued, under the new pressures of Thatcherism, as an argument against the new conformism. This dimension of address, Williams contra Thatcher, lies outside the scope of Pinckney's fascinating but in the end academicist and anachronistic analysis. Writing against the new conformism meant writing against the new right-wing forces represented in the Thatcher regime of 1979–90, and anticipated in the period in opposition which the Conservative Party spent from Edward Heath's defeat as Prime Minister in 1974 until the election of Margaret Thatcher in 1979. This also meant arguing against those modes of analysis in literary theory which leaned unwitting support to the conceptions of the self, individual or subject which Thatcherism drew upon for its representation of an acquisitive and a social world. That these modes of analysis could be found in theoretical work intended for the left only make these criticisms the more urgent. 157. The sovereign individual. The new conservatism which became known as Thatcherism set out by defining itself against the social conscience conservatism which had dominated the British Conservative Party since Labour's victory in 1945, Riddle 1985, 2. Sir Keith Joseph was the first to articulate its main directions as something of a conversion experience. In April 1974 he realized that though he had believed himself a true conservative for some 20 years, he had been mistaken. Only now could he see what true conservatism really was. Young 1989, 79. In a series of speeches and articles, Joseph argued that the Conservative Party had betrayed itself by granting too much to the imaginary middle ground of the post-war consensus on the centrality of welfare state policies. This middle ground was unstable, with a built-in drift leftwards dictated by extremists of the left, claimed Joseph. Joseph 1976, 21. The party needed to identify and occupy a new and distinctively conservative common ground if they wished to re-establish the real principles of conservatism. As a part of this, think tank ideologues Norman Strauss and John Hoskins prepared a strategic plan for Joseph the autumn of 1977, one whose main component was a direct challenge to trade union power. Though the report was never published, and had no immediate effect on policy, it did articulate for the first time the subterranean impulses of hard right conservatism which slowly made their way into the Thatcherite agenda. Young, 115. A new common ground, new, or perhaps at least distinctive, in the fervour and forthrightness with which socialism was excluded from any rightful part or participation in the social whole. The choice facing the nation is between two totally different ways of life, urged Thatcher on the eve of the 1983 election. And what a prize we have to fight for, no less than the chance to banish from our land the dark, divisive clouds of Marxist socialism. On another occasion, I have always regarded part of my job as, and please do not think of it in an arrogant way, killing socialism. Britain, and again, Britain and socialism are not the same thing, and as long as I have health and strength they never will be, cited in Hayes 1994, 98. Another way of putting this, which came through in a notorious moment, an interview with Woman's Own magazine in October 1987, was more brutal and much more contentious. There is no such thing as society. There are individual men and women, and there are families, cited in Hayes 1994, 89. This remark was the cause of much immediate controversy, and provided a useful way into the full implications of Thatcher's free market ideal of the non-society. To say there is no society but only individuals is fundamentally an amoral position, thundered Ralph Dahrendorf. It's the philosophy of social Darwinism, Dahrendorf 1988, 197.28. As Mark Hayes has emphasized, what this meant in practice was that certain groups were deprived of full citizenship by material deprivation: social security claimants, the unemployed, the sick, the disabled, the 158 homeless, and many pensioners began to constitute a new alienated underclass. Under Thatcher, citizenship status very much depended upon one's position in the market. A citizen had no tangible value independent of the market order. Hayes 1994, 91-2. The linchpin of this asocial social philosophy was a conception of the individual which placed a particular emphasis on the subject's moral capacity, or rather, on an unusual definition of just what moral capacity was. As Thatcher herself put it, a moral being is one who exercises his own judgment in choice. In so far as a citizen's right and duty to choose is taken away by the state, the party, or the union, his moral faculties atrophy and he becomes a moral cripple. Thatcher 1977, 108. Seen in a positive light, Thatcher's moral code simply insisted on treating people as rational and responsible rather than as candidates for special favors. Minogue 1988, 141. But as Minogue also emphasizes, this soon shades into the repudiation of collective guilt around the issue of pursuing profit above all else. Minogue 1988, 125. From there, it was easy to see Thatcherites as supremely selfish to the exclusion of all other concerns. Letwin 1992, 18-19. Kenneth Baker summed up this aspect of Thatcher's moral vision nicely in April 1988. Tories did not need to apologize for the increased scope to what might be called acquisitive individualism, cited in Young 1989, 526. Acquisitive individualism, the phrase could be Williams's, though uttered in an angry rather than complacent tone. This definition of the human subject as essentially an acquisitive individual, with this acquisitiveness somehow the necessary property of a moral subject, was central to the new conformism of Thatcher's counter-revolution. Williams 1986 c. 172. One defender of Thatcherism put it, the Thatcherite conception of the individual is the most important and at the same time the least understood element of Thatcherism. Letwin 1992, 32. For Williams at least, it was best understood as one line of dissent from a particular branch of bourgeois dissidents. Many of the arguments of these postmodernists of the new right rested on a certain conception of the subject as the sovereign individual. The politics of the new right, with its version of libertarianism in a dissolution or deregulation of all bonds and all national and cultural formations in the interests of what is represented as the ideal open market and the truly open society, look very familiar in retrospect. For the sovereign individual is offered as the dominant political and cultural form, even in a world more evidently controlled by concentrated economics and military power. Williams 1988a, 62. What was curious was that the conservative promotion of the sovereign individual should share some common ground with the idea of the critical spectator deployed in some leftist literary and cultural criticism. The sovereign. 159. Individual was essentially a social, its definition of freedom an illusion. The critical spectator occupied, or would like to occupy, a place impossibly outside social determination, as Williams had argued vis-a-vis Eagleton's critical commentary. The basic fault was to assume that by an act of intellectual abstraction you could place yourself above the lived contradictions both of the society and of any individual you choose to analyze, and that you yourself are not in question. Williams 1977b, 12. Common to both was the denial of the precisely constituted social materiality of the human subject, an aspect which the rationalist, or irrationalist, critique of the knowing subject failed to grasp. 29 Some of the main components of Williams's arguments against this new conformism came together in the Guardian film lecture he gave on July 21, 1985. Here he took up one of the main themes of Towards 2000, arguing that the celebration of possibility is the most profound need. Williams 1985a. 129. In the lecture, Williams dwells on the overdeterminations of the idea of cinema as a popular medium of entertainment. At best, he says, this classification is double-edged. It celebrates the possibilities for working-class culture that some early theorists and practitioners saw in cinema as a popular medium, but this celebration all too often ignores the ways in which cinematic narration presents a swerve away from any genuinely radical solutions to common problems. For a key element in film melodrama is that after many twists and turns, and seemingly hopeless situations, the poor victim is saved and the poor hero or heroine lives happily ever after. There is no problem in understanding why these resolutions were popular. But there is a problem in trying to relate these often magical or coincidental lucky escapes of individuals to anything that could be called, in the easy slide from popular, a genuinely radical or socialist consciousness. 1985a, ill. Similarly, Williams argues that the common claim that film was inherently open, as against the relatively closed forms of other media, 1985a, ill, needs careful examination, especially when this assertion settles into the now conventional rejections of what are called naturalism and classical realism, 1985a, LLL. These are muddled and muddling concepts, he warns, and goes on to reiterate some of the objections to the contemporary radical rejections of naturalism that he had first made, pointedly enough, at a screen summer school in 1976. Naturalism, he reminds us, has close historical associations with socialism. As a movement and as a method, it was concerned to show that people are inseparable from their real social and physical environments. As against idealist versions of human experience, in which people act under providence, naturalism insisted that actions are always specifically contextual and material. 1985a, LL3. 160. Is therefore a bitter irony that in the terms of contemporary debate on film, naturalism came to be understood as the very thing it had challenged, mere reproduction, 1985a, 114. In our kind of time, he warns, the dissident bourgeois is not necessarily a radical, though that is often the self-presentation, 1985a, 114.30. In discussion after the lecture, he had harsher words still for those who falsely claimed the terrain of the popular. All I would say is that those whom with some deliberateness I called enemy artists, I don't just see them as different, I see them as enemy, endlessly harp on the failure of relationships, the dislocation of communities, the defeat of noble efforts, the end of idealism. This really is the only thing with which they can defend this social order, not that it's good, but that it's inevitable. And because of that there is what I called a bourgeois dissident form of art which shows all this with great power. 31. It was this deliberateness, and the anger which Williams's use of the word contained, which powered these final essays on modernism, and their repeated attacks on the broad formation which he named and understood as the new conformism. The critical spectator. A central component of the orthodox version of modernism which Williams wished to challenge came through as an academic argument about modernism, one which had focused particularly on the idea of language. A part of the reticence to name his opponents, commented on many times by critics, and mentioned in particular relation to the politics of modernism, might be read as the necessary delicacy, or unworthy indirection, of political solidarity. Williams was at times criticizing his allies here. More generously, and I think more correctly in this case, it can be seen as the refusal to entirely associate intellectual positions with the fullness and complexity of individual identity. Williams had an unusually equal respect for both the specificity of theoretical argument, with its sometimes too easy talk of positions, and the specific agency and historicity of any embodied human subject. The case of Orwell, so critical and yet so respectful, need only be recalled. 32. The work of at least two of Williams's Cambridge colleagues and allies, Stephen Heath and Colin McCabe, was at issue with regard to the arguments of the politics of modernism. 33. I shall focus in particular on the arguments put forward by Colin McCabe, as these exemplify some of the trends criticized by Williams, and particularly what he came to call the enthronement of the critical spectator, Williams 1977a, 216. As we saw in the previous chapter, Williams had supported and defended McCabe through the violent Cambridge dispute over the question of his tenure in the English faculty. But, within that general support, there were a few critical and theoretical reservations. In particular, as he had put it in his 1981. 161. Lecture on the affair, there were still radical differences between his own position and the reliance on structural linguistics and psychoanalysis which characterized the work of his Cambridge fellows, though he had put it to them that a fully historical semiotics would be very much the same thing as cultural materialism, Williams 1981b, 210. We can take McCabe's arguments in the 1970s, culminating in his controversial study James Joyce and the Revolution of the Word, 1979, as points where these radical differences come through in the elaboration of what has come to be known as British post-structuralism. 34 McCabe's arguments, in common with what has become generally known as the screen theory, assumed a broadly Brechtian stance on the politics of culture, arguing the critique of realism as an urgent necessity. 35 His seminal essay, Realism and the Cinema, Notes on Some Brechtian Theses, takes its focus from Brecht's remark that realism is an issue not only for literature, it is a major political, philosophical, and practical issue and must be handled and explained as such, as a matter of general human interest, cited in McCabe 1974, 34. Brecht's original arguments on this matter were sharpened by the application of a powerful new theoretical vocabulary, drawn from Althusser's work on ideology, and the theories and arguments concerning the subject's relation to language to be found in Freud and Lacan. These came together in a focus on the idea of the classic realist text, and the political necessity of mounting a formal challenge to it. In some sense, the classic realist text threatened to freeze its reader into a stance of ideological complicity as unchallengeable as that ascribed to the subject in Althusser's theory of ideology. Challenging it therefore offered a way out of the functionalism inherent to Althusser's theory and the political impotence associated with it. Cinema, this meant adopting a critical stance towards apparently progressive films such as Clute or Days of Hope on the grounds that the classic realist text cannot deal with the real as contradictory, 1974, 39, and endorsing the more avant-garde work of filmmakers like the Straub-Huillet team and Jean-Luc Godard, which seemed to offer the possibility of articulating contradiction, 1974, 50. 36 To change the position of the subject within ideology, 1974. 53, was the task of cultural practice and therefore of any progressive filmmaking and film criticism. In literature, the critique of classic realism and the liberating potential of contradiction could be found at work in the classic modernism of James Joyce. For McCabe, Joyce's work gave an unparalleled primacy to the material of language and in so doing offered a different experience and different political consequences from the classic realist text, McCabe 1979, 133. In a powerful and persuasive argument, he charted Joyce's increasing challenge to realism across Dubliners, Stephen Hero, and A Portrait of the Artist as a Young Man, and through to its culminating point in Finnegan's Wake. In this text, he concludes, the acceptance of movement and process, coupled with the awareness of identity as a constant effect of the passage of language, has profound political implications for a society based on the notion of the individual as an independent and self-sufficient entity. Is only by the acceptance of the most reductive. 162. Account of the relation between politics and literature that Joyce's texts can be dismissed as non-political, 1979, 152. These political implications are primarily the result of Joyce's deconstruction of the ideological implications of a classic realism. Instead of a traditional organization of discourses which confer an imaginary unity on the reader, he argues, there is a disruption of any such position of unity. The reader is transformed into a set of contradictory discourses, engaged in the investigation of his or her own symbolic construction. What is subverted in the writing is the full Cartesian subject, and this subversion is a political event of central importance. 1979, 152-3. This position, and the work with which it was associated, was powerful, stimulating and controversial, and helped to launch a whole wave of similar studies which, predictably enough, found something of the same challenge to classic realism and its liberal humanist subject in an increasing variety of writers, forms and periods. 37 In an interesting autobiographical sketch, McCabe later noted how he and others of the radical semioticians had been strongly influenced by the French interpretation of modernism as a form of writing which disrupted the stability of meaning and identity, McCabe 1985, 8. At the very least, the work of theorists such as Derrida, Barthes, and the Telke Group on writers such as Mallarmé, Bouteille, and Artaud broke with the sterility of Lévy's restriction of modernism to Lawrence and Eliot, 1985, 8. Yet McCabe also acknowledged, with the benefit of hindsight, the ways in which the political weight he and others gave to their arguments was deeply problematic, 1985, 8. McCabe's own retrospective judgment in 1985, if not prompted by Williams's arguments, would certainly have been shared by him. In The Politics of Modernism, Williams repeatedly criticizes any literary historical interpretation which would reduce the complex historicity of actual modernist works and the question of their address to the status of mere evidence for the truth of the theories of a self-proclaimed contemporary avant-garde in literary theory. It was surely no accident that Williams chose the Strathclyde Conference of 1986, The Linguistics of Writing, organized by Colin McCabe, Derek Ettridge, Alan Durant, and Nigel Fabb, and with guests including Jacques Derrida and Gayatri Spivak, as the moment to argue this point very fully. 38 Williams begins the lecture combatively with two quotations from August Strindberg's Naturalist Manifesto, the preface to Lady Julie. Strindberg writes of his characters in terms reminiscent, for Williams, of current post-structuralist dogma. They are conglomerations from past and present stages of civilization, they are excerpts from books and newspapers, scraps of humanity, pieces torn from festive garments which have become rags, just as the soul itself is a piece of patchwork, cited in Williams' 1986 65. His point in doing so, and 163. The polemical focus of his essay as a whole, is to act as a challenge to certain tendencies in applied linguistics, and to forms of literary analysis seemingly derived from them, which have appropriated a selective version of modernism, and within this an internal and self-proving definition of the avant-garde, as a way of ratifying their own much narrower positions and procedures, 1986 65. The first consequence of this appropriation is a fundamental distortion of the actual history of modernist and avant-garde movements. We can still not say, he argues, of either supposed movement, that what we find in them is some specific and identifiable position about language, or about writing, of the kind offered by subsequent theoretical or pseudo-historical propositions, 1986 66. He finds no evidence to support the idea that there is in modernism a common rejection of the representational character of language and hence of writing, and insists that we shall misunderstand and betray a century of remarkable experiments if we go on trying to flatten them to contemporary theoretical and quasi-theoretical points, 1986 66. All of Williams's suspicions regarding the idea of the classic realist text, the critique of representation, the explanatory value of psychoanalysis and the utility of any attempt to conjoin it with Marxism come through in the harsh tones of this reference to contemporary theoretical and quasi-theoretical points. 39 Against any such appropriation, he returns to the 1920s debates around Russian formalism which had become increasingly central to his own arguments. 40 Shklovsky's slogan, the resurrection of the word, has often, argues Williams, been taken by contemporary theorists as the core definition of literary modernism. In this appropriation, it is read in relation to Saussure's deconstruction of the sign, and used as the basis for an argument in favor of the non-referentiality of language. Against this, Williams points to Eichenbaum's account of his participation in the movement, Eichenbaum 1926. For him, the basic slogan uniting the initial group was the emancipation of the word from the shackles of the philosophical and religious tendencies with which the symbolists were possessed, cited in Williams' 1986 67. In its historical context, Shklovsky's emphasis is best understood as a rejection of the religious and idealist elements of the Russian symbolist movement, that is, as a secularization, a demystification, of the poetic word of the symbolists, 1986 68. In fact, there were two broad attitudes towards language to be found in the diversity of modernist writing. The first is that which treats language as material in a social process, and the second, that which sees it as blocking or making difficulties for authentic consciousness, 1986 77. For Williams, Breton surrealism is a major manifestation of the second tendency, as can be seen by its preoccupation with and promotion of automatic writing. Here, language is 164. Simultaneously identified with the blocking of true consciousness and, to the extent that it could emancipate itself from its imprisoning everyday forms and, beyond that, from the received forms of literature, as itself the medium of the idealized pure consciousness. 1986a, 73. But what is absent from this kind of account is any recognition of the real sociality of language. This absence comes through particularly strongly in the case of Artaud, where the purpose of writing, as we have since often heard, is not communication but illumination, a contrast, which Williams Riley notes seems necessarily to modify the second term to self-illumination, 1986a, 71.41. What this can then lead to, and what in practice it did lead to, is an emphasis, which indeed became a culture, on the experience itself, rather than on any of the forms of embodying or communicating it. 1986a, 71. Against surrealism, Williams poses the forces of social rather than subjective expressionism, and its emphasis on the cry. 42. While surrealism sought to transcend contradictions, he argues, social expressionism confronted them, even to the point of raising them to a principle of form. 1986a, in this form, the individual cry may carry a social charge, and even become, as in the dramas of a Toller or a Brecht, a slogan, a fixed form, to shout as a means of collective action. 1986a, 75. He then returns to the crucial case of Russian formalism, which, as it came through into an influential tendency in literary theory, was a disastrous narrowing of the very facts to which it pointed. 1986a, 75. The formalist arguments were taken to imply the rejection of any notions of content, representation, and intention, but this interpretation misses out entirely the great contribution of Volozhinov, whose argument regarding the multi-accentual nature of the sign. What the theorists all too often forgot was their own conditions of practice, the existence of their own intentions in what Williams calls a characteristic error. Under the spell of their own selected examples, of valued but highly specific uses, they forgot that every act of composition in writing, indeed every utterance, at once moves into specific processes which are no longer in that way open, which indeed, as acts, even in the most seemingly bizarre cases, necessarily have content and intention and which may, in any many thousands of ways, even in these terms represent. 1986a, 76. And this was the case even in such an extreme example as that of Hugo Ball's famous reading of Gatji Beri Bimba, where, as Williams illuminatingly remarks, the relapse to the rhythms of the mass in the middle of an outraging Dadaist spectacle is not only funny, it is, like the sudden locating appearance of Zanzibar, a reminder of how deeply constituted, socially, language always is. 165. Even when the decision has been made to abandon its identifiable semantic freight, 1986a, 68_9.43. Though each of the two positions is historically located in the period we know as modernism, the first, with its emphasis on language as material in a social process is, for Williams, modernist in both theory and practice, while the second, though modernist in practice, needs to be understood in its underlying theory as intransigent idealism. 1986a, 77. In conclusion, he summarizes: what we have really to investigate is not some single position of language in the avant-garde or language in modernism. On the contrary, we need to identify a range of distinct and in many cases actually opposed formations, as these have materialized in language. Formal analysis can contribute to this, but only if it is firmly grounded in formational analysis. 1986a, 79. This is the formational analysis which brings history together with theory in cultural materialism. Williams was deeply suspicious of a view of literary history in which texts from the past somehow confirm the theoretical paradigms of the present. In the first instance, he challenged the all-too-easy periodization and unitary description of modernism, and from that, what he saw as a dangerous formulation of the present as the postmodern. So, while in the talk Metropolitan Perceptions and the Emergence of Modernism, he accepts the general idea that the metropolis of the second half of the 19th century and of the first half of the 20th century moved into a quite new cultural dimension, Williams 1985b, 44, and that this did indeed result in some common themes and forms, he nonetheless closes his argument by challenging the consequent metropolitan interpretation of its own processes as universals, 1985b, 47. This was the burden of his lecture on March 17, 1987 at Bristol University, When Was Modernism?, when he warned against the highly selected version of the modern which then offers to appropriate the whole of modernity, Williams 1987a, 33, and again, with some warmth, repeated in the W.D. Thomas Memorial Lecture, Country and City in the Modern Novel, on May 26, 1987, where he urges we must not make the mistake of supposing that the contemporary is really the universal, but lately discovered, Williams 1987b, 4. Modernism, he warns, not so much in practice but as a set of ideas, really does reduce past experience in this way, the contemporary becomes the universal, even the eternal. A genuinely modern consciousness, on the other hand, begins by recognizing that its very modernity is historical, that is to say, that it is a product of specific and discoverable social and historical changes. 1987b, 4-5. 166. The case was pursued with renewed vigor in two essays published in 1988. In The Politics of the Avant-Garde and Theatre as a Political Forum, both written for the collection Visions and Blueprints, Timms and Collier 1988, he further develops his case for the necessity of a more historically differentiated view of the avant-garde. In the first essay, Williams argues that differentiations between modernist and avant-garde artists are best achieved through a formational rather than an individual analysis. He then distinguishes between modernists and the avant-garde in the following terms: modernism had proposed a new kind of art for a new kind of social and perceptual world. The avant-garde, aggressive from the beginning, saw itself as a breakthrough to the future, 1988a, 51, that is, these belong to the third phase of the modernist movement as a whole. In the first phase, innovative groups of artists sought to protect their practices within the growing dominance of the art market and against the indifference of the formal academics, 1988a, 50, and in a second moment, these groups shifted to the defense of a particular kind of art, became first the self-management of a new kind of art and then, crucially, an attack in the name of this art on a whole social and cultural order, 1988a, 51. It is only in this third phase that the term avant-garde can properly be used. Though both groups might call for revolution, the substance of that call could be very different. For sure, the futurist call to destroy tradition overlaps with socialist calls to destroy the whole existing social order, but Williams FMDs a decisive difference between appeals to the tradition of reason and the new celebration of creativity which finds many of its sources in the irrational, in the newly valued unconscious, and in the fragments of dreams, 1988a, 52. Hostility to the bourgeois order could similarly develop in two directions: the conservative, with its claim that the artist was the only true aristocrat, and the consequent rejection of both the unwashed masses and the bourgeoisie, and the radical, in which the artist affiliated himself or herself directly with the people or the workers against the bourgeoisie and the aristocrats, 1988a, 55. In the end, he suggests, many modernists are best seen and understood as bourgeois dissidents only, and one way of recognizing them as such lies in the emphasis they give to the idea of the sovereign individual. The real inheritors of this bourgeois dissidence are the postmodernists of Thatcherism and the New Right. In Theatre as a Political Forum, Williams further substantiates his case, and in the process offers a significant correction to his own early views on 20th century drama. 44 Where Yeats and particularly Eliot had figured large, with the promise that their poetic drama apparently held for a work of total expression, they are confined, with Paul Claudel, to a telling parenthesis at the end of this essay as examples of an avant-garde as an arrière-garde, Williams 1988b, 94. He insists above all, in this telling piece of cultural materialist analysis, on the necessity for understanding the theoretical claims of any avant-garde in relation to their historical circumstances. This is particularly important in the case of 167. Something like the avant-garde, a movement whose rhetoric characteristically insists even the immediate past, and is especially so when the rhetoric of the avant-garde, characteristically rejecting even the immediate past, has survived into what appears to be scholarly and critical discussion, with deeply negative effects not only on the work of the earlier period but, more to the present point, on the understanding of the complex character of avant-garde theater itself and especially its relation to politics. 1988b, 83. As a first and necessary move, the work of the avant-garde in theater must be located in relation to what it so stridently rejected in its origins, and whose rejection has become almost meaningless in repetition, the broad movement known as naturalism. It was from within this movement, which he traces back to the emergence of bourgeois drama in 18th century England, that the first phase of the modernist revolt began, in the work of figures such as Ibsen and Strindberg. In their work, a division between the deep conventions of naturalism and the surface of what by then had become the mere naturalist habit is effected. The furious denunciation which this deep naturalism produced represents, argues Williams, a direct continuity from modernist naturalism to the work and the reception of the avant-garde, 1988c, 85. And yet, he continues, the common rejection of naturalism has worked to conceal the only important question, that of the alternative directions in which a continuing bourgeois dissidence might go, 1988c, 86. The example of German expressionism shows some of the main differences between social and subjective expressionism. Here the case of Brecht is central, passing as he does from the subjective expressionism of the early plays, through to the social expressionism of the Lehrstück, the teaching plays, in which there was a direct interaction of avant-garde theater with a militant working-class movement which has found the appropriate cultural institutions, 1988c, 90. This moment was cut short by the brutality of the Nazi regime, and Brecht moved ahead to what he became most known by, the theater of estrangement, and its emphasis on complex seeing. Against the apolitical Brecht of mainstream commentary, Williams argues for the insights yielded by the cultural materialist method. To abstract the specific methods, or the theoretical phrases attached to them, as determining forms without reference to their very specific and limiting social situations, is to confirm the actual development of the avant-garde, culturally and politically, towards a new aestheticism. 1988c, 91. In this cultural politics, which he associated both with the critique of the classic realist text and the arguments underlying Thatcherism, the fragmented ego in a fragmented world has survived as a dominant structure of feeling, 1988b, 93. 168. The main consequence of this is to render all activity and speech as illusory and to value theater, in its frankly illusory character, as the privileged bearer of this universal truth, 1988b, 93. Taken in this direction, as Williams feared was the direction of contemporary theory as well as some contemporary theater and writing, the avant-garde becomes an arrière-garde, and the provocative images of the avant-garde settle into the conventional representations of a powerful new conformism. Williams did not to live to write the concluding essay of the book, Against the New Conformists, or to fully decide on the contents of the book as a whole. But it is clear enough that the new conformism only repeated the main tenets of the old conformism that Williams had spent his life refuting. Both expressed a counsel of despair and subjugation that needed to be challenged and rejected, whether it was expressed in the claims of monetarist economic theory or structuralist Marxism. As we have seen, a substantial amount of Williams's writing in these final years was devoted to the critique of the new right and the need to develop strategies on the left to meet the challenge of Thatcherism and its key conception of the sovereign individual. At least an equal amount of energy and force was spent in developing a critique of its strange mirror image, the critical spectator. For Williams, contemporary theory had internalized the most passive images of human subjectivity available in the modernist repertoire, trapped and frozen in place-like characters in Endgame, ideologically defined as the mere bearer of economically determined social relations. Contemporary theory, as Williams understood, threatened to produce a subject whose idea of liberation was reduced to the politics of textuality. While these new conformists might claim to wield the cutting edge of structuralist or post-structuralist theory, and to give authentic voice to the rigors of postmodernity, their claims needed to be read against the longer history in which they participate but would prefer to forget, their theoretical assumptions to be checked against the findings of a broader intellectual analysis. 45. 10 years after his death, memories of Raymond Williams fade, and the particular tone and force of his voice, positive yet skeptical, querying yet assertive, grows ever more difficult to recall. What becomes of the body of work and writing that remains behind, now no longer animated by that voice and presence? As a conclusion to this study, I take issue with some of the more negative representations of Williams and his work as these have appeared in the past decade. My contention is that some of the ways we have been choosing to remember Williams threaten to have the paradoxical effect of forgetting the substance, value, and explanatory power of his intellectual and academic project. In the decade since his death, some of the real limitations of his work have begun to come into focus, and the cases where he was wrong, specifically wrong, are, by now, reasonably well known. His overestimation of Eliot's poetic drama proved spectacularly incorrect, while the concept of total expression which it mobilized was undoubtedly the strongest manifestation of literary critical idealism to be found in his work. See Chapter 2. His sketch of the 19th century culture and society tradition, and, more importantly, the notion of tradition on which it was based, have long been questioned and criticized. Kermode 1959, Kiernan 1959, Thompson 1961, Hall 1980. And despite the desire to unite literary with historical scholarship, epitomized in The Country and the City, his particular readings often failed to achieve the accuracy necessary to fully historical explanation. Barrell and Bull 1973, Barrell 1980, Simpson 1987, Samuel 1989, Dabala 1995. Meanwhile, his identification and restriction of literary studies and literary theory to what was known and practiced as Cambridge English seems parochial in the extreme, and damaging to the pretensions of his critical project. Gorak 1988, Williams 1979, 337. These and other such observations appear to put in question the continued relevance of his work for students of literature. Similarly, with regard to specific questions of theory, it is easy now to see various faults, failings, errors and misunderstandings. The central notion of a structure of feeling amounts to little more than an ingenious instance of theoretical impressionism, in which a rhetorical figure tries to assume the explanatory force of a distinctly articulated theoretical concept. See chapters 2 and 5 of the present study. Williams's take on Marxism fails to pay enough 170 attention to the basic concepts of class or state, and fundamentally ignores the economic dimension, and the determining position given to it in Marx's mature theory. Kiernan 1959, Kettle 1961, Eagleton 1976b, 1989b, Williams 1979. His interest in so-called historical semantics is amateurish, and seems to be ignorant of the basic professional protocols of this area of study, while his reading of Saussure's fundamental work appears merely tendentious. Birchfield 1976, Skinner 1988, Moriarty 1995. His idea of psychoanalytic theory, which casually conflates the very different paradigms of Freud and Jung, are too rooted in the 1940s to meet the challenge of the Lacanian rereading of Freud and its subsequent deployment in the fields of literary and cultural studies in the 1970s. Higgins 1990, 1995. Despite the claims of his later work, Williams signally fails to engage directly enough with the work of his structuralist and post-structuralist antagonists, while his positive notions of identity, social routineness and community owe too much to, and are ultimately compromised by, their own roots in conservative thought. Johnson 1979, Mulhern 1984. Throughout, he appears to be constitutively blind to the politics of race and gender, and the dynamics of imperialism. 1. Such critical points are undoubtedly a necessary corrective to what one reviewer referred to as the host of essentially fan club books which appeared immediately after Williams's death, Johnson 1990, 6.2. But we must be careful not to press the scales too far down on the other side. Just as with any scholar, Williams is open to correction, and a part of the internal dynamism of academic scholarship lies in the necessary correction and elaboration of given views and assertions. What ultimately counts in this process may be less the initial correctness of someone's views, than the directions their work gives to future research. In this sense, there is no doubt that, despite any particular errors be of fact or interpretation, Williams's work opened up new dimensions and directions for research. To take only work on the late 18th century, contemporary scholars such as John Barrell, David Simpson, Peter Dybala and Alan Lew all record debts of substance to Williams, even as they criticize particular errors in his work. 3. In this sense, Williams's work in literary studies clearly remains a resource for contemporary scholarship. With regard to questions of theory, the matter is more complex, and it is often difficult to distinguish stance from substance. Before judging Williams's theoretical contribution, perhaps we need first to acknowledge that the field of theoretical debate is an essentially antagonistic one in which unresolved questions clash, and that the most strident calls for consensus on some point often betray the inner anxieties of dogma. In this regard, we should certainly be skeptical of any criticisms of Williams that take the form of unargued assertions, or simply take differences in vocabulary for failings in a presumed theoretical correctness. This was a danger already evident in some of the first valedictory accounts, and in representations and assessments of Williams's work which followed. At least by implication, Cornel West's characterization of Williams as the last of the great European male revolutionary socialist intellectuals, 1989, 9. 171. Suggests that the moment of the relevance of his work has ended, and this is put much more forthrightly in the memorial editorial of the British journal New Formations, which argued that though Williams's work constituted a sustained critique of the content of the Arnold Mill-Levy tradition, it retained from it a paradigm of the form of culture which made him reluctant to question the integrity of identity as such. Against Williams, the editors set Stuart Hall's vision of a radical pluralism, and suggested that Homi Bhabha's account of an agonistic political fluidity is certainly more fragmented and, if you like, more postmodern than Raymond Williams's Enlightenment ideal of a common culture, New Formations 1988, 2-3. And this representation of Williams's work as outdated, outmoded, and superseded by more recent theory was taken up and extended in a number of subsequent accounts. For Dennis Dworkin, though Williams has been dead for only 5 years, he is already part of a different political age, 1993, 54, while he and his co-editor Roman remark, in the introduction to their fine collection of essays on Williams, Views Beyond the Border Country, how many of their contributors remain critical of his failure to employ psychoanalysis, deconstruction, and other avant-garde approaches to theorize the relationship between colonial and post-colonial formations. Dworkin and Roman 1993b, 13.4 is not surprising, given the negative emphasis of these representations of Williams's work, that even those who wish to lay claim to at least a portion of his intellectual legacy have felt inclined to do so only in a particularly guarded and defensive manner. For the whole dynamic is one in which Williams is remembered in such a way that his work seems better off forgotten. This comes through most strongly and most critically in and around the various ideas and definitions of cultural materialism in current circulation. Cultural materialism is surely the key to the understanding and assessment of Williams's intellectual legacy, so that it is a serious matter when those who wish to lay claim to cultural materialism also feel it necessary to assert their theoretical distance from it. Scott Wilson, for instance, in his study Cultural Materialism, Theory and Practice, goes so far as to distinguish between his conception of cultural materialism and a mainstream form associated with Williams's work. Williams is credited with devising the term cultural materialism, my emphasis, but Wilson wishes to revise its conceptual content by drawing on the general economic theories of George Berkeley and the work of Lacan and Derrida, Wilson 1995. Similarly, Jonathan Dallimore describes cultural materialism as a term, borrowed from its use by Raymond Williams, my emphasis again, and goes on to mark his own reworking of it to refer to a more eclectic body of work, one which includes the convergence of history, sociology, and English in cultural studies, some of the major developments in feminism, as well as continental Marxist structural and post-structuralist theory, especially that of Althusser, Macquarrie, Gramsci, and Foucault, Dallimore 1985, 2-3. What such revisions, for this is what they are, clearly demonstrate is a sense that Williams's work, and its terms of argument and analysis, are increasingly 172. Distant and unfashionable. There is a consequent need to translate its unfamiliar vocabulary into something more closely resembling our own. The aim is to familiarize an increasingly different mode of thinking and analysis. These familiarizing pressures are apparent in the very language used to characterize and represent some of Williams's arguments and opinions. To remark on his reluctance to question the integrity of identity as such, or to speak of his failure to employ psychoanalysis, deconstruction, and other avant-garde approaches threatens to blind the reader to the fact that Williams had arguments on and around these issues, arguments against the eclectic body of work associated with Lacan, Derrida, Althusser, and Macquarrie. Representing cultural materialism in this way threatens to distort the force of it in Williams's thinking, and reiterates the lesson: if we take the trouble to remember Williams, it should only be to remind us just how safely we can forget him. The dangers in such procedures are evident. By reading and reducing Williams's cultural materialism to a term, a signifier without a consistent signified content, its force as a concept is displaced and ultimately lost. I believe it is now necessary to get beyond this stage of assessment and the representations it embodies, and in which it appears to be enough, at least in some cases, to register differences of theoretical jargon, or field of focus, as the grounds for the dismissal of Williams's work. For the claims made, or at least implicitly present, in many of these accounts run the risk of refusing the basic rule of historical interpretation, that an author's thought needs to be understood within its means and conditions of production, if commentary on it is not to fall into mere anachronism. Any claims that our own theoretical vocabulary is indeed superior to Williams's clearly needs to be tested in practice, rather than simply assumed as a starting point. Any real assessment of the force of Williams's work needs to be historical as well as theoretical. It needs to attend to the terms of the conceptual vocabularies available to him, a sense of their limits, as well as a sense of what use and difference he made of and to them, before seeking to describe the limitations of Williams's thinking. The analysis of his work can best be made in terms of its cultural, conceptual, and political means and conditions of production, in line with the theory, or at least Williams's theory, of cultural materialism. At least as far as Williams was concerned, the term cultural materialism was intended to have a clearly defined conceptual content, and, indeed, one which would put it at odds with the Marxist structural and post-structuralist theory of the accounts of Dallimore and Wilson. 5. This content can in fact best be described in terms of the two dimensions of oppositional address which it sought to articulate, the opposition to both official English culture, and to orthodox Marxism. As we have seen in the course of this study, cultural materialism is the deliberate product of Williams's opposition to official English culture as it came through to him as the discipline and discourse of English studies. Cambridge English, as he knew and understood it, served primarily an aesthetic and evaluative function, its principal aim, through that lingeringly closed textual. 173. Analysis known as practical criticism, was to judge and discriminate the quality and sincerity of an author's thought with the ultimate aim of promoting discrimination, maturity, and sincerity among the reading public as a whole, as well as encouraging these virtues in writers themselves, as the necessary constituents of the good society. Williams's break from this, the founding discourse of Cambridge English, took the form of two equally decisive moves. First, there was the rejection of the opposition between high and low culture, an opposition which founded the cultural authority of literary criticism in its precisely calibrated distance from mass culture. This was the achievement embodied in the great works of the late 1950s, Culture and Society and the Long Revolution, and summed up in the seminal essay Culture is Ordinary, Williams 1958b. With these, Williams helped to make the shift from literary to cultural studies, that is, away from the study of a high cultural literary canon and towards the investigation and analysis of signifying practices in general, and including forms such as film, television, and advertising, as well as questions of social, political, and cultural identification. Secondly, and within literary studies themselves, Williams helped to shift the discipline away from the aesthetic and evaluative function which had been its raison d'etre since the 1920s, and to map out a new set of tasks and coordinates for the critic. This meant the bringing together of the three dimensions of textual, historical, and theoretical analysis into the distinctive practice of cultural materialist investigation. In this new paradigm of study, a text is read formally, in terms of the play of its generic and internal construction. It is located historically, both in terms of its means and conditions of original production, and also in relation to the history of its readings, and it is read theoretically, in terms of whatever questions can be productively put to it. Such were the lessons evident in the great revisionary studies Modern Tragedy and the Country and the City, in the shorter works Orwell and Cobbett, as well as in essays such as the Bloomsbury Fraction. At the same time, the concept, and not the term, cultural materialism is equally the product of Williams's deliberate opposition to orthodox Marxist thinking, both on cultural and ideological theory in general, and on literature in particular. From his critical take on the Zischenko affair through to his final formulations of Marx and culture, Williams consistently rejected dogmatic formulations of Marxist theory and argued the need for far more flexible and historical accounts, attuned to the specific limits and potentials of human agency. Cultural materialism challenged both the reductive content of the dominant accounts of literary and cultural history in writers such as Caudwell and Fox, Plekhanov and Engels, as well as the structures of economistic and functionalist thinking which informed them. To suggest, as one critic has recently done, that the whole base and superstructure argument amounts to no more than a spectacular red herring, Simpson 1995b, 35, is perhaps best read as a tribute to the almost complete success Williams's arguments have enjoyed in this regard. 174. And at the very least, cultural materialism has reanimated discussion concerning the central question of agency, both with regard to Marxism, as well as to other competing accounts of social reproduction. Williams argued throughout his work against any interpretation of Marxism in which the human agent is represented only as a passive and servile subject, whether the argument was presented in the form of the mechanical materialism which he knew from the 1930s debates, and in which the arts are passively dependent on social reality, Williams 1958a, 274, or whether it appeared in its 1970s guise, as that fashionable form of Marxism, the more sophisticated Althusserian argument, which makes the whole people, including the whole working class, mere carriers of the structures of a corrupt ideology, Williams 1976b, 241. Similarly, Williams differs significantly from one strand of thinking in structuralist and post-structuralist theory. In this profoundly textualist emphasis, the language system appears to be seen as entirely constitutive of human subjectivity, a nightmarish view apparent, at least at times, in the writings of a wide range of thinkers from Adorno and Althusser, through to Foucault and Derrida. Against this, Williams was scrupulous in assigning a fully dialectical function to language, as a system which at one and the same time enables even as it tends to determine the possibility for the production of human thought and subjectivity. For Williams, the self, or subject is never simply an effect of language, as it sometimes appears to be in the more extravagant versions of structuralist and post-structuralist positions. 6. Language does not simply determine self-consciousness, it also enables it. To recognize these, the actual arguments of cultural materialism, as the central arguments in Williams's work, is to represent it in a way that its real achievements become visible. But to read him in this way, to read him historically, is to read against the grain of some of the current representations of his work. The implication of this is that to read historically may work to challenge rather than confirm our own positions and opinions, perhaps the hardest lesson that can be drawn from Williams's work as a whole. For this is the sceptical and deconstructive lesson that our conceptual vocabularies are never quite as stable as we would like them to be, and that to imagine otherwise is to blind ourselves to the sheer historical density of language, and the social and political conflicts figured within it. One way of figuring the overall nature of Williams's achievements is to consider it the particular force which he lends to the idea of literacy. The enduring force of Williams's writing surely comes from that articulation of the personal and the political, the academic and the activist, which characterized its particular address and integrity, apparent in works such as The Country and the City. Here the study of literature is put to work, yet without ever becoming purely instrumental, in a personal and political interpretation. This active interpretation presents us with a powerful refocusing of literacy as above all a critical literacy. While primary literacy develops the basic skills of reading and writing, critical literacy is a secondary literacy, which brings into play particular 175 forms of analysis and interpretation which treat all texts as representations, and not presentations, of the world. Literacy is a term which comes into focus in the final phase of Williams's work. Looking back over the essays collected in Writing in Society, he describes them as examining the changing relationships between writers and assumed or intended readers, in conditions that developed from uneven or partial literacy to a more general literacy in which there were persistent inequalities in access to writing and reading, Williams 1984a, 5, and again, in one of his retirement lectures, he noted that while it is often said that there are more than 6 centuries of English literature, it is less often remarked that there are less than 2 centuries of English literacy, 1984a, 212, while in 1987 he emphasizes that the struggle for literacy was as real a social struggle as any struggle for subsistence or food or shelter, Williams 1987d, 154. His final recorded interview was focused on the politics of literacy, Williams 1987a. Yet a concern with literacy, in the particularly powerful sense with which Williams invested it, had been there from the start. In Reading and Criticism, he had urged the need for a mature reading which would be the extension of literacy in the fullest sense, 1950, 21. What was this fullest sense? One thing it wasn't was the literacy offered by orthodox literary criticism. In Culture and Society, Williams criticized the ways in which even the valuable work of an L.A. Richards embodied a kind of servility to the literary establishment, Williams 1958a, 251. Despite the fact that Richards, with the publication of Practical Criticism, did more than anyone else to penetrate the complacency of literary academicism, he remained enthralled to the idol of aesthetic man, alone in a hostile environment, receiving and organizing his experience, 1958a, 251-2. His central idea of literature as a training ground for life was servile, 1958a, 252. Servile is the key word of the rejection of orthodox literary criticism, and points to the development of the sense of a critical literacy. Sums up that sense of subjection to class norms of aesthetic judgment which was a disabling component of traditional conceptions of literature, and worked as a major impediment to the proper understanding of the dynamics of cultural process. The point was forcefully made in Politics and Letters, where Williams summed up one of the main arguments of Marxism and literature as the realization that the categories of literature and of criticism were so deeply compromised that they had to be challenged in toto. Williams 1979, 326. Criticism, and the highly trained skills of literacy which went with it, had come to be understood as a detached process, so that the process of judgment was something which occurs above any specific instances or situations. 1979, 335. I had this training very hard, he acknowledges. And what you were told to do was to forget yourself, to forget your situation, to be in a naked relation, but with your training, of course, to the text, while the text itself was similarly taken out of all its conditions and circumstances. My whole encounter with literary criticism really revolved 176. Around this pseudo-impersonal attempt to judge works without any sense of the presence of the individual making judgment. 1979, 335. Williams's resistance to this servile textualism provides the strongest thread of continuity across his work as a whole, linking early works such as Reading and Criticism and Culture and Society / the Cambridge English studies such as Modern Tragedy and The Country and the City, and connecting these in turn with the theoretical expositions of cultural materialism, Marxism, and literature and culture. Literacy, in cultural materialist terms, was a means to cultural empowerment and political emancipation, uniting the connections between education and politics. This active literacy was at the very center of his vision of the role of education in the long revolution, that third, after the industrial and democratic revolutions, and most difficult to interpret. Williams 1961a, 11. All education participates in the reproduction of social consciousness, but, potentially at least, it can give some of the intellectual tools for challenging existing social consciousness. This was, I think, the main lesson Williams drew from his formative experience in adult education, and comes through in the suggestive comments he made, looking back over the history of adult education in 1983. The true position, he writes, was that the impulse to adult education was not only a matter of remedying deficit, making up for inadequate educational resources in the wider society, nor only a case of meeting the new needs of the society, though those things contributed. The deepest impulse was the desire to make learning a part of the process of social change itself. Williams 1983 f. 158. And, as he concluded, the building of social consciousness is of real consciousness, of real understanding of the world. 1983 f. 166. There is no better description of the force of Williams's work as a whole than this active and critical literacy. Again, some recognition of the importance of this to Williams comes through in the very different context of a lecture given to the Classical Association in 1984, where he emphasized the social and political importance of a high literacy. Is high literacy, which calls the bluff of authority, since it is a condition of all its practical work that it questions sources, closely examines offered authenticities, reads contextually and comparatively, identifies conventions to determine meanings. Williams 1984 d. 55. Training in all of these related skills of critical literacy help to form habits of mind which are all against, or should be all against, any and every pronunciation. 177. Of a singular or assembled authority, 1984 d. 55. To be skeptical of and questioning towards, any and every pronunciation of a singular or assembled authority, a difficult task indeed, but one certainly embodied by the fiercely oppositional and independent turn of Williams's own critical intelligence. One certainty is that Williams's own work, and the reading and representation of it, now belongs to an ongoing conflictual history in which we all still participate. He could be wrong, as anyone can be wrong, in specific cases, but it is the nature and foundation of his thinking which remains relevant. Williams 1983 b. 76. This was Williams's judgment on the work of William Cobbett. 10 years after his death, I believe it can serve as the starting point for future assessments of Williams's own work, as well as the conclusion to this one.